I sat in my chair, eyes closed, absorbing the cultivation techniques that had just landed in my head. The myriad fusion heart method, no elemental attribute. The upside, I could switch to any higher tier technique at any time. The downside, cultivation was painfully slow. There were no realms or stages to break through, just the endless expansion of my dantian and the steady accumulation of mana. Then there was the beast taming art. You channel mana to form a spiritual contract, then drive it into the target creature's mind. From that moment on, you're of one heart and mind. The contracted beast is 100% loyal, its life and death resting on a single thought of yours. Even better, you can share its lifespan. But the drawback was brutal. Once you shared lifespans, if the contracted beast died, you'd lose half your own remaining years. I thought it over. So you could play it like this? If I contracted a turtle, wouldn't I get centuries, maybe even a millennium of life? But then the downside made my head hurt. Once you share lifespans, your body's own lifespan stops burning down, which is exactly why losing the beast costs you half your years. Unless I found a way to replenish my lifespan, I could only share it twice at most. Unless I bonded to something immortal, sooner or later it would die. I shook my head. Why overthink it? I didn't have a single wisp of mana yet. First things first, cultivate. The good news was that the beast taming art had no cap on numbers. As long as I had enough mana, I could keep making contracts. But the stronger the target, the harder it was to succeed. Either you had to overwhelm it in power or catch it in a weakened state. I ran through the techniques one more time, went out to tell the butler not to let anyone disturb me, and headed back to the bedroom. I'd thought about cultivating in the farm space, where absolutely no one could bother me, but then I remembered the technique required drawing in ambient energy, and I had no idea whether the farm had any. In the end, I decided to try it outside. I sat cross-legged on the bed and started cultivating according to the manual. My mind was a mess of stray thoughts. I couldn't settle into meditation for the life of me. I opened my eyes, took out a stick of clarity incense, lit it, and sat back down. This time was completely different, my focus locked in like never before. I don't know how much time passed before I felt a strange energy enter my body and get drawn down into my dantian. Boom. A muffled thunderclap went off inside me. My dantian split open like a new world being born, that thin thread of energy carving out a space about an acre wide, empty and vast, with a single strand of energy, thin as a hair, floating in the middle. A smile broke across my face. This was the first step of cultivation, drawing in that first wisp of energy to open the dantian. And the size of the dantian determined your talent. 3 inches was average. 6 inches was top tier. 9.9 inches was a prodigy of the age. Mine had opened up to a full acre. If word of this ever reached the cultivation world, every major power would be shaken to its core. "Hey Fu, how long have I been in here?" The butler's voice came from outside the window. "Boss, you've been in there for 3 days and 3 nights. Damn, felt like I just sat down. 3 days already." I climbed off the bed and stretched. The more I thought about it, the more speechless I became. With talent this high, 3 whole days for a single wisp? I couldn't even contract a bird with that. When was I ever going to actually use this ability? If I had to sit in meditation every single day, what was the point of living? The excitement from opening up such a massive dantian evaporated on the spot. According to the manual, prodigies could draw in their first wisp within an hour, and even mediocre talents took only 2 or 3 days. My speed didn't even compare. I don't believe it. With a flick of thought, I entered the farm space, lit the clarity incense, and kept cultivating. 1 hour, 2 hours. I gave up and dragged myself into the shower. Just as I suspected, no energy in the farm. This system prize really was a piece of junk. After the shower, I threw on some fresh clothes and headed back out to the room. I tried to console myself. Forget it, just pretend I didn't win anything. Maybe the system would come through later with some pills or spirit stones. I grabbed some food, sat down, and mentally hit the daily check-in. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you've received 1 serving of cream pastries, mana times 1 wisp. My eyes lit up instantly. Holy crap, the system does deliver. A stream of pure mana surged into my dantian. 100 wisps made 1 strand. Even cultivating around the clock without sleep, I'd need close to a year to reach that. I wolfed down breakfast, sent my consciousness into the farm, and grabbed a sparrow. The little bird had no clue how it suddenly ended up in a human's hand and started chirping frantically in terror. Relax, just cooperate. This'll be quick. I formed a hand seal, channeled my mana, and rapidly drew a complex rune in the air, driving it straight into the sparrow's head. Chirp. The sparrow let out one squeak, its head drooped, and it passed out. I felt my mana instantly bottom out and groaned. 1 tiny sparrow burned through that much mana? What about anything bigger? Master, master. The bird's excited voice popped into my head, automatically translated into human speech. Our minds were linked. At my current strength, we could communicate telepathically within a 5-kilometer radius. Beyond that, no signal. As my power grew, so would the range. From now on, your name is Bird One. Your job is to recruit others of your kind out there and scout intel for me when I need it. Yes, master. I have tons of friends. Can I bring them all over? Your friends are in another world. You go get used to this one first. Bird One flew out the window. Whoa, the outside world really is bigger. Air's not as good as before, though. I gave it a warning. Don't contact me unless it's important, or I'll turn you into soup. Bird One shut up immediately, terrified, and flapped off into the distance. I wasn't counting on it to accomplish anything big, just testing how this worked. A little bird head-shaped light that appeared in my sea of consciousness. That was the mark left by the contract. Any future contracts would leave a beast head light dot too, and the dot would vanish the moment the creature died. I thought back to that white fox worshipping the moon in the mountains, and the massive snake in the cave on Wasteland Mountain. Something that big might have already gained spiritual awareness, and it'd probably live a very long time. If I could contract one of them, no telling how much mana that would take. My mana was tapped out again. I sat down cross-legged, curious how long recovery would take. The minutes ticked by. My phone's ringtone snapped me out of it. One glance. I'd only recovered a single wisp. Speechless. It was already past 1 in the afternoon on my watch. I picked up. What's up? Zhengji, Manager Qian is pissed off in her office. You want to come talk her down? Hearing this from Cuizhu, I laughed. What's she mad about? Some guy who's been chasing after her ticked her off. All right, I'm on my way. I hung up, said a quick goodbye to the butler, activated Shadow Shift, and vanished from the house. I'd figure out the mana situation later. In the manager's office at Yuebin Restaurant, Qianling wore a look of pure disgust. What a leech. She called out toward the door, shouts away. The door opened, and I walked in. The moment Qianling saw it was me, she crossed her arms over her chest. So you finally decided to show up. I locked the door and walked over. Hey, you look gorgeous even when you're mad. You're really not leaving other women a chance. Uffed. She rolled her eyes at me. I'll talk. You spend every day with that ice queen and don't even bother with me. I laughed and pulled her into my arms. Well, I'm here now, aren't I? Want me to show up and settle the score for you? You wish. She kissed me. That creep grossed me out again today. The more I ignore him, the more he shows up. I sat her down on my lap. Want me to teach him a lesson? Qianling quickly shook her head. Don't do anything reckless. The Yun family is powerful. If he holds a grudge against you, you'll have your hands full. Fine. Since you're asking, I'll let him off. Puffed. She covered her mouth, unable to stop laughing. You really are as shameless as ever. I pinched her. How dare you laugh at me? I'm going to eat you up today. I went right in for a kiss. She kissed me back passionately, then pushed me away. No, we can't. I'll get you in trouble. Let's find another chance. Then let me just have a little taste. I lowered my head and got to work. Cuizhu stood on the second-floor hallway, watching outside. Afterward, Qianling panted softly. You're terrible. Didn't you say you'd only do it on the outside? I put on an innocent face. You have no idea how irresistible you are. I couldn't hold back. Yeah, right. Believe your lies. She pinched my waist and nestled into my arms. You have to come see me often from now on. Don't just listen to that ice queen. Okay, once a week. How's that? She gave me a peck on the chest. That's more like it. Honestly, I was head over heels for this stunning beauty too. And like Lung Yuaning, she was a first-timer. No dirty thoughts allowed. She nuzzled into my chest. Heh, no thoughts. Only thinking of you. She reluctantly got up. Let's clean up and get out of here. It'd be a mess if someone caught us. I wanted another round, but the restaurant really wasn't the place. Once we'd both cleaned up, I helped her outside and sat her down. Have some water and rest. I'll go tidy up in there. This is all your fault. I pinched her cheek and headed back into the break room. With a thought, I switched out the air, sent the sheets and blankets into the farm to be washed, then remade the bed. Back in the office, I pulled out a bottle of perfume and handed it to her. For you. Qianling took it with delight and gave it a sniff. My favorite, rose. I lit a cigarette and sat down. Tell me about this Zhou family. They're an old guard family in the capital with centuries of legacy. They've even got branches overseas. The top brass takes them very seriously. I see. Your family isn't exactly a slouch either, is it? Don't tell me they'd actually agree to this. She shook her head. Even if they agreed, they wouldn't force me. At our level, marriage alliances aren't necessary anymore. In fact, that kind of alliance would do the family more harm than good. That, I understood. When a family is already powerful, marrying into another powerful family only makes those at the top nervous. Outshine the ruler, and your downfall isn't far behind. In that case, just ignore him. Come to me if anything happens. I pinched her cheek. Don't underestimate me. Qianling smiled sweetly. You're my man anyway. If anyone bullies me, I'll come to you. Glad you get it. Suddenly, she looked bashful. Is there nothing you want to ask me? There is. I just thought you might not want to talk about it. Actually, it's not just me. The Ice Queen too. I feigned surprise. You too are. But inside, I was over the moon. Her face flushed. Truth is, she and I were best friends as kids, all the way until later. She trailed off. Never mind. Forget it. Anyway, from now on, you're the only man I'll have. Since neither of them wanted to talk about it, I didn't push. I already had my guesses. Picturing that steamy scene, I actually got a little excited, though I kept a straight face. All right, we won't talk about it. As long as you're mine from now on. Inside, I was scheming. I'd get the two of them together someday. It'd be out of this world. Knock, knock, knock. Qianling put her smile away. Come in. Cui Zhu pushed the door open, closed it behind her. Manager, he's gone. All right, you can go. Qianling looked at me. I'm thinking of buying the lot behind us. What do you think? You want to add lodging? Yeah. Business is booming, and there's plenty of space out back. I took a sip of tea. I think you'd be better off opening more branches. That area behind us is going to develop into a messy patch. What looks cutting edge now might be obsolete before long. Rather than waste the money, why not wait a bit? She thought about it. Okay, I'll listen to you. I stayed until evening before leaving, and used my powers to slip home unnoticed. If Lung Yuaning found out, she probably wouldn't let me touch her for days. I woke up and stretched. Sensing my dantian, there was still just that thin strand of mana. Helpless. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you've obtained ice soda times 10 bottles, mana times 1 wisp. A stream of pure energy poured in. What I'd used up yesterday was instantly restored, plus 1 extra wisp. So that's how it is. I got it now. The spiritual energy in this world was too thin. No matter how high my talent was, my cultivation speed couldn't be sped up. Then I thought about that white fox. On the night of the full moon, it worshipped the moon and absorbed moonlight. Wasn't that also a form of energy? I was pretty sure it was. Maybe it was precisely because this world had no energy for them to absorb that they had to cultivate this way. I grabbed another sparrow from the farm and cast the beast taming technique like yesterday. Another little bird head light appeared in my sea of consciousness. Master. From now on, your name is Bird 2. Get out there, make some friends, and gather intel for me. After releasing Bird 2, I checked my dantian, still 1 wisp of mana left. I didn't make another contract. Instead, I headed to the farm to wash up and eat. Watching the crows in the woods, I mulled over how much mana it'd take to contract one. Crows were definitely smarter than sparrows. I'll give it a shot in a few days. The steward was sweeping the yard. Boss. I nodded, wheeled out my bike, and headed out. The mailman was making his rounds. When he saw me, he called out, "Perfect timing. Got a letter for you." I took it and glanced at it. It was stamped by the Heilongjiang Archaeological Bureau. Thanks for the trouble. I didn't open it right away, just tucked it into my pocket and biked to work. I greeted people all the way there. Someone told me. Director Qin, the chief, took Lu Lan out. I knew they'd gone to inspect the newly purchased guest house. I nodded and headed to my office. I brewed a cup of tea and opened the letter. Lu Wenyuan was coming to the capital for a meeting at the end of the year, and he'd stop by to see me. When he comes, I'll have to give him a proper welcome. The only reason I'd been able to come back early was because of that recommendation letter of his. Before I knew it, monthly check-in day rolled around. After finishing my meal at the farm, I headed back to my room and mentally hit the check-in button. Ding, monthly check-in successful. Congratulations, host. On receiving, farm space area doubled, spirit detector times 1, mana times 10 wisps. The farm space shook violently, and its area visibly expanded before my eyes. The plains, the forests, the ocean, the whole thing doubled in size. I closed my eyes and sensed the energy in my dantian. Not bad. Nearly 40 wisps of mana from a single monthly check-in. That's several hundred wisps a year, which is nothing to sneeze at. Once I saved up enough, I'd probably even be able to form a contract with a tiger. Right now, I've only contracted 10 sparrows and 1 crow. The crow's their leader, and I've marked out territory for them. These little birds may be weak, but they're the most inconspicuous. From now on, they'll be my eyes. I sent my consciousness into the farm to take a look. The area had doubled to over 2,000 mu, more than a square kilometer. It used to feel cramped, but now there was plenty of room. As I reassigned territories to the animals, I got feedback in my head. With this farm upgrade, my perception and collection range had grown by another meter. Now, anything within 2 meters of me could be collected with a single thought. Though for living creatures, I still had to wait until they stopped resisting. Finally, I turned my attention to this spirit detector I'd gotten from the check-in, a palm-sized metal gadget. The moment I pulled it out, an instruction manual popped into my head. It could detect unusual energy fluctuations within a 1-kilometer radius. It clicked immediately. Before, the system could only detect energy once I had the object in hand. With this thing, I could pick up on stuff ahead of time. Whenever an energy source appeared, The screen would display the distance and direction, and a red light would flash. Great tool, no doubt, but not exactly convenient to lug around everywhere. I'd been mulling over opening some kind of shop, and now I had my target. The last two energy sources I'd absorbed were both connected to antique jade, so I'd open a shop on Antique Street. Just set the detector inside, and any treasure that passed by, I'd catch it. I grabbed my bag, hopped on my bike, and rode straight to Antique Street. Once there, I put the detector in my bag and walked around a lap, letting it scan. Nothing. I parked my bike outside the Sifong Tea House and headed up to the second floor. The usual. You got it. One moment, please. I watched the pedestrians on the street below. The waiter brought over tea and snacks, took the money, and headed back down. I poured myself a cup of tea and took a sip. Just then, Lu San came strolling down the street, rolling a string of beads in his hand. The second he spotted me sitting on the second floor, his eyes lit up and he hustled right up. Master Chin, long time no see. I smiled and nodded. Have a seat. Join me for a cup. Wouldn't dream of refusing. He plopped down cheerfully. Master Chin, everybody's been talking about heading down south lately. What's your take? I sipped my tea. Opportunity and risk go hand in hand. He mulled that over for a second, then cupped his hands. Well put. As always, Master Chin. Some folks are bringing stuff back from down there and making several times their money. Others have lost their shirts. I looked at him, and something clicked. This guy hung around the street every day. He'd be a perfect fit to take under my wing, and I was going to need a shopkeeper anyway. With a single thought, I activated divine ability, enslavement. Feedback registered instantly, success. Then I communicated with the system. Generate a 2-story, 300 square meter shop on this street. Ding. Please name the shop, host. I thought for a moment. Call it Tingjung Pavilion. A mighty force swept through, and a shop with classical charm materialized out of thin air at the mouth of the street, right in the best spot on the whole block. The plaque above the door bore the 3 characters, Tingjung Pavilion, in bold, commanding strokes, clearly the work of a master. An image of the shop floated into my mind. 2 floors, 180 square meters downstairs, 120 upstairs, all the furniture and layout perfectly arranged. The first floor was for business, the second floor was my private space. The system really thought of everything. Everyone who'd ever set foot on this street automatically had memories of this shop inserted into their heads, and even the local government office had records and paperwork on file. I said to Lu San, "Come with me, I want to show you something." He didn't ask a single question, just followed along. At the corner, I pulled out a key and unlocked the door. People on the street looked over, curious. That shop hasn't opened in years. Is somebody finally moving in? Who knows? San even went in with him. Maybe the owner's selling. Inside on the first floor, everything was in place. Counter, tea table, display shelves, and a pleasant fragrance drifted through the air. Lu San leaned in close to inspect the furniture and nearly lost his mind. Holy cow, Master Chin. This is all small leaf red sandalwood. I smiled. It's nothing. Behind that were a bedroom and bathroom, meant for whoever tended the shop. Upstairs was mostly open floor plan, with furniture and bookshelves laid out thoughtfully. Paintings and calligraphy hung on the walls, clearly masterworks, though none were signed. One side had been partitioned off into a bedroom and small kitchen. Lu San gawked at the artwork in awe. Master's work, no question. Shame there's no signature. Master Chin, only someone like you deserves pieces like these. I asked casually, how much you pull in a year doing your thing? He answered respectfully, just scraping by. Good years, 300 or 400. Bad years, nothing at all. How about you come work here as my shopkeeper? 1,000 a year. Thank you, Master Chin. He was over the moon. This location's incredible. What are we going to sell? I pulled out the spirit detector and showed him how to use it. From now on, keep an eye on this thing. The second it reacts, find a way to buy whatever set it off. He looked over the device. Master Chin, just waiting around like this is too slow. Why not deal in antiques too? More foot traffic means better odds of running into what you're after. I waved him off. Run that kind of shop, and you don't think the authorities are going to come sniffing around? Truth was, I had a business license from the system. Use it, and no restriction could touch me. But burning it on this seemed like a waste. I wasn't really selling antiques, just hunting for things with energy in them. Lu San smacked his forehead. Ah, silly me. I get it, Master Chin. We quietly let word spread, don't stock any pieces, buy when something turns up, and pass when it doesn't. He thought about it a bit more, then cupped his hands again. Master Chin, my little hustle's been hit or miss anyway. Let me run it out of the shop from here on. Otherwise I'd feel bad taking that kind of salary for doing nothing all day. I laughed. Suit yourself. From now on, just call me boss. The second floor is my personal space. Don't bring anyone up here. Got it. I'll move into the first floor tonight. Can't let these treasures get roughed up. He looked around at all the fine furniture, eyes glowing with delight. Guarding this stuff day in and day out was pretty much sleeping on a pile of money. Once I'd covered everything, I left the spirit detector with him and headed out. A few sparrows landed on the roof, and before long, another flock of little birds scattered down onto the rooftops of the other shops up and down the street. When I got back to the guest house, Lung Yuaning was sitting alone in the office. She looked up at the sound of the door opening. Finally, you're here. Seeing the sour look on her face, I closed the door and walked over. Who pissed you off? Tell me, and I'll get you even. I figured Qian Ling had gotten under her skin again. She rested her chin on her hand. No. See for yourself. She handed me a document. The guest house is doing well now, so the higher-ups want to dump 50 workers on us. With that many extra people, there's no way we can keep everyone's pay and benefits where they are. I read it through and set it down. If they're pushing that many on us, imagine what the factory side is dealing with. Don't stress over it. Just focus on keeping the numbers up so people at least get their base wages. She nodded. Yeah, I'm planning to call a meeting and announce that bonuses are canceled. Otherwise, with more people coming in, we're bound to have problems down the line. I lit a cigarette. You sure you're leaving next month? I'm sure. Once the year-end handover is done, I'm out. She glanced at me. So what? You want to leave this for the next person to deal with? I took a drag. Not the next person. We handle it now on your watch. That's the opposite of what I just said. She rolled her eyes. I shook my head and smiled. Your approach is too blunt. Think about it. If you just announce it flat out, how are people going to react? I'm doing it for their own good. If the guest house goes under, everyone's out of a job. Here's what you do. I leaned in close to her ear and laid it out. When I finished, she looked at me. You really are the worst of them all. Hey now, keep talking like that, and I'll show you just how bad I can be. I was wrong, mercy, mercy. Before long, all kinds of rumors were flying around the guest house. I hear our funding's getting pulled. Layoffs might be coming. Layoffs. Keep it down. The rolling mills got their eyes on our money. The director wouldn't play ball. She went to bat for our bonuses and ended up in a shouting match with them. The factory said fine. If we want to keep our bonuses, we have to cut headcount. Only the ones left standing get paid. Yeah, I heard the same thing. The rolling mill's in even worse shape. They've got thousands of people to place, and they can barely make payroll. Word is they might start paying in treasury bonds. That's not gonna fly. Why should we be the ones getting cut? Let's go talk to the higher-ups. What good's that gonna do? Right now the bonus is basically a whole month's pay. Cut half the staff and the rest of us keep collecting. Anyone who makes a stink is basically volunteering to be on the chopping block. Then what are we supposed to do? Beats me. All I know is I'm getting that bonus. Exactly. You want to make trouble? Be my guest. The rest of us will happily take the bigger paychecks. I was sitting in my office having tea when I heard a knock. Come in. A pretty employee eased the door open and shut it fast behind her. I saw who it was and smiled. Guining, what's this about? She stepped forward, blushing. Director Chin, I know you love your tea, so I brought you a box. Come on, I've got everything I need. Take it back. Money doesn't grow on trees, don't waste it on me. It's no trouble, really. She waved her hands nervously. Watching her, I asked, is something wrong? I patted my chest. If you've got a problem, just spit it out. If it's something I can do, no hesitation. That warmed her up. Director Chin, I know you're a good man. It's just, I've been hearing the guest house is going to lay people off. Is it true? Nothing to it. We're doing great here. No way there'd be layoffs. Her eyes got red. Please don't lie to me. Everyone's whispering about it. The city dumped thousands of people on the rolling mill, and they can barely make payroll. I sighed. Yeah, times are tough everywhere. Honestly, the rolling mills got it better than most. She grabbed my hand. Director Chin, you have to help me. Don't let them cut me. My family depends on this paycheck. Look, right now our hands are tied. What I say doesn't carry much weight. You've definitely got away. And with that she pressed herself right up against me. I put on a troubled face and slid my arm around her waist. You're really putting me in a spot here. Director, everyone knows you're the one who gets things done. Just give me some advice. I'll do whatever you say. She went ahead and sat right down in my lap. Come on now, look at you. I made a show of being conflicted. You really don't leave me a choice. All right, I'll tell you. Yes, please. She was already guiding my hand inside her clothes. I played along, keeping my hands busy while I talked. We're doing well, so of course we've got a target on our back. Director Lung's under a lot of pressure. If we cancel the bonuses, nobody's going to accept it, so it comes down to layoffs. Fewer people means the bonuses can keep coming. Hearing that, she looked at me anxiously. So how many are they cutting? Probably about half. Then what am I supposed to do? She snuggled into me. You've got to keep me on. I put on a helpless look. We've all worked together so long. I don't want to see anyone go, but this one's really out of my hands. Director, what if we gave up the bonus? Could we stay then? You'd actually go for that? She nodded quickly. Yes, absolutely. This place is great. Of course I would. A little while later, she left looking very happy. Right after, another employee sneaked in with a knock. Meanwhile, out in the halls, I heard Director Lung got into a fight with the factory. About what? About us, obviously. It got pretty ugly. The factory said if we don't cut people, they're sending over another batch. The director refused, said that would kill everyone's bonus. They had a full-blown falling out. Director Lung actually went to war with the factory for us. She always seems so cold, but when it counts, she really steps up for us. Ladies, we can't let the director down. I'm giving up my bonus. I'm going to put in the request right now. I'm going to. Count me in. I took a long drag on my cigarette, watched the scene playing out below, and the corner of my mouth curled up. Lung Yuning pinched my side. You are just wicked. Is it my turn to go on stage now? I wrapped my arms around her. Don't be like that. It's all for you. Yeah, you're the greatest. She laughed and kissed me. I'll go handle it. I'll reward you again later. Deal. I watched her walk out, then stepped to the window to look down. The moment the employees saw the director come out, they cut off their chatter and stood at attention. Lung Yuning's expression was calm and cool as she spoke. Let me set the record straight. The layoffs are a rumor. Tomorrow, 50 new employees will be joining us. I hope everyone will keep up their enthusiasm going forward. I can only promise to do my best to make sure wages get paid. Bonuses are canceled for the time being. The thing that had been giving her such a headache got resolved just like that. In a great mood, she headed cheerfully back up to her second-floor office. Little man, let big sis thank you properly. Hearing that, I pulled her over and pressed her down onto the desk. You've got some nerve calling me little. Today I'm going to show you what's what. MMPH. She glanced back at me with sultry eyes. That's exactly how I like you. My blood was boiling all over. That mix of cold and fire. The thrill was indescribable. Over the next few days, the guest house staff were all in high spirits. I caught snippets of their private chatter. So the rumors were true after all. Director Lung was keeping it from us. Director Lung seems cold on the outside, but she's really a good person. And Director Chin is even better. Nothing much happened those few days, but a lot of people started getting ideas. The next day, the rolling mill was buzzing. Over 1,000 unemployed sent-down youth stood in the plaza, all sent over by the district. I had He Jia and Xiao Ran pulled from the workshop and told HR to send them to the guest house to report for duty. He Jia knew right away I'd arranged it and gave me a smiling nod. Xiao Ran, though, whispered to her, "What are we supposed to do over there? Wait tables. You'll see when we get there." About 50 young women and wives in their 20s were lined up in the guest house courtyard while staff called roll and sorted them into groups. He Jia and Xiao Ran were assigned to the office. Lu Lan explained with a smile, "From now on you'll be based here, passing along orders and keeping Director Chin's office tidy." Xiao Ran was thrilled. No more workshop, and it was way more comfortable over here. I wasn't at the guest house at that moment. I'd gone over to my shop on Antique Street. When Lu Tong saw me, she stood up, a little shy. "Mr. Chin, you're here." I waved her off. "Don't do that thing your dad does. Just call me by name." "Where's San?" "Somebody's selling a house. He took some guys to go check it out. He'll be back in a bit." She scurried off to make tea. I've been keeping an eye on that instrument. Haven't picked up anything unusual. I sat down. "Good. You should work here from now on too. 50 yuan a month." She quickly waved her hands. "No need, really. I'm just sitting around at home anyway. Being here gives me something to do. You don't need to pay me. Can't have you working for nothing. Place needs someone to tidy up too. From now on the upstairs is your job. I get to go upstairs." Her face lit up. Her dad had told her before never to go up there, and she'd always been curious about what it looked like. "Upstairs is my private space. Nobody else, but you can." Her cheeks flushed pink, her eyes shining with delight. I'll keep it spotless." Lucen pushed the door open, and seeing me, hurried over. "Boss, you're here. Everything okay today?" "Just stopping by." "Boss, sometimes when I'm out running around I can't keep an eye on things, so I've been having Tong come over to help." "Just told her, 50 a month, and she'll take care of upstairs too." Lucen smiled and thanked me. "I've got a few more clients to line up on my end. Probably won't be back till tonight." "Go ahead." On his way out, he told Lu Tong not to wait dinner for him. I took a sip of tea. "Tong, you watch the shop. I'm heading upstairs. Give me a shout if anything comes up." "Okay. You eating lunch here?" "Sure. There's a kitchen upstairs. Just pick up some groceries and cook up there. Remember to lock the door." I went up. The upstairs had gotten dusty, so I stashed everything into the farm space, cleaned up, and brought it all back out. Then I walked over to the tea table by the window and sat down. A few sparrows landed on the sill. "Master, I saw some people scoping this place out." I brewed tea, unhurried. "What kind of people?" "Their boss is called Lone Wolf. Their den is a few streets over. They run black market business." I lit a cigarette. "Keep watching them. I'll pay a visit later." "Yes, master. My friends are keeping an eye out over there. No way he's slipping away." Getting your eyes set on you when you do business on Antique Street is normal enough, especially in a wild era like this one. Looks like down the line, I'll need to bring some thugs and street rats under my wing. Can't have people making trouble on my turf. This whole room of red sandalwood furniture. If anything got damaged, it'd break my heart. Lu Tong came upstairs and looked around at all the pieces with obvious delight. Bro Zheng, I'm heading out for groceries. What do you want to eat? Anything, I'm not picky. She was back with the groceries in no time, locked up, and came upstairs. Bro Zheng, I'm back. I'll go start cooking. Thanks for the trouble. It's no trouble at all. She blushed and carried the groceries into the kitchen. Seeing how clean and tidy it was, she happily got to work, sneaking peeks at me every now and then. When she'd laid out the food, I took a taste. Not bad at all. Glad you like it. She started putting food on my plate. I've got it, you eat too. Look how skinny you are. Eat up. I smiled and put some food on her plate. Her face went red. I don't eat much. Being this close to me, she couldn't help her heart racing. That soft, clingy side of hers really got to me. Thinking it over, she was watching the shop, and she was watching the spirit detector. Bringing her into my circle would set my mind at ease. Might as well keep the good stuff in the family. She wouldn't get a raw deal being with me. With a flicker of intent, I activated my power. A glowing point appeared in my sea of consciousness. Lu Tong didn't notice a thing. She just stayed by my side, sweet as ever. That day, Lu Tong nestled against me with a blissful look on her face. I leaned against the headboard and took a drag on a cigarette. Down the road. If you know anyone you trust, you can hire a couple of people to help you clean up. No need. I can handle it myself. Gives me something to do. She pressed close and said shyly, ever since I met you that first time, I've been dreaming about you. I teased. So you've had your eye on me for a while, huh? She nuzzled into my chest. I pulled a bottle of perfume out of my bag. For you. Curious. She took it and gave it a sniff. Her eyes lit up. Such a soft, elegant floral scent. I love it. Thank you. I thought that scent suited you best. Are you going to come by often? I've got a lot of stamina. You sure you could take it every day? She gave my chest a shy little kiss. As long as you're happy. I rolled over on top of her. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. At that same moment, Lu San had just seen his client off at the restaurant and was walking down the street when a few young men blocked his path. What's this about, gentlemen? Brother Wolf wants to see you. Lu San cupped his hands. Sorry, I've got things to do. I'll pay my respects another day. Lu San, don't tell me you've never heard of Brother Wolf. Don't come, and it's on you. Lu San dropped the smile. I've been running these streets for years. There's nothing I haven't seen. Go back and tell your brother Wolf. There are some people he can't afford to mess with. With that, he turned and walked off. The young men exchanged glances. Son of a bitch, you're asking for it. Seeing them come after him, Lu San bolted. Murder. Somebody help. The street erupted in panic. The young ringleader pulled out a knife. Get the hell out of here. Lu San's legs gave out, and he stumbled to the ground. Don't do anything crazy. My boss isn't someone you want to mess with. We asked you nicely, and you refused. Today you're going to learn your lesson. The knife plunged into his stomach. Arg. Lu San waved his hands in agony. I've got money. Please, have mercy. An accomplice urged. Let's bail. The patrol's coming. The young man drove another blade into his thigh. Say one more word, and I'll send your whole family to hell. Move. Lu San felt his strength drain away, blood soaking through his clothes. He reached out weakly. Help. Before he could finish, he blacked out. Everyone recognized those punks as local thugs from the area. Nobody dared step in. Only after they left did someone finally call an ambulance. Lone Wolf listened to his men's report and kicked the table over. Pulling a stunt like that in broad daylight. Are you out of your damn minds? You want to die? Boss, the other side was getting cocky. If we didn't teach them a lesson, who'd fear us anymore? Lone Wolf grunted. Everyone lay low for a while. Stay out of sight. Lu Tong and I had just finished getting ready and headed downstairs when there was a knock at the door. I opened it to find a middle-aged man standing there. Lu Tong stepped forward. Uncle Zhang, what's wrong? Xiao Tong, get to the hospital, quick. Something happened to your dad. Some thugs stabbed him. My expression darkened. Which hospital? We're on our way. Outside the ER at East District Hospital, Lu Tong's eyes were red and swollen. Zhang, Dad's gonna be okay, right? He'll be fine. I promise. I pulled her close. She leaned into my chest, tears streaming down. If something happens to him, how am I supposed to tell Xiao Hai? The ER door swung open. Several doctors walked out, shaking their heads. We did everything we could. His main artery was severed. There was nothing more we could do. Lu Tong's head spun, and I caught her before she collapsed. Xiao Tong, hold it together. 2 patrol officers came to the hospital to take our statements, promised they'd investigate, and left. The funeral was held at the house. Everyone from Antique Street who knew Lu San came by, offered Lu Tong a few words of comfort, and eyed me with curiosity. A young man in his 20s came running in, threw himself at Lu Tong in tears. Sis, what happened to Dad? Xiao Hai, Dad was murdered by thugs. I stood off to the side, saying nothing. It was my first time meeting Lu Hai, early 20s, refined and scholarly. Lu Tong had told me he studied archaeology at Capital University. 3 days later, after helping the siblings bury their father, we went home together. Lu Tong wiped the corner of her eye. "Xiao Hai, head back to school. I'll take care of things here." Lu Hai looked at his sister, then at me. "Call me if anything comes up." Lu Hai hadn't said a word to me these past few days. Whether it was awkwardness or something else, I didn't press it. After seeing her brother off, Lu Tong turned to me apologetically. "Zheng, Xiao Hai's just shy. It's fine. Keep the shop closed for now. Stay home and rest. I'll come by whenever I can. I can manage on my own." I kissed her forehead. "Be good. Get some rest. I'll be back in a few days." She held me tight. "You'll come back, right?" "Of course. With me around, you don't have to worry about a thing. I trust you." She looked up at me, her eyes full of love. I pinched her cheek and turned to leave. I'd left those guys alone for a few days. That was already more life than they deserved. I found a secluded spot, activated my ability, and vanished. Then I followed the address Bird One had given me. Lone Wolf was in the middle of a card game with his crew. "Huh. Pay up, pay up." I smirked from the shadows. A few pieces of burning incense appeared in the room. "What's that smell?" "What smell?" Someone was trying to find the source when they suddenly went limp and dropped to the floor. "Something's wrong." Lone Wolf shot up, only for the world to spin. He crashed straight to the ground. I pulled every last one of them into my farm space. Lone Wolf woke up in an unfamiliar room, his brothers all strung up around him. "Where the hell am I?" "Show yourself." I appeared in front of him in an instant. His pupils shrank. "You? Are you human or a ghost? Who killed Lu San? Let me go, or I'll break out and kill your whole family." I waved my hand, sending out an invisible wind blade. Lone Wolf felt a chill on his legs, then saw both of them lying on the ground, severed. He screamed in horror. This was my farm space. Everything here bent to my will. I ignored his screams, casually swiping my hand from time to time, watching his breath grow weaker. With a single thought, I disposed of him for good. I looked at the others still unconscious. I'd lost the mood to draw it out. I finished them all off. Streams of memories flooded into me. One of them turned out to be the guy who'd actually stabbed Lu San. Revenge was done, but the fire inside me still hadn't cooled. Ever since I killed that bald-headed Master Zhao, 3 new bosses had risen to power in this area. Lone Wolf was nothing but small fry, no match for the other 2. Damn, a little punk like that thinks he can muscle in on my turf. I left the farm space, returned to Lone Wolf's hideout, and searched the place. Found a little over 1,000 yuan and some ration tickets. I biked straight home. Ah Fu opened the door and let me in. "Boss, you're back." "Yeah. Everything okay at home?" "All good. Just that folks from the courtyards nearby have been talking about you." I set the bike down. "Talking about me how?" He followed me inside, brewed a cup of tea, and handed it over. "Prices are through the roof these days, and wages are being paid out in treasury bonds. Word is, some people are looking to hit you up for a loan or a job." I laughed. "In their dreams." Ah Fu added, "Boss, I ran the analysis. This kind of thing is only going to get worse over the next few years. If you want peace and quiet, you either move somewhere else, or you take care of all these people." I rolled my eyes. "What am I, some kind of serial killer? Wiping people out over petty crap like this?" He quickly bowed. "I selected the option based on your personality, sir. Now you're reading me too?" I said it out loud, but inside I had to admit, this guy really did know me well. Knock, knock, knock. "Boss, someone's at the door." I got up and opened it. A young couple stood outside, residents from the shared courtyard down the alley. They looked a little tense. "Director Chin, sorry to bother you." The man had an honest, simple look about him. The woman was fairly pretty. She blushed as she spoke up. "Director Chin, you're a big shot at the steel mill. Could you find me some kind of work? De Chong's factory isn't doing well either, and with prices rising and wages coming in treasury bonds, life's just getting harder and harder. We're really at the end of our rope." I noticed plenty of ears in the alley perking up to listen in. I handed the man a cigarette. "The steel mill took on over 1,000 people today, all to place educated youth coming back from the countryside. Assigning jobs isn't something a small-time cadre like me can pull off anymore. Director Chin, you're the only big shot in this whole alley. Can't you come up with something for us?" "Yeah, you're tight with Director Feng at the neighborhood office. Help us think of something." I put on a troubled face. Times are tough for everyone. I won't lie to you. Starting a few months back, even our cadre salaries got switched over to government bonds. We're all tightening our belts to support the country's development. The neighborhood office is pushing self-reliance now. Does your wife have any skills?" "I'm just an old woman. Aside from mending clothes and cooking, I don't really know how to do anything." I smiled. "Cooking's plenty. Go ask over at the neighborhood office. Your wife could open a little diner." The woman hesitated. Would that work?" The man shook his head. "She's an old woman. Her going out and showing her face like that. How would that look?" The woman was instantly ticked off. What's wrong with being an old woman? Women hold up half the sky. When women go to work, are they not showing their faces too? The moment she said that, the whole alley crowded around. Director Chin, I can cook too. Can I apply to open a diner? I can cook too. Can I apply? The woman got flustered. What are you all butting in for? Daqiang's wife, what are you getting worked up about? Yeah, it's not like only you're allowed to do it. Director Chin, help us out too. I spread my hands, feigning helplessness. I've told you what to do. The rest is up to you. With that, I turned and headed back into the courtyard. The steward shut the gate behind me. Outside, the neighbors looked at each other and drifted off. A few wanted to gripe about me, but nobody dared say it loud. Plenty of the folks around here worked at the steel mill, and word had gotten out that I had some serious backing. Meanwhile, over at the Liuxiang neighborhood office, Feng Jing was surrounded by a crowd asking about becoming self-employed. There's a policy from up top. Anyone with a skill can apply under these categories. He pulled out a document, puzzled about why so many had shown up at once. Why are you all suddenly asking about this? Director Chin said we've got to be self-reliant and tighten our belts to support the country. Director Feng, I can cook. Can I apply to open a restaurant? I want to apply to. And our family. In the middle of the night, I woke up, got dressed, activated Shadow Cloak, and vanished from the room. At an abandoned warehouse in the West District, a few dozen guys were gathered, some playing cards, some drinking, the whole place in chaos. In the inner room sat a young man in his 20s, toying with a knife. The lights suddenly cut out. The room went pitch black. The young man cursed and got up to open the door. Move one more step, and you're dead. His hair stood on end. He whipped the knife backhand and lunged for the door at the same time. Thud! Something slammed into his chest. He went flying backward and crashed into the wall, hitting the floor with a heavy thump. Who are you? Who I am doesn't matter. From now on, you serve me, or you die. He clutched his chest and sneered. Heh, you don't even dare show your face, and you want me to pledge loyalty? I, Iron Fist, am not the type to cling to life. I've looked into you. Of the three big powers in the West End, you're the one who plays it straight. That's why I picked you. Should I thank you for the compliment? Suit yourself. I'll ask one more time. Serve me or die? His eyes adjusted to the dark, and by the sliver of light through the door crack, he could just barely make out a figure. But he had no idea how the person had gotten in, how the blow had landed, and he had zero ability to fight back. What do you want me to do? Just answer me. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He knew. One shake of the head, and he was a dead man. I agree. I'll serve you. Now can I see your real face? That was exactly what I was waiting for. With a single thought, I activated the enslavement power. A new point of light appeared in my sea of consciousness, and the confirmation of successful enslavement flooded my mind. Iron Fist's earlier plan, to fake compliance and get his revenge later, evaporated in an instant. He dropped to his knees respectfully. This subordinate swears eternal loyalty to my master. I nodded. 3 hours from now, take your men and take over the other two powers. Yes, sir. Your job is to have people watching Antique Street day and night. No petty theft allowed. Anyone who dares harass the residents nearby, you deal with them. Hard. Understood. He asked again, how do I contact you, master? You don't. When I have a job for you, I'll find you. The lights in the room suddenly blazed back on. Iron Fist realized the figure was gone, and his awe deepened. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and walked out, barking a single order, gather everyone. We've got a big job tonight. The men outside dropped their drinks and cards. Boss, give the word. I've been wanting to wipe those two crews out for ages. At another courtyard house in the West District, a scrawny middle-aged man had a woman on his arm as he drank. Boss, Iron Fist's been getting cocky lately. When are we going to take him out? The middle-aged man sneered. The cockier he gets, the safer we are. As long as he doesn't get in the way of our business, let him strut. He kissed the woman on the cheek. If he can help me rake in more cash, I'd hand you over to him myself. Master Liu, you're awful. All the men in the room stared at the woman's seductive act, practically drooling. Suddenly, a thick fragrance drifted through the air. Before anyone could react, every last one of them collapsed. I hauled them into the farm and disposed of them. Finally, I looked down at the woman on the floor. I thought about it for a second. She hadn't done anything with her own hands, but she knew plenty of dirty secrets. Since she'd enjoyed the perks, she got to shoulder the risks that came with them. Into the farm she went too. No mercy for the flower. Streams of memories poured into my head. Under the bed, there was a big wooden chest half full of cash. I went through every room and picked out some imported liquor for the warehouse too. The middle-aged man had 2 stashes. I cleaned out both. The third power went down the same way. Physical enlightenment. The whole thing only took 2 hours. I found a spot to sit down and take inventory. Over 130,000 in cash, 12 large gold bars, 86 small gold bars, 592 antique porcelain pieces, and 2 crates of jade. Over 100 pieces total. A shame there was nothing with energy in it. I waited in the shadows, watching Iron Fist and his crew set up an ambush in the surrounding area, checking their watches from time to time. At the 3-hour mark, they stormed the empty nests. "Boss, nobody here. This one's empty too. But look at all this stuff." Iron Fist waved his hand. "Leave a few guys to move everything out. The rest of you, follow me to the next one." Seeing everything was in order, I finally headed home. The reason I didn't show my face is that these guys were already marked. Any day now, they could get hauled off and shot. That's also why I only told him to protect Antique Street, without naming any specific shops. Even after being enslaved, they wouldn't be able to give me up, but I still didn't want any connection to people like them. Early the next morning, the residents of Antique Street noticed a group of young guys patrolling up and down the block, huddling together and whispering. "You think it's the crew that killed Lou San?" "No idea." The breakfast stall owner lowered his voice. "West District's got a new boss." "What happened?" "I got up to take a leak in the middle of the night and saw Iron Fist people rounding everyone up. Now they run the show alone. Word is, from here on out, nobody's allowed to stir up trouble on Antique Street." "The Lone Wolves?" "Nobody's seen M since last night." "Hey, that's good news. Means peace and quiet around here. Question is how long it'll last." "You think somebody avenged San?" At that, everyone quickly shut up and buried their heads in their food. Some things are better left alone. "Director Chin." "Morning, Director Chin." The second I walked into the guest house, staff greeted me warmly one after another. The new hires followed the veterans' lead, all sizing up this young guy with curious eyes. Some had heard of me, but were seeing me for the first time. I smiled and headed upstairs. "Director Chin." Xiao Ren waved enthusiastically. She and He Jia were both in the office. I nodded. "Yeah, work hard now." "You bet." He Jia shot me a look. I chuckled. "He Jia, go make me a cup of tea. I'm gonna swing by the director's office first." "Got it." Lung Yuning was sitting inside. She looked up as I came in. Well, Director Chin done with his inspection." She reached back and locked the door. "Just coming to report to Director Lung." I scooped her up in my arms. She laughed and slapped me lightly. "You didn't come by all day yesterday." I set her down on the desk. "Yesterday was crazy busy. Course I didn't come." She rolled her eyes at me. "Always slacking off. The new director hasn't been picked yet. From what Deputy Director Du hinted, they might want you to do both jobs." I gave her a squeeze. "No way am I here every day. If they're not scared I'll run this place into the ground, then fine, I'll take it on." You and your schemes, MMM. In the factory director's office, Du Yunfei took a drag on his cigarette. "Director Lung from the guest house is transferring out next month. Question is who takes over." Feng Jiaowei sipped his tea. "That place is turning a good profit. Plenty of people want the job." "Right. But the reason it's profitable comes down to one guy." "You're saying we put Qin Zheng in charge?" Du Yunfei smiled. "Knowing him, he definitely won't want to. So what's your plan?" "Let him do what he's good at. But that place can't run without him either. Right now, back-end procurement costs are shooting through the roof. The planned supply isn't nearly enough. With our 23 cafeterias, we're looking at tens of thousands over budget every month, and the food quality keeps dropping. The workers have been complaining, but nobody's got a solution. I want to talk to him and see if he can crack this." Feng Jiaowei lit a cigarette and thought for a moment. "That won't be easy, handing him supply of that scale. Aren't you worried he'll bail?" Du Yunfei shook his head. "Qin Zheng doesn't care about power. Looks idle most days, but the guy's got a serious sense of responsibility. Every task we've given him, he's delivered. This one's tough. I don't expect him to solve it entirely. Even a partial fix, even just on the meat supply side, could save the factory tens of thousands a month. Back in the day, tens of thousands wasn't beneath them, they just didn't care. Things are different now. The factory's on its own for profit and loss. Every penny has to be earned, and it ties directly to whether they get promoted to the ministry." Feng Jiaowei nodded. "Everyone agrees Qin Zheng's got a strong sense of duty. Let's do it your way. Give him the guest house director role too." Back in my office, the tea on the desk had gone cold. I picked it up and gulped down a big mouthful. He Jia pushed the door open. "It's gone cold. Let me brew you another." "It's fine. I was thirsty anyway." The phone on the desk rang. He Jia poured a glass of water and stepped out. I picked up. "Who is this?" "Comrade Qin Zheng, it's me. Got some work I'd like to discuss with you." I biked straight home. Afu opened the gate. "Welcome back, boss." "Yeah, everything good here. All good. Though the folks in the nearby courtyards have been talking about you a lot lately." I parked the bike and followed him in. He poured me a cup of tea. "Talking about me how? Prices are high right now, and a lot of people had part of their wages swapped out for treasury bonds. I've caught wind that some are looking to borrow money from you. Or have you land them a job?" I smirked. "They wish. Boss, based on my systems analysis, this kind of thing is only going to increase over the next few years. To avoid the hassle, you either move somewhere else or take care of all these people." I rolled my eyes. I'm not some psycho killer. You want me to off people over crap like this? Afu quickly bowed. This subordinate was just picking options based on your personality, boss. Now you're reading my mind? I said it out loud, but silently added, damn, he really does know me. Knock, knock, knock. Boss, someone's at the door. I got up to answer. Outside stood a young couple, residents from one of the shared courtyards in the alley. Both looked a bit uneasy. Director Chin, sorry to bother you. The man looked like a simple, honest type. The woman had some looks about her, though she was bundled up. With my eye for it, I could tell she had a nice figure underneath. Yeah, what can I do for you? The woman glanced at me shyly. Director Chin, let me do the talking. You're a big shot over at the steel mill. Could you maybe find me a job? De Chong's factory isn't doing well either, and with prices climbing and part of the wages paid in treasury bonds, life's getting harder by the day. We're really out of options. I noticed plenty of people in the alley were straining to eavesdrop. I pulled out a cigarette and handed it to the man. The steel mill just took in over 1,000 new hires today. To place the returning educated youth, the higher-ups have tried every trick in the book. A small-time cadre like me hasn't had the pull to place people for a while now. Director Chin, we're all from the same alley, and you're the only big cadre we've got. Could you at least point us in the right direction? Yeah, and Director Fong at the neighborhood office knows you too. Maybe you could work something out with him? I put on a troubled expression. Times are tough for everyone. Not gonna lie, starting a few months back, us cadres have had our wages fully switched to treasury bonds too. We're all tightening our belts to support the country's development. The neighborhood office is pushing self-reliance right now. You got any skills, sister? Let me see if I can point you somewhere. I'm just a housewife. Aside from mending clothes, all I can do is cook. Honestly, that's about it. I smiled. Cooking works. You could head to the neighborhood office and ask about opening a small diner. The woman hesitated. That's actually allowed? The man shook his head. She's just a woman. What business does she have showing her face in public? The woman didn't like that one bit. What's wrong with being a woman? Women hold up half the sky. Isn't going to work also showing your face in public? The neighbors in the alley started crowding around. Director Chin, I can cook too. Can I apply to open a small restaurant? I can cook too. Can I apply? The woman got flustered. What are you all butting in for? De Chong's wife. Why are you getting all worked up? Yeah, it's not like you're the only one allowed to do it. Director Chin, give us some pointers too. I put on a helpless expression as I looked at the crowd. I already told you everything. The rest is up to you. With that, I turned and headed back into the courtyard, and the housekeeper shut the gate right behind me. The neighbors outside looked at each other, then turned and walked off. Some wanted to curse me out, but nobody dared say it loud. Plenty of steel mill workers lived around here, and word had gotten around that I had powerful connections. Over at the Liuxiang neighborhood office, Feng Jing watched a crowd swarm and asking about becoming self-employed vendors, and she was completely puzzled. There's a new policy from above. Anyone with a trade can apply under these categories. She pulled out a document. Why are you all suddenly asking about this at once? Director Chin said we need to be self-reliant, tighten our belts, and support the country's development. That's right, Director Feng. I can cook. Can I apply to open a restaurant? I want to apply to. And my family. In the middle of the night, I woke up, got dressed, activated Shadow Shift, and vanished in a blink. In an abandoned warehouse in the West District, several dozen people were gathered, some playing cards, some drinking, the whole place a rowdy mess. In the inner room sat a young man in his 20s, toying with a dagger in his hand. Suddenly the lights went out. The room fell pitch black. The young man cursed under his breath and got up to open the door. One more step, and you're dead. The voice made his hair stand on end. He whipped his hand back and flung the dagger, then charged toward the door. Thud! Something slammed into his chest. He flew backward, crashed into the wall, and hit the ground with a dull thump. Who are you? Who I am doesn't matter. From this day on, you swear loyalty to me or die. Clutching his chest, the young man sneered. Huh, you won't even show your face, and you expect me to swear loyalty? I, Iron Fist, am not one to beg for my life. I've looked into you. Of the three main powers in the West District, you play it straighter than the other two. That's why I picked you. Guess I should thank you for the compliment. Think whatever you want. I'll ask one more time, loyalty or death? The young man's eyes adjusted to the dark. Through the sliver of light under the door, he could just make out a silhouette. He hadn't sensed the man's arrival at all, and that last blow, he hadn't stood a chance. What do you want me to do? Just answer the question. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He knew if he shook his head, there'd be only one outcome. I accept. I swear loyalty. Now can I see your real face? That was exactly what I was waiting for. A single thought, divine ability, enslave activated. Both sides had to establish a connection, or it wouldn't work. A new point of light lit up in my sea of consciousness, and the confirmation of success flooded my mind. Iron Fist had been planning to play along and get revenge later, but that thought instantly vanished. He dropped to his knees respectfully. This subordinate swears eternal loyalty to my lord. I nodded. Good. In 3 hours, take your men and take over the other 2 factions. Yes, sir. Your job is to keep people on watch at Antique Street day and night. I don't want to see a single petty thief. Anyone messes with the residents around there, you crack down hard. Understood. How should I contact you, my lord? You don't need to contact me. When I have a task, I'll find you. The lights in the room suddenly flicked back on. Iron Fist realized no one else was there, and his awe deepened. He stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and walked out. Call everybody back. We've got big work tonight. The men outside heard him and dropped whatever they were holding. Boss, just give the order. I've been itching to wipe out those other 2 crews for ages. In another courtyard house in the West District, a scrawny middle-aged man had his arm around a woman while drinking with his crew. Boss, Iron Fist's been getting cocky lately. When are we taking him out? The middle-aged man sneered. The cockier he gets, the safer we are. As long as he doesn't mess with our business, let him strut. He gave the woman a kiss. Hell, if he could help me make more money, I'd hand you over to him myself. Master Lu, you're awful. Ha! The men in the room stared at the woman's sultry expression, all swallowing hard. Suddenly, a thick, sweet fragrance drifted through the air. Before anyone could react, they all dropped to the floor. I collected them into the farm and disposed of them. Finally, I looked down at the woman on the ground and thought it over. She hadn't really done anything, but she knew a lot of dirty secrets. With that in mind, I pulled her into the farm too. No mercy. If you enjoyed the perks, you accept the risks. Streams of memories flooded into my mind. Under the bed, there was a big wooden chest, half full of cash. I made a round through every room and grabbed some foreign liquor and imported goods to stash in the warehouse. The middle-aged man had 2 hidden stashes. I cleaned both of them out. The other faction got the same treatment. Physical enlightenment. By the time I finished, 2 hours had passed. I found a spot to sit down and take inventory. Over 130,000 in cash, 12 large gold bars, 86 small gold bars, 592 antique porcelain pieces, and 2 crates of jade. Over 100 items. Shame there was nothing with spiritual energy. I waited in the shadows and watched Iron Fist lead his men into position around the area, checking his watch every so often, until finally, at the 3-hour mark, they stormed into the enemy's stronghold. Boss, nobody's here. Nothing over here either. Tons of supplies, though. Iron Fist waved his hand. Leave some men to haul everything out. The rest of you, come with me to the next spot. Seeing everything was under control, I headed home. The reason I didn't show my face was because these people were already on the government's radar. Any day now, they could be dragged off and shot. That's also why I only told him to protect Antique Street, without specifying any particular shop. Sure, the enslavement meant he couldn't rat me out, but I still didn't want to be tied to guys like that. Early the next morning, residents near Antique Street noticed a bunch of young toughs patrolling up and down the street, gathering in small groups and murmuring. Are those the guys who took out Lusan's crew? Beats me. The owner of a breakfast stall lowered his voice as he talked to a customer. Things have flipped in the West District. Flipped how? I got up to use the bathroom in the middle of the night and saw Iron Fist's people rounding folks up all over the place. He's the only one left standing now, and word is, nobody's allowed to cause trouble on Antique Street anymore. The lone wolf gang that used to hang around here? Not a single one of them's been seen since last night. Hey, that's good news. Means it'll be peaceful around here. Just don't know how long it'll last. You think somebody's out there avenging Sanzi? Everyone shut up and lowered their heads back to their food. This was the kind of thing better left undiscussed. Director Chin. Morning, Director Chin. The moment I walked into the guest house, staff greeted me warmly one after another. The new hires followed the veterans' lead in saying hello, all sizing up this young guy with curious eyes. Plenty of them had heard my name, but were seeing me for the first time. I smiled and headed upstairs. Director Chin. Xiao Ren waved enthusiastically. I saw her and he just sitting in the office. I nodded with a smile. Good. Now that you're here, work hard. I definitely will. Hijia rolled her eyes. I chuckled. Hijia, go make me a cup of tea. I'm going to check in at the director's office first. Sure. Lung Yuaning was sitting in her office. She looked up as I came in. Well, if it isn't Director Chin, finishing his rounds. She casually locked the door behind me. Just here to report to Director Lung, of course. I scooped her up. She laughed and gave me a light slap. You didn't come by all day yesterday. I set her down on the desk. I definitely had stuff going on yesterday. No way I was coming in. She shot me a look. All you know how to do is slack off. They still haven't picked a new director. From what Deputy Factory Manager Du said, they might want you to do both. I pressed in. There's no way I'm here every day. If they aren't scared, I'll run the place into the ground. Sure, let me double up. You and your sneaky ideas, MH. In the rolling mill factory manager's office, Du Yunfei took a drag on his cigarette. Director Lung of the guest house is leaving next month. Question is, who takes over? Feng Jiaowei sipped his tea. That place is doing well now. Plenty of people would jump at the chance. Right. But the reason it's doing well comes down to one person. You mean, put Comrade Qin Zheng in charge? Du Yunfei laughed. Knowing him, he'd never want the job. So what are you thinking? I still want him doing what he's good at, but they can't do without him over there either. Right now, logistics and procurement costs are climbing. The planned quota supplies aren't nearly enough for the factory anymore. Just these 23 cafeterias. We're running tens of thousands over budget every month, and the food quality keeps dropping. The workers have been grumbling for a while now. They just don't have any recourse. I want to have a talk with him, see if he can take this on. Feng Jiaowei lit a cigarette and thought for a moment. That's a tough one. Handing him supply on that scale. Aren't you afraid he'll walk? Qin Zheng may look like he coasts and stays out of power plays, but his sense of responsibility is off the charts. Anything you hand him, he gets done. This one's hard, sure. I don't expect him to solve the whole thing, just chip away at part of it. Even if he only handles the meat supply, that's tens of thousands saved every month. Back in the day, a few tens of thousands wouldn't have registered. Now it's different. The factory has to answer for its own bottom line. Every cent has to be earned. On top of that, whether they get promoted into the ministry is tied to job performance. All right, everyone acknowledges his work ethic. Let's do it your way. Have him double as the guest house director. Back in my own office, the tea on the desk had gone cold. I picked it up and took a big swig. He Jiao pushed the door open. It's gone cold. Let me make you a fresh one. Don't worry about it. I was thirsty anyway. The phone on the desk rang. He Jiao poured me a glass of water and stepped out. I picked up. Who is this? Comrade Qin Zheng, it's me. Got some work stuff to talk over with you. Manager Du, I'll head over to your office. All right, I'll be waiting. I hung up. Figured it was the thing Lung Yuaning mentioned. I grabbed my bag and headed out. You're heading out? He Jia asked. Manager Du wants to see me, gonna go check in. I smiled and headed downstairs. Xiao Ren shook her head. He really doesn't get a moment's rest. He Jia gave a small smile. I'll go tidy up his office. Du Yunfei warmly poured me a cup of tea. Xiao Qin, I called you in because I've got a tough assignment for you. Manager Du poured me tea, and right off the bat said he had a tough job for me. I smiled and played along. Manager Du, if you're calling it tough, sounds like this is a big one. He raised a hand and pointed at me, setting his cup down. Our factory's supply keeps falling short, and procurement costs are climbing way too fast. I talked it over with Manager Feng. We both think this is your wheelhouse. We want you to take over cafeteria procurement. Manager Du, you're working me like a mule here. What kind of talk is that? It's called the capable carry the load. Same thing. I took a sip of tea. Our factory cafeterias run a few thousand a day, at least 150 grand a month. He nodded. That was before. Now it's over 8,000 a day, north of 200 grand a month, tens of thousands over budget. At this rate, it'll only climb. All that overage could have covered a lot of wages. I'm not asking you to take the whole thing. The factory's livestock farm and vegetable plots cover some, and with the planned quota supplies, that's about half. Whatever you can handle on top of that saves us serious money. I pulled out cigarettes and we both lit up. Truth is, price hikes are only part of it. The real issue is that insiders are diverting planned quota supplies to sell on the outside at a markup. That's why the planned quotas aren't enough. In plain language, they're moving stuff from the left hand to the right. I took a deep drag. Manager, this job's gonna make enemies. Haven't you talked to Director Liu? He's the logistics director. He took a pull off his cigarette. Everyone at the factory knows what you're talking about. People just play dumb. Old Liu applied for medical retirement. Manager Feng and I already signed off. We've decided to appoint you as logistics director, doubling as guest house director. The second I heard Liu Liangong was retiring on medical leave, I knew the factory had already had the talk with him. The logistics director job, if you've got connections, it's a stepping stone up. If you don't, it's a cash cow and a scapegoat rolled into one. I took a drag. The factory really is putting a lot of stock in me. I can do the job, but I need a written statement. Anything on the books before I take over has nothing to do with me. He laughed and pointed at me. You little fox, always working the angles. He took another drag and nodded. Anyone else, forget it. But for you, I'll agree. On handover day, you'll get it in writing. The factory's meeting your terms, so don't you drop the ball. I nodded with a smile. All right, I won't promise the whole thing, but pulling most of the procurement back in line, no problem. Good. He was pleased. I knew this wouldn't stump you. Handover's at the end of next month. In the meantime, let old Lou finish out his last stretch on the job. Sounds good. I'll be ready whenever you call. Business out of the way, we both loosened up. He grinned. That rumor going around the guest house a while back, it even made it up to me. Whose nasty little scheme was that? I stared blankly. What rumor? Had to be your idea, kid. Left the factory holding the bag as the bad guy. Director, don't pin that on me. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Law-abiding my ass. He laughed again. Old Fong was saying, how come a talent like that isn't with us? After they crammed all those people in a while back, he was pulling his hair out. I chuckled. Different situation. Our side only has a handful of people. Your side has how many? That's what you can't pull the same trick twice. He thought about it and actually looked impressed. Kid, drop you in wartime and you'd be a jack of all trades. Don't hype me up, or I'm afraid there'll be another job waiting for me. He burst out laughing again. I sat for a while longer before leaving the office. On my way downstairs, I ran into Su Yin from the finance department. Director Chin. I smiled and waved. Accountant Su, long time no see. She gave me a wounded look. You're busy. I'll head back and handle some work. I bailed immediately. She got married at the beginning of the year. That didn't bother me. There was nothing between us to begin with, and I'd never felt anything. It was that wounded puppy look of hers that I couldn't stand. Walking back to the guest house, I was doing the math in my head. My farm space had every kind of vegetable and grain. Forget one steel mill, I could supply 10. The problem was, how to get it out. That was the tricky part. Looks like it's time to put those few villages to use. Back in the office, Hijia followed me in. Everything okay? I gave her a pinch. What could be wrong with me? Now that I'm over here, things are a lot more convenient. She leaned into my arms and pouted. You're always picking on me. I'll let you off today. I've got some calls to make first. Then I'll head out. I gave her a pat. After she left, I picked up the phone and dialed. Old Lou, it's me. Get the village to plant more vegetables and raise more pigs and poultry. I'll buy them up when they're ready. The price won't shortchange you, guaranteed. I made several calls in a row. These villages alone couldn't meet the steel mill's needs, but I needed a cover story. The rest could come out of the farm space. I lit a cigarette and thought about who to put in charge of deliveries. Chen Dajuan and his crew came to mind. I nodded. After all this time, that kid had staying power. Time to give him a shot. Lung Yuaning pushed the door open and came in. Wrapped up? Wrapped up. The whole cafeteria procurement is mine. That's a tough gig these days. You took it. Took it. I'm in logistics anyway. No reason I can't take it on. She thought for a moment. How about I introduce you to some people you can source from? No need. I've got it handled. This has to be squeaky clean. I'm not hurting for the money. No need to leave any loose ends. All right. Hit me up if you run into trouble. I gave her a kiss. Beautiful. I don't feel like grinding anymore. She froze for a second, then couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing, covering her mouth. Ha ha ha. You're gonna kill me. Be serious. How can you laugh? Call me big sis, little man, and I'll take care of you. Oh yeah? Calling me little again. Let me show you what I've got. Ah, mercy. She held me tight. This woman, she always made me feel grounded. Chen Dajuan squatted by the roadside with a few brothers, smoking. Junji, how come everyone else got into the factory and we're stuck doing this? Yeah, take us along and let's keep hustling. Look at Guzzi and them, strutting around like big shots. Weren't they all following you back in the day? Chen Dajuan took a deep drag. Cut the hustling talk. We've stuck it out this long, we can't backslide now. He tossed the butt on the ground and stomped it out. If you're with me, keep following me. Anyone who's not, walk now, I won't stop you. We've grinded together this long. Next time we meet, I'll still call you brother. The others looked at each other and all stood up. I'm with Junji. You call the shots, we'll follow. No backsliding, ever. Chen Dajuan clapped their shoulders. Good men. Long as I've got a bite to eat, my brothers won't go hungry. I saw the whole thing. I called out, Dajuan. He turned, then hurried over. Master Chin, go take a shower and come find me at my place. You in? His face lit up. I'm in. Thank you, Master Chin, for the shot. The 5 guys behind him were beside themselves with excitement. Thank you, Master Chin. Passers-by on the street kept turning to look. Chen Dajuan waved his arm, feeling on top of the world. Brothers, bathhouse, let's go. I headed home. Boss. Yeah, Dajuan's coming by in a bit. Take him to the study. Afu acknowledged, then added. Boss, the alley was quite a scene today. The neighborhood only allows so many private businesses, and some people picked the same one. Ended up throwing hands. I smiled. Let him squabble a bit. Once inside, I went to the farm to shower, changed into something loose, and sat in the study brewing tea. The steel mill had over 14,000 people, daily grain consumption around 10 tons, 6 tons of vegetables, over a ton of cooking oil, at least a ton of meat. Even setting aside the planned rations and the half they supplied themselves, what remained each day was no small number. Chen Dajuan and his boys alone really couldn't handle it. I lifted my tea and took a sip. Logistics wasn't normally my beat, but plenty of people reported things to me, so I wasn't in the dark. I wasn't afraid of making enemies, but since I'd taken this on, I had to nail it. Footsteps came from outside. The housekeeper brought Chen Dajuan in. Boss, he's here. All right, you can go. Chen Dajuan looked a little nervous. He knew I was a big shot, and looking around at the place and the furnishings, he barely dared to step forward. Especially with a fierce tiger mounted in the room, his throat went dry. Master Chin. I sent out a thought and activated enslavement. A new point of light appeared in my sea of consciousness. Success. Come in. That's one I killed up in the mountains during my time in the countryside. Looked good, so I put it in here. His eyes turned even more reverent. Master Chin, what a display of prowess. Only a man of your standing could take down a tiger. Sit. I poured him a cup of tea. I'm planning to have you supply the steel mill cafeteria. The demand over there is huge. His face was electric with excitement. Master Chin, I'll bust my ass on this. I'll head back and round up the guys to find sources. You know what sources to look for? Cafeteria stuff. Can't do without grain, vegetables, and meat. I've got tight connections at the grain station. 50 tons of planned quota grain a month is no problem. More than that means paying extra. Vegetables I can collect from villages outside the city. There are dozens of villages. I can pull in 100+ tons easy. Meat I won't overpromise, but a few dozen domestic pigs is doable. That definitely won't be enough for the steel mill, so I can widen the net and hit every village outside the city. I took a sip of tea. This quantity isn't enough for the factory's consumption. Since you've got so many resources, why haven't you supplied these companies before? He scratched his head. They look down on us. The people inside are shady. You gotta grease palms and pull strings for everything. After all that, there's no profit left. I don't have that kind of money to throw around either. Farming ain't easy for regular folks, and I was scared I couldn't get the money back and would screw them over. I don't mind getting screwed myself, but I can't do that to them. I nodded. Drink your tea. His anxious heart settled a bit. Being told to drink tea meant he'd passed the first test. Barring anything unusual, starting tomorrow, bring one trusted brother over every morning before 7. Let me get a look at them. He stood up and answered loudly. Yes, sir. Inside, he was thrilled. His chance had finally come. Once I've seen them all, I'll tell you what to do next. Yes, sir. I set down my teacup, pulled a stack of cash out of the drawer, and tossed it on the table. This is for you to treat your brothers to a meal. No need to explain what for. Rest assured, Master Chin. I'll take care of it. Go on. Watching him walk away, I smiled. This kid really was a thoughtful, sharp one. I hadn't expected him to have so many resources on hand either. This'd make it convenient for me to move things out of the farm. Master. Bird 2's voice rang out in my head. I responded through my consciousness. What is it? The pretty mistress is angry in her office. Why? That guy she hates showed up again. Keep watching. I downed my tea in one gulp and stood up. Fu watched the house. Yes. In the alley outside Yuebin restaurant, 3 stray dogs were sniffing around for food. Suddenly a few yelps rang out, and all 3 dogs vanished. I formed a hand seal with my left hand, channeled my energy to draw a talisman, and sent it into one of the dogs' minds. A doghead light dot appeared in my sea of consciousness. Contract successful. But the mana in my dantian dropped by half in an instant. Damn, one dog eats up that much mana. Not wanting to waste any more, I woke the dog up. The stray climbed to its feet, shook its head, and looked at me with excitement. Master. All right, from now on you're dog 1. Can you get those 2 to work someone over in a bit? How rough? Bite him a few times. Too easy, master. Where is he? I'll go right now. Idiot. Is this something you can handle yourself? I'll get you outside. Once they wake up, you tell them what to do. Job well done, you get roast chicken. Thank you, master. We haven't even had chicken bones in ages. 3 dogs appeared out of thin air in the alley. 2 lay on the ground, and after a while, they slowly came to. Dog 1 rushed over and whispered to its 2 companions. Hiding in the shadows, I communicated with Dog 1 through my consciousness and told it to follow Bird 2's orders. Qianling sat in her office, sulking. I pushed the door open. Who's pissed off our beauty this time? She pouted. Who else? Forget him. I need to be comforted. She spread her arms out. I laughed, scooped her up, and set her on the desk. Then I'll have to comfort you properly. For the inheritance fight, he keeps coming around and pestering me, just so the family can see. Why is this guy so disgusting? I kissed her. If you don't look out for yourself, the heavens and earth will destroy you. This guy's got a clear goal. That's actually something in his favor. His methods just aren't up to par. She let out a soft moan. If it were you, what would you do? If it were me, it'd be simple. Same as now. Just cook the rice before anyone can stop me. You're the worst. No sense of decency at all. She wrapped her arms around me. But that shameless side of you is exactly what I love. Downstairs, Yun Hung had finished eating. Seeing that the person he wanted to see never appeared on the 2nd floor, he wasn't disappointed. He just stood up and headed for the exit. Qianling picked up her tea and took a big sip, shooting me a glare. Just kill me already. I chuckled and lit a cigarette. You're so beautiful. How could I not give it my all? Smooth talker. Woof woof woof. Damn dogs, get lost. Ow. Qianling hurried to the window, threw it open, and looked down. I stood upstairs, watching the show below. Yun Hing had a dog clamped down hard on his arm. He kicked another one flying and grabbed a third by the head with a backhand. The guy definitely had skills. My eyes narrowed, and my consciousness moved. A dog darted out from the alley and chomped down on his thigh, drawing blood on the spot. Yun Hung roared in rage. "You're all dead." But just as he was about to strike, the dog biting him turned and ran, gone in a blink. He froze, forgetting even the one still on his arm, and by the time he came to his senses, that one had bolted too. The one playing dead on the ground scrambled up and took off after them. I took a deep drag on my cigarette. I'd seen it clearly. This guy was a trained fighter, physically stronger than the beefiest laborer. This was my first time seeing this kind of powerhouse. Sure, he was nothing compared to me, but he was impressive by normal standards. Qian Ling quickly shut the window, covering her mouth to giggle. Serves him right. Let's see him try to come out for a while now. I laughed and sat down in a chair. He's trained in martial arts? A family with centuries of legacy like his. It'd be weird if they didn't. Today he just got unlucky. If he'd had his bodyguards with him, no way he'd have taken those hits. She looked delighted. Peace and quiet at last. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Cui Zhu pushed the door open. Manager, that young Master Yin looks awful, covered in blood. He's waiting downstairs for someone to pick him up. Serves him right. Give him a bottle of cooking wine to disinfect. Just don't let him die here. Heh, that'd really piss him off. Cui Zhu covered her mouth, laughing too. Qian Ling waved her off. Just keep an eye on things. Cui Zhu smiled and headed out. I stubbed out my cigarette. I'm heading back. If anything comes up, have Cui Zhu call me. Or you can call yourself. Qian Ling stood up and smoothed out my clothes. Okay, a lot of people are probably going to show up soon. Better you leave first. I kissed her, turned, and walked out. Seeing the hallway was empty, I used my powers and vanished. Meanwhile, Dog One was bickering with its two little brothers. I set 5 roast chickens down next to them. Boss, roast chicken. Humph. I told you, there'd be food after the job. Eat up. Dog One tilted its head back and started tearing in two. I told them to move somewhere else once they'd eaten their fill, so no one would find them and put them down. Back at the restaurant, I saw Yun Hung being loaded into an ambulance, flanked by 2 young men and an elderly man. From the way they walked, they were all trained fighters. I'm molded over. I wonder if there are other legacies out there. After thinking it over, I decided not to follow. I knew too little about these families, and since I hadn't been exposed, better to just observe a while longer. The next morning, Chun Dajuan brought his men to the courtyard. I looked them over, found no issues, enslaved them one by one, then sent them on their way. Half a month flew by. Chun Dajuan was sitting in my tea room again. Master Qin, these 20 men are 100% trustworthy, no different from my original 5. From here on out, we'll split up and work separately. I took a drag from my cigarette. Find a warehouse outside the city and start lining up supplies during this stretch. Barring anything unexpected, I'll be handling the cafeteria procurement for the steel mill by the end of next month. Everything gets sold at plan quota prices. I'll also funnel supplies to you. All the paperwork and settlements go through you guys. When you recruit new people down the line, don't mention me, and don't touch the money yourself. Don't worry, Master Qin. I told them a long time ago, nobody's allowed to mention you, ever. I pulled out a package and handed it over. There's 10 grand in there. Consider it startup capital for buying up supplies. Your salary is 50 a month and 40 each for the 20 men. Today happens to be the end of the month, so head back and pay them first. And remember, no passing off inferior goods as premium. Yes, sir. Chen Dajuan jumped up, fired up. The butler saw him out. A dozen or so of his guys were waiting outside, and they swarmed him the moment he stepped out. We'll talk when we get back. The whole crew headed out of the alley in high spirits. Zhang Daju caught sight of this and turned back to his house. Sis, I want to go see Brother Zhang. Zhang Dan heard him out. Some folks in the alley have already tried. In the end, all they got was a suggestion to open a restaurant, and people even came to blows over that. Zhang Daju scratched his head. I don't want to do manual labor anymore. I want to make something of myself too. Zhang Dan looked at her brother, hesitated for a moment, then gave a firm nod. Okay, I'll go with you. I can go by myself. I'd better tag along. The butler opened the door and asked with a smile, what can I do for you too? Zhang Daju spoke carefully. I'm here to see Brother Zhang. One moment, please. I'll go announce you. Zhang Dan looked around the courtyard with curiosity. She'd long heard that a capable man had returned to the alley, but she'd only ever seen me from a distance. Zhang Daju whispered, Sis, you can tell just by looking that Brother Zhang is a big shot. If he's willing to take me on, I'm bound to make it. A Fu came back. Please, come in. It was the siblings' first time inside. They took it all in with wonder, eyes full of longing. I watched as Shirtu walked in with a good-looking woman. Too bad she had a red birthmark the size of a ping-pong ball on her face. I smiled and waved them over. Shirtu, come sit. This your sister? Zhang Dan steadied herself. Yes, I'm Shida's sister, Zhang Dan. Sorry to bother you, Director Qin. She was watching me carefully, and when she didn't see any disgust in my eyes, a small warmth stirred in her heart. I poured them tea. Just call me by name. Make yourselves at home. Come have some tea. Zhang Daju stood there stiffly, not taking a seat. Brother Zhang, I saw Chun Dajuan and the others. I want to work for you too. Please, give me a shot. Zhang Dan chimed in. Brother Zhang, Shit has always been a simple, honest boy. It's just the two of us and our family, looking out for each other. We know you're an important man. I'm begging you. Please give my brother a chance. I gave them a gentle smile. Sit down, let's talk. Only then did the two of them sit down awkwardly. The steel mill's overstaffed right now. It'd really be tough to slot you in there. Zhang Dezhu got anxious. Brother Zhang, I'll work the gate. Anything. I've made up my mind about you. Sticking with you, I'll definitely do better than I am now. I took a sip of tea and quietly sized up Zhang Dan. If you look past that birthmark, this girl was genuinely striking. She could hold her own next to Lung Yuaning or Qianling. Her figure wasn't half bad either. Things have been shifting these past few years, and there'll be plenty of opportunities down the road. If I really put you on gate duty, sitting in a guardhouse day after day, where's the future in that? Brother Zhang, I've got a one-track mind, and once I set my sights on something, that's it. When you first came back the year before last, I could tell right away you were somebody big. The storytellers all say, stick with a big shot and you'll make it. Even if it's just watching the gate, I'd be watching the gate for a big shot. Folks would still look up to me. Ha ha, the kid cracked me up. But he wasn't wrong. Even a doorkeeper for the Prime Minister ranks as an official. I might not be at the top yet, but the future? Only up from here. Zhang Dan wasn't laughing. She was stunned by what her brother had said. She'd never imagined her usually quiet brother could put together words like that. Thinking of all the years they'd only had each other, her eyes went red. Because of the birthmark on her face, she'd been shunned. She hadn't wanted to settle for just any marriage either. Her brother had always shielded her, refusing to let her go out and work, terrified she'd be laughed at. She drew in a deep breath. Brother Zhang, shit is right. All these years, my face has held him back too long. I've already given up on marriage. If you don't mind how I look, I'll work myself to the bone for you the rest of my life. Just give Shirtu a chance. Sis, why won't you get married? Once I save up enough for a dowry, I'll find you a good family. I swear. Zhang Dan wiped the corner of her eye. Even if I got married, hearing gossip day in and day out would change a person. A whole lifetime is a long time. I'm fine like this. I'll get to watch you get married and have kids. Watching these two put on their sob story, I felt a bit helpless and lit a cigarette. The two of them heard the sound and stopped talking, lowering their heads to wipe away their tears, embarrassed. Zhang Dan looked apologetic. I'm sorry, Brother Zhang. We didn't mean to pressure you. If you think Shirtu isn't a good fit, we won't push it. I nodded. Shida's heart is in the right place. And like you said, a lifetime is long. Not everyone cares about looks. You're bound to meet someone who'll treat you right. Hearing that, Zhang Dan flushed and lowered her head without a word. I didn't push it further and took another drag. So what can Shirtu do? Zhang Daju got excited, then thought for a second and his face fell. I've just got brute strength. He lifted his head. But I'm willing to learn. Whatever you tell me to do, Brother Zhang, I'll give it my all. A single thought, divine power, enslave, activated. Another point of light appeared in my sea of consciousness. Enslavement successful. Go find Dajuan. Tell him I sent you, and just work with them. Zhang Daju shot to his feet, thrilled. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Zhang Dan was overjoyed too. Thank you, Brother Zhang. I'll go tidy up your rooms right now. I quickly waved her off. No need for that. Sure to, if you can't find them, just wait around the alley for a few days. I'll do whatever you say, Brother Zhang. You go on ahead. Zhang Daju scratched his head. Sis, I'll head out and check first. Go on. Zhang Dan nodded. Once she saw her brother leave, she got a little shy. Brother Zhang, do you have any laundry that needs doing? I'll come by every day from now on to tidy up. A Fu handles all that. No need to trouble yourself. Just head on home. No way. I said I'd work myself to the bone for you the rest of my life. I don't break my word. I gave a helpless laugh. So now you're stuck on me? Zhang Dan broke into a smile. Yep. Unless you throw me out, my mind's made up. I looked at her. I didn't live here anyway. If she wanted to clean, let her clean. I nodded. All right, come by once in a while to tidy up. You don't need to cook, just wipe things down. Great, I'll get started right now. Zhang Dan headed out, all smiles. Watching her walk away, I felt a pang of regret. Such a beautiful girl, ruined by that huge red birthmark. Zhang Dan asked the butler where the cleaning supplies were and got busy outside. My consciousness slipped into the farm space. I looked at the mountains of grain, vegetables, meat, cooking oil, and fruit piled up in the warehouse. Stuff from the farm tasted a whole lot better than anything on the outside. Let everyone eat well for once. Zhang Dan finished the main room and was about to move on to the other wings when I called out to her. Don't bother with those. Nobody lives there. It'd just be a waste. From now on, only clean the main house. Houses go to ruin if they're left alone. Let me do them once a month. I smiled. Sure, that works. Skip it today, though. Going forward, I won't have Ah Fu open the gate for you. Head home and get some rest. Okay. Zhang Dan answered and turned to leave. Master. Talk. That guy who got bit by the dog went back to the restaurant. Listening to Bird 2's report, I found it amusing and took a sip of tea. Keep a close eye on him. The second he tries anything funny, let me know. Yes, sir. Tea in hand. I mulled it over. Should I just kill this Yunheng? He kept sniffing around my woman. I shook my head. I'll need to find the right moment. Can't let it come back on Qianling. Meanwhile, Chen Dajuan looked at Zhang Deju. Sure to. Since Master Qin sent you over, you'll stick with us for now. Brother Jun, what should I do? Don't worry about it. I'll figure something out later. Here's this month's pay. Zhang Daju stared at the 40 yuan being handed to him, stunned. But I haven't done anything yet. Chen Dajuan pressed it into his hand. Everyone got some. Master Qin said everyone gets paid this month. From now on, wages go out on the last day of every month. Zhang Daju held the money in disbelief. He'd break his back hauling sacks and still couldn't earn 40 yuan. And here he was, getting a full month's pay on day one? His gratitude toward me went through the roof. The beauty of the enslavement power was that it didn't tamper with the enslaved person's thinking. They wouldn't betray me, and the thought of betrayal would never even cross their minds. Seeing her brother back, Zhang Dan asked with a smile. Sure too. How'd it go? Zhang Daju pulled out the 40 yuan. Sis, my first day, and they already paid me a month's wages. Said payday's the last day of every month from now on. That much? What did you do? Zhang Daju shook his head. Nothing. They said they'd figure out my job later. Right about then, Chen Dajuan arrived at my place. Master Qin, did you send Shirtu over? Yeah, he's trustworthy. Just bring him along on the jobs. Got it. I'll take him with me tomorrow. He came in today, so I gave him a month's pay too. I nodded. Handle it however you see fit. I was pleased with how careful he was. The next morning I got up, stretched, and mentally pinged the system to check in. Ding, monthly check-in complete. Congratulations to the host on receiving voice transmission technique, rolling mill logistics dirt, mana times 10 wisps. Streams of memories flooded into my mind, and my eyes lit up. Huh, mana finally has other uses. Voice transmission technique. I could use mana to send information directly into a target's mind. The range depended on my cultivation level. Right now, it maxed out at 1 kilometer. I love this one. Down the line, when I brought people like Iron Fist under my control, passing along orders would be a breeze. Then there was rolling mill logistics dirt. From the back kitchen to the offices, every single person's dirty laundry poured into my head. Even down to who'd swiped an extra green onion. It was all logged. I got up and headed to the farm space to wash up. Now that I had dirt on everyone in logistics, I could operate even more comfortably. I wasn't power hungry, but I sure as hell wasn't going to let anyone play me for a fool either. After breakfast, I told the butler I was heading out and rode over to the guest house. Lung Yuning had just arrived too. We headed upstairs together. Qianling ran into some trouble a few days ago. I froze. What kind of trouble? Hee. One of her admirers got bit by a dog outside the restaurant. She's been holed up there ever since, too scared to go home. Lung Yuning was in a great mood. She wrapped her arms around me, grinning. Good news, right? I was speechless. I pinched her nose. You're such a kid. What's the big deal? Lung Yuning leaned into my chest. That Yunheng had it coming. Qianling doesn't even like him, but he keeps showing up and hounding her every day. Everybody knows what he's after, and he still has the nerve to keep at it. Why won't she go home? Her family wants to come visit. She's dodging them, so she just stopped going home altogether. I nodded. Good thing I hadn't gone over and killed him yesterday. That would have dragged Qianling into a mess for sure. I lifted Lung Yuning up onto the desk. How many big families are there in the capital? Who's connected to who? Fill me in. Why the sudden interest? Just curious. Come on, tell me. Gently. Okay, I'll talk. Lung Yuning held on to me and started whispering in my ear. There were quite a few clans with lineages going back centuries or even 1,000 years. In the capital alone, there were 8. Bai, Mo, Yun, Gui, Shun, Huangpu, Sikong. The Bai family specialized in traditional Chinese medicine, particularly the tough cases. Their people were scattered across the country, most of them working in hospitals saving lives. The Mo family were masters of architecture, astronomy, and mechanical craftsmanship. Some of their people taught at universities. The Yun, Gui, Shun, Huangpu, and Sikong families were all business clans. They ran nothing domestically, but had extensive holdings overseas. That's only 7. There's one more, but they're super mysterious, the Wu family. Lung Yuning didn't know much either. She only said the family was extremely secretive, kept to themselves, and most of them didn't even live in the city. Rumor had it they practiced witchcraft, but who really knew? How come your family and the Qian family aren't on the list? We're not in their league. Our lineage doesn't go back nearly as far. Fair enough. A plan was forming in my head. Competitors in the same trade rarely share the same interests. As long as I kept a close watch on those 5 business families, I was bound to find an opening. As for the Wu family, no one even knew where they were. Even if I did know, I wouldn't dare poke around blindly. Who knew what kind of tricks they had up their sleeves? Lung Yuning clung to me tightly. After a while, her body went limp. Phew, I've got to get out of here, or I'm going to die on top of you. I laughed and gave her a squeeze. Even if you ran to the ends of the earth, I'd still track you down. She rolled her eyes at me, rested against my chest for a bit, and then we started gathering our things. I sat down in a chair and lit a cigarette. Suddenly, one of the bird-shaped points of light in my mind's sea flickered out. I froze. That's serious? All I'd done was send a sparrow with a buddy to nose around the Yun family for some intel. It had barely been any time at all, and it was already gone? Lung Yuning took a sip of water and reminded me. These families may not hold official positions, but their connections run deep, and they've all made significant contributions in the past. Try to avoid dealing with them if you can. I took a drag on my cigarette. Got it. I was just curious. Now that I know, I've lost interest. Your head's full of schemes all day long. Who knows what you're thinking? Why don't you crawl into my stomach and be a tapeworm? Then you'd know everything. Ugh, you're disgusting. Get out, get out. I need to work. She shoved me toward the door. All right, I won't bother you. I laughed and headed back to my own office. Xiaoran followed me in. Director, let me pour you some tea. Good girl. Hee, of course. I've got to take good care of you. I propped my legs up on the desk. You want something from me, don't you? She flashed me a sweet smile. You're so smart. Cut the flattery. Spit it out. She brought the tea over and set it down. Living at home with Hijia, we get nagged every single day. Could you get us a dorm room? I looked her over. You're not exactly young anymore. Why not just find someone and settle down? I refused to settle. It's got to be someone I actually like. She stepped closer and grabbed my hand. You're the best. Help us out, please. Fine. I'll give you 2 a room. Have Lulan arrange it. Awesome. I'm gonna go tell Hijia. She spun around and ran off. I chuckled and mentally checked in with Crow about the situation on their end. Master, there are guards at the estate. They won't let birds anywhere near the inner courtyard. I stroked my chin. Then stay outside. Follow them from the shadows and see if you can pick up any intel. Yes, sir. I picked up the tea and took a sip. Won't even let a bird through, huh? These families really are something else. Inside the office of Lu Liangong, head of logistics at the steel mill, sat 2 chubby, jolly middle-aged men. Brother-in-law, are you really stepping down? Everyone knows how formidable that Director Qin is. If he decides to dig up old dirt, we're done for. Lu Liangong rubbed his temples. I'll go feel him out. I've got no choice but to step down this time. From now on, you 2 need to keep your heads down and just do your jobs. I don't think it's a big deal. His backing may be strong, but he's just a young punk. What does he know about kitchen operations? If he pushes us too hard, we just walk out. What's he gonna do? You think that'll work? Lu Liangong glared at his 2 brothers-in-law. If that's how you're gonna think about it, don't come crying to me when things blow up. Seeing him lose his temper, the 2 shut their mouths. Lu Liangong sighed. You don't know what Director Qin's capable of. If you really cross him, it won't just be about quitting your jobs. You'll be doing time and eating prison rations. At the mention of prison rations, both men went pale. Brother-in-law, you'd better go talk to him. Worst case, we'll keep our noses clean from now on. Yeah. If it comes down to it, we'll resign right along with you. I was sitting in the guest house office drinking tea when there was a knock at the door. Come in. Lu Liangong walked in with a big smile plastered on his face. Director Qin, you're busy. Well, Director Lu, what brings you by? Have a seat. I stood up warmly to pour him some tea. A phone call would have been enough. You didn't need to come all the way over. Seeing how welcoming I was, he visibly relaxed. Just out for a stroll. This place is looking better and better. That's Director Qin for you. I can't take the credit. It's all thanks to Director Lung's leadership. You're too modest. He pulled out a cigarette and lit one for me with an eager, almost subservient air. Watching his behavior, I had a pretty good idea what he was here for. I'm going to have all the accounts squared away soon. I won't leave any loose ends for Director Qin. I took a drag on my cigarette. It's not a problem. The factory already made it clear. Anything that happened before I took over has nothing to do with me. His expression stiffened. Then he sighed. This seat of mine isn't easy to sit in. I've got to keep everyone happy on all sides. Director Qin, you may not realize it, but there are a lot of people eyeing our factory as a piece of meat. A bit here, a bit there. I can't afford to offend any of them. Now that word's out that I'm stepping down, some folks have been pestering me to set up a dinner between us. I took a sip of tea. Director Liu, I'm not going to interfere with what happened before, but going forward, that depends. Skip the dinner. If they can bring their prices down to the state plan rate, I'd welcome them with open arms. Hearing that, the smile returned to his face. You're absolutely right, Director Chin. But getting that crowd to lower their prices, that's a tall order. I took another drag. I've also heard about your two brothers-in-law. Have them buckle down and do their jobs from now on. Once I take over, I won't dig up anything from the past. I only care about what happens going forward. You know me. I don't have a habit of grabbing power. As long as my own turf runs smoothly and the workers are happy, everything else is negotiable. He nodded eagerly. I'll be sure to pass that along. And if they ever step out of line, you handle them however you see fit. We chatted a while longer, and Lu Liangong left with a smile all over his face. He jaw knocked and came in. Let me tidy up a bit. I looked at her and grinned. Now that you're here, I'm a lot more comfortable. You and your sweet talk. She grabbed the teacup and took it out to wash. Section Chief's son, Director Chin, is inside. A voice called from outside. I looked up and saw Sun Lang walk in with a smile. Old son, you're here. I got up and poured him a cup of tea. He took the tea and sat down. I saw Director Liu just left. Yeah, I was going to look for you if you hadn't come. What's up? Tell me. I've lined up a supplier at state plan prices, enough to cover about a quarter of what the factory needs. Go back and hold a meeting with the purchasers. Starting next month, all cafeteria purchasing goes at plan prices. He lowered his voice. What about the other quarter? I smiled. Low-priced suppliers are hard to find, but high-priced ones are a dime a dozen. Leave them hanging for now. My guess is that within 3 months, a whole new batch of state plan goods will hit the market. You and Old Ma keep your eyes peeled. The moment they surface, snatch them up. But if they won't sell to us, they'll just sell to other factories. That's exactly what I want, for them to sell to other factories. Sun Lang couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Director, now I'm confused. Wouldn't that leave us with even less supply? I slowly picked up my teacup. I've stockpiled plenty of ammo on my end. We can hold out. Given enough time, they might not be able to. Their internal ranks are bound to fracture. Since they've all got backing, let them fight it out among themselves. All we have to do is get through the first few months. Sun Lang's eyes lit up. I get it now. This is sitting on the mountain watching the tigers fight. Once they've clashed, some of them are bound to get knocked out. The market's only so big. Every share they lose is a share left over, and we swoop in and take it. I took a sip of tea. Go ahead and order 100,000 sacks first. I'll tell you where to ship them later. The cost can be deducted from next month's delivery payment. Got it. I'll handle it quietly. I pulled a notebook out of the drawer and handed it to him. Inside are some logistics matters. Once the handover's done this month, crack down where you need to. I won't get involved. Just work it out with Old Ma. He flipped through it. All right. I'll get them all in line. From now on, there'll only be one voice in the logistics department, yours. I nodded. I'll recommend you to Director Du for the deputy director position. After that, you'll need to build your own connections. Old Ma will move up a step too. I'll have the factory arrange the deputy section chief spot for him. Understood. After Sun Lang left, He Jiatsai came in. You sure are busy. You think I just play around all day? This is called being dedicated to my work. She rolled her eyes. Yeah, right. Like I'd buy that. I smiled and asked, you find a dorm? She nodded happily. Yep, the room at the end of the hallway in the office building. We'll go back today to pack and move in tomorrow. I pulled out 100 yuan and a stack of ration coupons. Here, take this back for your family. She took it. I'll give them half and bring some more next time I visit. Sure, do what works for you. Sun Lang went back to the purchasing department and made a round through the main office. Ahem, listen up. Next month's purchasing plan has changed. Buy at plan quota prices only, no high-priced goods. Make sure everyone knows, so we don't end up with a pile of stuff next month that the factory can't reimburse. Section Chief, what about the shortfall? Yeah, if we can't fill it, the workers will chew us out. Sun Lang smiled. You've all heard the news. Director Sun retires at the end of the month, and Director Chin will be in charge starting next month. He waved his hand. That's all. Wang Lei, come to my office. Everyone exchanged glances and shut their mouths. Some figured Section Chief Sun wasn't happy about it and was going to lock horns with the new director. Section Chief Sun, you wanted to see me? Sun Lang smiled and pointed to a chair. You've been doing good work lately. Keep it up. Take what I just said seriously. Now get back to work. Oh, okay. I'll do my best. Wang Lei walked out completely confused, and everyone in the room stared at him. News that the steel mill was suspending off-plan purchases next month spread fast through the purchasing agents. Damn it, that Sun guy's trying to butt heads with the new director. Don't screw with my money. Director Liu passed word that the new director Chin refused to go to dinner. Just wait. A factory that big. No way they can hold out. So do we still take the slips next month? Duh. How else are we going to pick up the goods? In several small courtyards, similar scenes were playing out. I did a lap around the guest house and came back to my office. Lu Lan came in with some documents for me to sign. Zhengji, these need your signature. I took them, glanced through, and signed. All right, how's your grandma doing? Much better. With better nutrition, she can cook and tidy up on her own every day. She's got a lot of energy. I nodded. That's good. Come to me anytime if anything comes up. Grandma keeps asking about you. I told her you're busy with work, and she said to take care of yourself. I smiled. I'll go visit her one of these days. Lu Lan happily took the documents and left. I had a few cups of tea, checked the time, then left the guest house and made my way to the antique street. Lu Tong heard the door and called out, "Who is it?" "It's me." The moment she heard my voice, she ran over happily and opened the door. Afterwards, Lu Tong nestled against me with a blissful look on her face. I gave her a kiss. "Just had a meal and you're still not full? Mean. You haven't come by in days. I missed you." I gave her a little pinch. "How things been at home these past few days?" She shifted into a comfier position in my arms. "Pretty good. I tidy up around the house and read every day." That was just her nature. She didn't like running around, and she was content just doing the quiet things she loved at home. I like that about her. I've got someone stationed around here. If you miss me or need anything, just holler outside and word'll get to me quick. I'll come right over. She looked up at me, delighted. "Really? Huh, of course really. Okay, then when I miss you, I'll call out Zhengji." I pinched her nose. Deal. With Lu San gone, I didn't feel right about her going to the shop alone, so I just closed Tingzheng Pavilion for good. I had a meal with her, then left the courtyard. I'd barely biked out onto the street when the spirit detector in my bag reacted. Following its guidance, I spotted an old farmer. I stopped the bike and smiled. "Hey there, old comrade. Mind if we have a chat?" The old farmer looked a little curious at my greeting. "Young comrade, you looking for me? You got something to sell, don't you?" The moment he heard that, he instinctively clutched his chest. "What do you mean?" I smiled and pulled out my work ID. "Relax. I'm a purchasing agent at the steel mill. I buy stuff all the time." He stared at the ID for a while. He couldn't read, but he'd seen work IDs before, and it looked right. His guard came down, and he laughed. "Oh, so that's it. I didn't bring anything else this trip, but if you're looking to buy a lot, you can come out to our village, and I'll show you around." "Sure, I'll come by when I get the chance." "Was there something else you came into town for? Maybe I can help." The old farmer carefully pulled a small cloth pouch out from inside his shirt and handed it over. "I picked this up in the mountains. My kid's getting married, so I figured I'd see if I could trade it for some cash." I sensed it. There was a jade pendant inside. My heart jumped. "How much are you looking for?" 20 yuan, plus 40 industrial coupons. "Don't know if that works." I shook my head. "The places over there won't give you that price." "Then how much can they give?" "Maybe 5 yuan tops. And forget about industrial coupons. That's way too little." The old farmer took the pouch back. "This jade looks pretty nice. You're not trying to cheat me, are you?" I waved my hand. "Cheating you wouldn't do me any good. Running into you today is fate. If you agree, I'll buy it at your price. And when I come out to your village, you help me buy up more stuff." The old farmer heard that, didn't get suspicious, and nodded happily. Sure. When you come out, I'll definitely help you find more." "Deal." I pulled out the money and industrial coupons and handed them over. "Count them." He handed me the jade pendant, took the money, spit on his fingertip, and counted it carefully 3 times before cheerfully tucking it away. "That's right. Well, I'll be off then." I put the pendant away and asked, "Old comrade, which mountain did you pick this up on? Was there anything else there at the time?" "Nope. I thought I'd stumbled onto buried treasure and dug up the whole area, but I didn't find anything else." "I see. All right, take care." I watched him ride off, turning into the alley on his bike, heading home. Afu opened the door. "Boss is back." "Yeah, I'm back." I set my bike down and walked inside. Zhang Dan was sweeping the courtyard and greeted me with a smile. "Welcome back, Zhang. Just tidy up a bit, nothing fancy." "Got it." Inside, I brewed myself a cup of tea and took out the jade pendant. Ding, special ability detected. Absorb it. Absorb. That familiar wheel appeared in my mind again. Looking at the colors, I silently said a little prayer. Start. The wheel began to spin, faster and faster, until the colors blurred together. That's when I called it. Stop. The wheel slowed, the pointer sweeping across the colors, and my heart tightened right along with it. This was already the 3rd energy absorption. It had better cough up something decent this time. The wheel came to a halt. The pointer landed on red. I clenched my fists. Yes, 1 tier higher than last time. Ding, congratulations, host. You've drawn an unranked cultivation technique. Breath concealment. That's it. Right after, a flood of memories poured into my head. I sat down in the chair and slowly absorbed the technique into my mind. It was called breath concealment, and it could hide your true power. Master it fully and karma couldn't trace you. Fate couldn't see you. Just reading the description made my eyes light up, Anything that hides your strength has got to be good. 3 levels total. Level 1 could fool a cultivator 1 major realm above you. Level 2 could fool 1-2 realms above. Level 3 was the real deal. Fate blind, karma untraceable, immune to any form of divination. Even someone 3 major realms above wouldn't see through you. As I thought about it, the mana in my Danteon started circulating according to the technique on its own. Normally that mana just sat there, useless for anything except contracts. Finally, it was starting to feel like actual cultivation. The mana ran through my meridians once, and I noticed each pass left behind a thin trace, coating the meridians like armor. After one full cycle, I tried channeling the mana. A wisp of white light immediately condensed at my fingertip. It can even leave the body. A flick of my finger, and I could shoot mana out. Though I hadn't tested the power yet, didn't want to risk anything reckless. The first 2 levels only hid your realm. The real kicker was level 3. Fate blind, karma unreadable, nobody able to divine me. Just imagining it got me pumped. Each level had a mana threshold. Hit it, and you break through automatically. I did the math. With the system's daily mana rewards, I could break level 2 in a year at most, and level 3 within a few years. Zhang Dan was still tidying up the courtyard, so I got up and went into the back room. A thought later, I was inside the farm space. Facing a tree in the woods, I flicked my finger. A pearl of white mana shot out fast as lightning. Boom. The trunk exploded, and the tree came crashing down with a heavy thud. I was more than satisfied with that. Then I got into a Bajiquan stance and threw a punch, mana pouring into my fist. Crash. A fist-deep dent appeared in the solid rock, and my hand didn't have a scratch. But my mana was already running low. I shook my head. No way to refill it, so I'd better ration. Then I tried the divine ability, Shadow Shift. One step forward, mana instantly drained, and I was already 100 meters away. Only a wisp of mana was still circulating, but I wasn't disappointed at all. If anything, I saw just how terrifying this ability was. Shadow Shift ignored all obstacles. Normally it'd cut your speed in half, but with mana feeding it, not only did it recover the lost speed, it went even faster. If I had enough mana, my speed would be absolutely insane. Half a month flew by. I was standing in a small courtyard outside the city, the room stacked wall to wall with sacks of vegetables, all lined up neat. Mostly 3 items: potatoes, cabbage, and daikon radish. This time of year, anything else meant greenhouse veggies, way more expensive. Boss, that's 30 tons here. Not enough room, the rest is in the village. We'll haul it in when you need it. Good. Keep that tonnage steady. Beginning of the month, everything goes to the steel mill. Understood. Shindajuan said excitedly. We've got 80 pigs on order. Butcher M. Keep 2 tons on hand here. Send 1 ton over every day. If it's short, I'll cover the rest. Yes. You go stand watch outside. Shindajuan didn't say a word, just headed out and shut the door. A thought, and I swept all the vegetables into my farm space, mixing them with what I'd grown myself. The stuff from my space was way higher quality, so I had to cherry-pick the ugly-looking ones to blend in. Otherwise, people would notice premium goods in the batch, and I couldn't exactly explain that away. Once it was mixed, I used voice transmission to call Chundajuan back in. Boss, was that you just calling me? Yeah. From now on, when I come by, I stay out of sight. We'll stay in touch under the radar. The awe in Chundajuan's eyes deepened. Yes, sir. Go on. Handle things the usual way. At the factory, deal with Director Sunday. Once he left, I used Shadow Shift and vanished. 1 minute later, I was home. 20+ kilometers in that little time. That's what speed looks like paired with mana. My mana was tapped out again, and that was my current limit. Once my daily mana kept growing, I'd be able to cover longer distances. In the big conference room at the steel mill, Feng Jiahui sat at the front table. By decision of the steel mill, Comrade Qin Zheng is hereby appointed Director of Logistics and head of the guest house. Clap, clap, clap. Comrade Sun Lang is appointed Deputy Director of Logistics. Plenty of folks in the audience were looking at me, eaten up with envy. A logistics director this young. The steel mill had never seen one since its founding. After the meeting broke up, people came over one after another to congratulate me. The moment I took office, all those supplier cronies were lined up waiting to watch me fall on my face. They all figured Sun Lang had been the one blocking the high-priced purchases. They were betting I couldn't source the goods and wouldn't last as director. Before dawn, several trucks from the steel mill pulled up at the little courtyard outside the city. Chen Dajuan handed out cigarettes with a smile. Have a smoke, take a breather, boys. We'll have you loaded up in no time. All right, make it quick. The original plan was 30 tons, but I took a look at how things were at the factory and bumped it up to 50. The extra 20 tons I hauled to the courtyard overnight. 3 tons of pork, enough to feed the factory for 3 or 4 days. There were spies staked out around the steel mill. The moment the trucks rolled back in, all eyes were on the cargo. They counted it up and hustled back to report. Chen Dajuan brought a few of his guys into the factory, every one of them buzzing with excitement. Not that they'd never been inside before, but never like this, out in the open, with tens of tons in one shot. Once everything was unloaded, they took the paperwork to the finance office. 50 tons of vegetables sold for 5,000 yuan, 3 tons of pork for 7,200, all at plain quota pricing. If it had been off quota, the price would have doubled. Chen Dajuan cheerfully led his people out. Look sharp, everyone. Let's head back. Meanwhile, in another small courtyard, a middle-aged man was roaring, "Son of a bitch. They dare steal my business. Boss, this is clearly Qin Zheng's doing. Word is, this guy's not someone you want to mess with. He's got serious connections. If you ask me, we should just sell to the other factories instead. Cut off their supply and see who ends up screwed. Check in. Ding. Monthly check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You've received farm space area times 1x, madness pill recipe, mana times 10 wisps. A surge of mana flowed into my dantian. The farm space rapidly expanded, ballooning to over 4,000 mu in the blink of an eye, twice as big as before. A wealth of new information flooded into my head. The madness pill. Take one, and the user goes insane for 7 days, with no detectable cause. Now this is interesting. I stepped into the farm space to wash up and eat, picked out the herbs for the madness pill, set everything up, and left it alone. I made my way to the guest house. Director Qin. Morning, Director Qin. I nodded with a smile. Once inside, I didn't bother switching offices, didn't see the point. He Jia finished brewing the tea. I'll get to work then. Just holler if you need anything. Go ahead. I'd barely sat down when I heard commotion outside. Who are you looking for? This is our young Master Wang. Get your Director Qin out here to greet him, now. I stood up and walked out. What's going on here? He Jiao pointed at a few men in the hallway. These people just barged right in. Well, Director Qin sure puts on airs. The young man leading the group had that cocky, full of himself look about him. Do I know you? Nope, sure don't. Plenty of people would kill to know me. Hell, I usually can't be bothered. Then you've got the wrong guy. I've got no interest in getting to know riffraff. You son of a, you're the first person who's ever dared talk to me like that. Do you have any idea who young Master Wang is? You must be tired of living. The leader jiggled his leg. My dad is. I kicked him square in the chest. Thud. I'm sure as hell not your dad, so quit playing that shit with me. The other two hadn't even processed what was happening before each took a heavy blow to the face, slamming to the floor unconscious. I shook out my hand. Call security. Lock these three up and teach them a real lesson. He Jia, who'd never seen me get physical before, was startled for a second before running off to make the call. The service staff crowded around, murmuring at the sight of 3 men laid out on the floor. First time I've seen the director lose his cool. Didn't know Director Qin could throw down like that. So manly. Head of security Zhao Fei came running with his men. Director Qin, what happened? These 3 unidentified guys came to the guest house harassing the female staff. Take them back and work them over. Anybody comes asking favors, send him to me. Yes, sir. Zhao Fei waved his hand, and his men hauled the 3 unconscious guys off. Qiao Ran's eyes were shining. Director Qin, you're so cool. I smiled and headed back to the office. He Jia and the others followed me in. Won't this cause trouble? What trouble? If I wasn't worried about killing him, I'd have gotten in a few more licks. I lit up a cigarette, not the least bit concerned. He Jia, go tell everyone that these guys were harassing the servers, refused to stop even after being told off, and that's why they got hauled away. What if people ask who exactly they harassed? We've got to protect the girls who got hassled. Can't just go blabbing names around. He Jia looked at me. You're a piece of work, you know that? I'll go now. Xiao Ran asked. What if someone investigates and the story falls apart? So it falls apart. All I need is the justification. You always have a way. She leaned in against me. I pinched her cheek. One of these days I'll show you what I can really do. I flashed a wicked grin and gave her a kiss. Over at the security office, several guys were taking turns working over the 3 prisoners. You've got to be tired of living, coming to the guest house to hit on our girls. My dad is. Slap. Zhao Fei's hand cracked across his face. I don't give a damn who your daddy is. Gag him and let's really get to work. The 3 had filthy rags stuffed in their mouths. Muffled MMPHS muffled behind them as they shook their heads frantically, eyes wide with terror. The security team took turns on them, beating them until they were begging for mercy, but with their mouths gagged, they couldn't get a single word out. These guys were used to being the ones doing the bullying. They'd never been on the receiving end of anything like this. In a deputy minister's office at some ministry, the secretary knocked and entered. Sir, someone called to say Xiaoqiang got picked up by security at the rolling mill. The man looked up. Did they say what for? They said he was harassing a female server at the guest house and was stopped by the logistics director, Qin Zheng. Get a car ready. I'll go there myself. Yes, sir. When Feng Jiahui got the call from security, he immediately alerted the deputy directors and rushed downstairs. The whole group hurried down, and when they saw the car pulling up to the security office, they jogged over out of curiosity. Zhao Fei and his men were standing guard outside. Wang Weiyan got out of the car and just stood there without a word. Feng Jiaowei ran up with his hand extended. Sir, we had no idea you were coming today. Our apologies. I heard you're doing good work over here. Just came to have a look around. How about we take you to see the workshop? Wang Weiyan waved him off. I hear the security department's been doing outstanding work. Let's take a look in there. Feng Jiaowei and the others felt their stomachs drop. That line meant something had definitely happened. Du Yunfei turned and asked, Chief Zhao, anything going on here today? Reporting to Factory Director Du, we've apprehended 3 hooligans. Wang Weiyan clasped his hands behind his back. Young man, your security department doesn't have the authority to hand down convictions. You can't just go accusing innocent people. Zhao Fei saluted. Reporting, sir, there are witnesses over at the guest house. These 3 were extremely arrogant. They even said that even if they killed someone, no one would dare arrest them. Absolutely out of control. Feng Jiaowei cleared his throat. Chief Zhao, there may be some misunderstanding here. Zhao Fei scratched his head. Director, how about I call Director Qin and have him come explain? Fine, go quickly. The group filed into the security office. There they saw the 3 men bound, gags in their mouths, faces black and blue. When Wang Xiaoqiang saw his father, he latched onto him like a drowning man grabbing a lifeline, fing desperately, tears streaming down his face. He'd never taken a beating like this in his entire life. Normally, he was the one dishing it out. Today, though, he'd walked right into a bandit's den. He hadn't even gotten to say who he was before getting knocked out cold, and when he came to, they'd gagged him and started beating him again. Wang Weiyan's hands, clasped behind his back, clenched tight. So this is how your rolling mill security department operates. Feng Jiaowei hurried to explain. There must be a misunderstanding. He turned and barked, untie them right now. But Li Chang shook his head. Director, these 3 are hooligans. There's a server over at the guest house still in tears. If we let them walk and she comes looking, we won't have any way to answer for it. I smiled to myself. I'd been waiting for this little show all along. I needed the other suppliers to see loud and clear. No matter who you are or who's backing you, if you come here and cause trouble, you'll get your ass beat and still have to pay up. After finishing my cigarette and figuring the timing was about right, I got up and headed back to the security office. Before walking in, I made a point of wiping my forehead, putting on a show like I'd worked hard for this. Director, they finally agreed. $950, not a full 1,000. Du Yunfei nearly cracked up, like the boss cares about $50. He could tell right away this was a trap I'd set on purpose. Wang Xiaoqiang was still making muffled noises through the gag, shaking his head furiously. I shot a glance at the guy whose eyes were practically shooting flames, then turned to the security team. Everything's settled. Go on, let him go. Zhao Fei didn't move. He looked to Feng Jiaowei. Feng waved his hand. Let him go. Inside, he was pretty pleased. This new security chief was solid, knew how to follow orders. The moment the rag came out of his mouth, Wang Xiaoqiang came at me swinging, teeth bared. You motherfucker. Smack. Everyone froze. I let my hand drop and said flatly, you all saw that. This punk's got some nerve, screws up, and still has the balls to cuss people out. You son of a bitch, you dare hit me? I'll kill you today. Enough. Wang Weiyan's face went dark. You haven't embarrassed yourself enough already? Dad, he's framing me. We didn't do anything. You have to believe me. I shook my head. Fine. I'll go get the witnesses. Let's take this to the authorities. Wait. Wang Weiyan took a deep breath. Director Qin, the boy hasn't been properly disciplined. I'll deal with him thoroughly when we get home. Let's leave it at this for today. After Feng Jiaowei and the others saw them off, they turned back to me. Little Qin, you've really made an enemy of Deputy Director Wang this time. Yeah, that slap of yours. I thought he was going to blow a gasket. I put on a helpless face. What choice did I have? I'm not his dad. Why should I be the one going easy on him? Du Yunfei pointed a finger at me. You kid, you're something else. We chatted a bit more, then everyone dispersed. I headed back to the guest house in a great mood. He Jia and Xiao Ran followed me into the office. So, how'd it go? Handled. 1,000 yuan in damages. Should be delivered in a day or 2. That much? Xiao Ran's eyes lit up. This is easy money. You beat the guy up and he still has to pay you? He Jia rolled her eyes at her. Easy money, huh? You go try it. Hee, I don't have the chops. Brother Zheng's the real deal. I picked up my teacup smugly, took a sip, then set it down. If someone drops off the money while I'm out, hold on to it for me. Got it. Word about Wang Xiaoqiang spread the same day. Got the full scoop. That Director Qin from the steel mill first beat the guy senseless, then dragged him to the security office and worked him over. In the end, his dad had to show up and cough up $1,000 to bail him out. Wang Xiaoqiang was on his knees crying uncle, and they only let him go after a huge payoff. The story didn't just make the rounds among the second-generation crowd. It blew up in the supplier circles too. Everyone had heard about the ruthless logistics director at the steel mill. Those few suppliers were sweating bullets. They didn't have Wang Xiaoqiang's family connections. If even he got beat down and had to pay up, they'd have zero chance. Boss, what do we do? Find another buyer. The tickets are about to expire. We can't sit on them. Right. It was all money. Once they got their hands on the goods, they could turn around and sell them at double the price. Du Yunfei sat in his office going over the month's books, all smiles. I knew I had you pegged right. High-priced supplies are down to less than a quarter of the total. Good work. This counts as a win for you. I took a sip of tea. As long as you're satisfied, boss. I was worried I couldn't pull it off. Ah, I knew you could. He set the ledger down. Chinese New Year's next month. We need to start prepping the employee bonuses. Any ideas? I waved him off. That's your call. Riding herd on the cafeteria's already wearing me out. Don't drag me into this one. You. All right, I'll have old son handle it. This was what Du Yunfei loved most about me. I never overstepped my lane, but whatever fell under me got done right. And most importantly, I wasn't a stick in the mud. Oh right, can you still get your hands on any flying dragon this year? Yeah. How many do you need? However many. 1 or 2 works. 10 would be even better. Sure. I'll set aside 15 for you. Delivered next month. No problem. Leave it to me. I finished my tea and got up to leave. I'd barely made it back to the guest house office when the phone rang. I picked up. Who's this? Little Qin. It's Lu Wenyuan. Professor Lu. I've been waiting for your call. Still in the capital? Huh. Meetings back to back these last few weeks. Today's the first time I've had a breather. Let me take you out tonight. How about our steel mill guest house? Not tonight. Old Qin already booked a table at Yuebin restaurant. We'll be there at 6. Works for you? Absolutely. See you tonight. After hanging up, I started thinking about what to bring. I've never thought of myself as a good person, but people who've helped me, those debts, I pay back. I sent my consciousness into the warehouse for a quick look. Plenty of check-in rewards, but flipping through them, nothing felt quite right. Finally, my eyes landed on that top-grade tea tree. Better quality than even the mother tree of Da Hong Pao I'd gotten from check-ins. But since it was planted late, I only had about a pound. Then I spotted bundles of mind-clearing incense and figured that was an even better fit. They spent months out in the field on archaeological digs. Insect repellent like this would be a godsend. In the end, I took out every last leaf of the premium tea, packed it into 2 boxes, grabbed a few bundles of incense, and stuffed them into my bag. Yuebin restaurant was as lively as always. The pretty hostess stood at the door. Welcome. As I walked in, I heard Lu Wenyuan looking around. Old Chun, you really went all out today. Chun Shuyuan laughed. Cut it out. If you were really worried about me spending too much, we could have gone to Little Qin's guest house like you suggested. I just didn't want to waste all your good intentions. Welcome, Director Qin. Heads turned throughout the restaurant at the announcement. I put on a pained face. Come on, next time drop the title and name, okay? But you don't come by often, Director Qin. Of course we've got to greet you properly. Right. If you came every day, we wouldn't bother. The waitresses were teasing me. I spotted Lu Wenyuan and walked over quickly. Professor Lu, it's been over 2 years. You're looking as sharp as ever. He looked me up and down for a moment, then smiled. Little Qin, you've really changed. Well, that place I was stuck in was rough. Now that I'm back, I had to shape up somehow. No argument there. He turned to his companion. Old Chun, this is the Qin Zheng I've been telling you about. Don't let his age fool you. When it comes to knowledge, even I have to tip my hat. Chun Shuyuan warmly extended his hand. Little Qin, I've heard old Lu talk about you nonstop. First time meeting in person, and you really do cut a fine figure. Professor Chun, good to meet you. If it weren't for you too, I might still be stuck out in the mountains. I owe you plenty of drinks tonight. Everyone in the restaurant was watching us with keen interest. Director Qin's name was known all over the capital these days, mostly because of the Yuebin restaurant, but many people had only heard of him. Today was their first time actually seeing him in person. Yun Heng watched me exchange pleasantries with people, a thoughtful look in his eyes. The 3 of us sat down, and I poured tea for the 2 of them. Professor Lu, how long are you staying this time? I've been in meetings these past few days, and I have another one tomorrow. I'll take the train back the day after. Stay a few more days. I'll show you around. He took a sip of tea. It's almost the end of the year. I've got things to arrange when I get back. It'll have to be next time. Upstairs, Qian Ling heard I'd arrived and got up to come down, but after a few steps she turned back. She remembered Yun Heng was still there. If she came down to keep me company, that guy would definitely hold a grudge. So she gave instructions instead. Xiaotsui, set them up with the best food and drinks. Put it on my tab. Got it, I'm on it. Waitresses carried plates of food to the table one after another. Chun Shuyuan looked curious. We didn't order all this, did we? Sueju came over with a smile. Director Qin, The manager heard you were here with friends and arranged this specially. I nodded. Thank Manager Qian for me. Lu Wenyuan just assumed the restaurant was doing great business. He had no idea what it meant to have the manager comp your meal. Chun Shuyuan's face darkened though. Xiaoqin, do you come here often? He was completely absorbed in archaeology and didn't know the whole story here, so he assumed I was coming around freeloading all the time. Why else would the manager send over free food? Salaries weren't high in those days, but some folks abused their power to wine and dine on the public's dime, and that was something he couldn't stand. Sueju explained, Sir, you may not know, but Director Qin gave our restaurant some excellent suggestions early on that have kept us packed with customers ever since. So a comped meal from the manager is really nothing. Lu Wenyuan perked up. Young lady, mind telling this old man about it? Only then did Chun Shuyuan realize he'd misunderstood me, and he leaned in to listen too. Sueju recounted everything that had happened since the restaurant opened. Curious guests at the nearby tables listened in too, and by the end, they all had a newfound respect for me. Chun Shuyuan looked apologetic. Xiaoqin, I misjudged you just now. I poured wine for the two professors and smiled. It's fine. Professor Chun, you're an upright man. I can't stand that kind of thing either. Then I turned to Lu Wenyuan. Professor Lu, I heard you were coming, so I prepared a little gift for you. I'll give it to you before you leave. He grinned. A gift for me? Well, I'm telling you up front. If I don't like it, I'm not taking it. Huh, you'll definitely like it. Chun Shuyuan got interested. Xiaoqin, young as you are, you've already learned to keep people in suspense. Come on, let's see it. Now you've got me curious too. I raised my glass. I've got one for Professor Chin as well. You can take them home and check them out at your leisure. First, a toast to you both. Thank you for standing up for me back then. Not far off, Yun Heng was drinking and glancing over at us from time to time. He'd already figured it out. Qian Ling was pulling the old pay a fortune for a horse's bones trick. Comping a single meal wasn't much, but once word got out, it was basically free advertising for the restaurant. Besides, he'd done his homework. Counting today, I'd only been here 3 times. Getting one-upped in front of everyone left him a little sour. He mulled over whether he could work an angle through the restaurant business himself. Even if he couldn't win the girl, at least he wouldn't be stuck looking as awkward as he did now. But watching how well the place was already doing, he realized any suggestions he offered would just be icing on the cake, and they might not even take them. Chun Shuyuan took a sip of wine. Xiaoqin, our archaeology department does a lot of field work. We often end up going into the mountains. If we ever need one, would you be able to guide us? I smiled and refilled their cups. If you really need me, just call anytime. Lu Wenyuan objected. Xiaoqin has a job now. You'd have him take time off to go trekking through the mountains with you. Huh, I forgot about that. Chun Shuyuan picked up his glass. Going into the mountains has always been the toughest part of archaeology for us. In summer there are venomous insects everywhere, and in winter the conditions are brutal. The 3 of us drank. Lu Wenyuan laughed. I still think back to that time Xiaoqin took us into the mountains. Good food and drink every day. It was the most relaxing fieldwork trip I've ever had. The gift I prepared for you this time includes something for repelling insects, I said. It can't drive them all off, but it'll make things easier out there. Both of them got interested. Give us a hint. Yeah, let's see it. Let me just tell you about it. You can try it out when you get home. It's called Xingshan incense. I learned it from the mountain folk. It's complicated to make, all traditional herbs, with the main ingredient being a 50-year-old wild ginseng root. It sharpens the mind, improves sleep. The insect repelling and air purifying are just side effects. Lu Wenyuan was shocked. That's incredibly precious. A 50-year-old wild ginseng root doesn't come cheap. Chun Shuyuan was stunned too. No wonder it has so many uses. What a shame it's so rare. Otherwise, if it were widely available, it'd be a godsend for people in our line of work. I poured them another round. No matter how precious, it's meant to be used by people. Here's another toast to you both. Bottoms up for me. Drink as much as you like. Ha, cheers. Once we'd eaten and drunk our fill, the 3 of us stepped out of the restaurant. I took out the gifts. Professor Lu, Professor Chun, this is the Xingshan incense. Try it when you get back. And this box contains mountain tea I picked myself. It's got a nice flavor. Hope you enjoy it. Xiaoqin, that's very thoughtful of you. Well, I won't be shy about accepting it then. After a few more parting words, I watched the 2 of them get on a rickshaw and leave, then pushed my bike and rode home. When Yun Heng saw me leave just like that, he thought even less of me. When I got home, Shitu called out, "Boss is back." I noticed Shitu's sister, Zhang Dan, was still there and walked over curiously. "How come you haven't gone home yet?" "Since Jingji is back, I figured I'd tidy up a bit more while I'm here. You don't need to work that hard. Go home and rest. Let me make you a cup of tea first, then I'll head out." She ran inside to brew tea. I went in, hung up my coat, and sat down. Zhang Dan brought over the tea. "Jingji, here's your tea. I'll be heading home now. Go on." I picked up the cup, blew on it gently, and took a sip. I'd originally planned to make arrangements for Lu Wenyuan tomorrow, but he'd politely declined and I didn't push it. After all, he's getting on in years, and resting after meetings would do him good. Meanwhile, on other fronts, things were already in chaos. Young Master Lu, someone snatched a chunk of our supply this month. Who's got the nerve to steal my business? I've got someone tailing them. We'll have news soon. Once you find the place, torch it. Boss, someone's undercutting us on grain supplies to the motor factory. They dare break the rules? Find them and bring them to me. I sat in my office taking a call from Lung Yuaning. Focus on lodging over there for now. Don't sink too much into the cafeteria. I want to pull some people from the guest house to mentor the new hires. Makes things easier on me. I took a sip of tea. Sure, we've got plenty of people over there anyway. Great, as long as you're on board. I'll have Lu Lan head back to make the arrangements. Come by and check on things when you get a chance. I'll definitely stop by. I smiled and hung up. Lung Yuaning's place wasn't open yet, still in the setup phase. The location was nicer than the steel mill guest house, and bigger too. Xiaoran knocked and came in. Zhengji, I've got this month's books all totaled up. Take a look. I took the file, set it aside, stood up, and scooped her into my arms. That can wait. Today I'm having you for lunch. Oh, I'm so scared. That evening, Chen Dajuan came by the courtyard. Boss, things have been getting lively out there. Several suppliers had their warehouses torched, and the security bureaus launched an investigation. I took a sip of tea. How's your end holding up? I've spotted tails on us too, but I've got 50 brothers on guard. Nobody's getting close. I looked at him. That many guys? You've got room for them? He scratched his head. I rented out a few houses in the area. Someone's on watch around the clock. Anything moves, they mobilize. Good. Down the road. Rent a few more places in the other districts too, just in case. Got it. I'll handle it as soon as I get back. Oh, and boss, people have been sniffing around, trying to figure out our connection, direct and indirect. I've played dumb and brushed them all off. Right now they're wary of your reputation, so nobody's dared make a move. I knew Chen Dajuan and his crew would get flagged sooner or later. Once those people started stirring things up, it could catch the attention of higher-ups. But for now we were fine. We were sourcing everything from the surrounding villages. As long as nobody scrutinized the quantities too closely, we were in the clear. Just watch your back going forward. End of year, everyone gets a 100 yuan bonus. Boss, isn't that too much? Not at all. These guys follow you to make money. No paycheck in sight, and nobody's gonna put their neck on the line for you. Yes, sir. New Year's Day, 1982. I woke up to laughter and chatter outside. I ducked into the farm space to wash up and take care of business, got dressed, and stepped out. Taozi and the others were in the kitchen wrapping dumplings. Zhengji, we're almost done. Go get the firecrackers ready. Yep, we beat you up this time. Ying Tao grinned at me. Then I'll just sit back and eat, I said, then called out. Afu, light the firecrackers in a bit. You got it, boss. The firecrackers cracked through the alley, and like a signal, explosions erupted everywhere around us. I turned and headed into the study to check in with the system in my mind. Ding, annual check-in complete. Congratulations, host, you have received Divine Ability, Teleport Anchor, Farm Space expanded to 10 square kilometers, Flavor Enhancer Recipe, Universal ID X1, Mana X 100 Strength. Now that's an annual check-in. A wave of energy washed over me. I saw a bright orb of light appear in my sea of consciousness, hundreds of times bigger than the enslavement dots, and far brighter. The moment it appeared, white threads extended out from it, linking up all the enslavement dots in my sea of consciousness. Understanding flooded my mind. This orb was the teleport anchor I'd just received. Condensed from the power of law, its function was to teleport objects, using the positions of the enslaved as coordinates. It could only transport inanimate matter, up to 100 tons per use. The most broken part? No usage limit. As long as I willed it, I could use it endlessly. This is awesome. I checked the other rewards excitedly. The flavor enhancer boosted the taste of food with no side effects, healthy and wholesome. The recipe was simple, medicinal herbs plus chicken bone powder. But without the exact proportions, you'd never replicate that flavor. The Universal ID worked worldwide, auto-generated its information, and was 100% authentic. Once I'd absorbed everything, my consciousness entered the farm space. Before me was a massive world, 10 square kilometers, roughly the size of a small county. With this expansion, the rules had changed too. The time ratio went from 1 to 5 up to 110, and the collection radius went from 2 meters to 5. Excellent. I glanced at a glowing card in the warehouse, the Universal ID. Whenever I wanted, one would auto-generate, complete with a photo and info added to the household registry at the location. Once used, it went back into the warehouse card, and only then could I generate another. A reasonable limitation, honestly. It was only usable by me anyway, so having more would have been pointless. feeling the mana circulating inside me. I was getting close to the second stage of breath concealment. Crack, crack, pop. Firecrackers went off in the yard. I fed the flavor enhancer recipe into the farm and stepped out of the study. Zhengji, food's ready. Coming. I looked at the dumplings on the table. Looks delicious. Let's dig in. Dig in. Taozi and the girls cheered. These girls had bright, cheerful personalities, the kind that rubs off on you. Every time I was around them, my mood lifted. The whole day was lively. He Jia and the others all came over to the courtyard to hang out. Eventually, I got noised out and retreated to the study for some tea. Boss, the place you had us watching, tons of people showed up. Foreigners too. Hearing the crow's report, I responded telepathically. Keep watching. See if you can slip a small bird inside. Yes, sir. I'd been keeping eyes on those 5 merchant families. But they were low-key, rarely went out, mostly stayed home. No domestic business dealings whatsoever. I knew why. They were waiting for the right moment. Once policy opened up, with the deep resources these families had, they could throw together a massive multinational conglomerate overnight. I picked up my tea and took a sip. If there had once been a real gap between me and these families, from this point on, that gap was shrinking to almost nothing. With the teleport anchor, distance was no longer an obstacle. What I needed to do now was spend these next few years developing my own people and send them overseas whenever the opportunity presented itself. In the back residence of the Yun family, a group of young men and women sat in a room. Some wore sharp suits, others long gowns that made them look like princesses. Cousin, I heard overseas that you go wait around for that Qian family woman every day. Plenty of people are laughing at you behind your back for punching above your weight. I heard the same. Everyone says you're kissing up while she's giving you the cold shoulder. Just let it go, man. Yun Heng took a sip of tea. A fair maiden is what every gentleman seeks. Who knows? Maybe one of these days I'll win Qianling over. Persistence is admirable. Just afraid you'll end up with nothing to show for it. If third brother wants to keep at it, let him. He's already lost face. A few more days won't hurt. Listening to all this snark and mockery, Yun Heng was seething inside, but not a trace of it showed on his face. Where'd all these damn birds come from? Take them all down. If they disturb the head of the family, we'll all be punished. The people in the hall heard the commotion and turned to look. A group of servants was going after the birds on the roof, tossing bird repellent balls up top. The flock caught the scent and scattered. Some foreign intelligence agencies rig birds with listening devices. Don't tell me they're doing it here now too. Yun Heng shook his head with a smile. Don't worry, there's nothing like that around here. If you don't believe me, go check for yourselves, it's all real. A young man in a suit stood up and walked outside. Looking at the ground littered with dead birds, he stepped closer to inspect them, then came back with a chuckle. Guess I was overthinking it. Outside, I shook my head. Forget it. Just keep watch out here. Yes, master. I stood up and walked out. You guys have fun at home. I'm heading out for a bit. I'll be back soon. Once outside, I walked to the side of the courtyard, made sure no one was around, and used shadow cloak to vanish. I decided to go take a look for myself. If there really was any danger, with my current strength, I could easily get out unscathed. I didn't use any spiritual power, just in case something went sideways later. I made my way all the way to the Yun family's ancestral estate. The entire alleyway was lined with courtyard homes, mostly 2 or 3 courtyards deep. On the surface, this ancient ancestral estate looked ordinary, but that was far from the truth. The whole alley belonged to the Yun family, occupied entirely by family members and their servants. Along the way, I spotted patrol members, every single one of them trained in martial arts. I slipped easily into the core family quarters and saw a group of people in the main hall, Yun Heng among them. I wandered around the estate, keeping an eye on the spirit detector the whole time. The Yun family had been around this long, so who knew? Maybe they were sitting on some treasure. Even finding one item would make the trip worth it. I passed through the main hall to the back, where I saw a group of people sitting in the study discussing their overseas businesses. They really do have a lot of holdings. What impressed me most was the level of control. The family head was in China, but if any of the overseas relatives had ambitions of their own, they could easily break away. Out of sight, out of reach, who could really keep tabs on them? I wandered around, but the spirit detector never reacted. I couldn't even find the Yun family's treasure vault, which was strange. After hundreds of years, how could they not have a hidden vault? After searching everywhere and finding nothing, I glanced at the crowd in the main hall. Well, since I was already here, I might as well make a mess of things. I slipped into Yun Heng's shadow, sensed his body, and dropped a madness pill straight into him. He didn't notice a thing, just picked up his tea, took a sip, and the moment he set the cup down, his expression went blank. He shook his head. In his eyes, everyone in the room had turned into dogs. His face darkened instantly. Somebody, beat these dogs to death for me. Even as he shouted, he lunged at the man beside him. Everyone in the hall froze. The young man next to Yun Hung didn't even have time to react before taking a heavy blow to the face. Bang! He crashed through tables and chairs and passed out cold on the spot. Everyone else was stunned. Are you out of your mind? Yun Hung had no idea what was happening. In his eyes, he was surrounded by a pack of dogs about to lunge at him any second. I watched from the sidelines. Hey, blame yourself for chasing after my woman. I didn't send him straight to the grave. I just let him stay crazy for a few days. I figured that was already merciful. The Yun household was thrown into chaos. Even the people talking business in the study came running out. The family head, Yun Guanhai, looked at the wrecked hall and his deranged grandson, his eyes full of thought. He couldn't understand how his grandson had snapped so suddenly. Restrain Hung first. Yes, sir. Only after the order did the servants dare to move. Yun Heng's eyes were bloodshot as he thrashed wildly. Kill these dogs. Now. Somebody. One servant knocked him out with a chop to the neck. What just happened? I watched from the shadows, wanting to see if the Yun family had any way to deal with it. Master, the third young master suddenly attacked the little young master, saying everyone in the room was a dog. An elderly man stepped up and took Yun Heng's pulse, then shook his head. Strange. There's nothing wrong with the third young master's body. Yun Guanhai stared at his unconscious grandson for a long moment. Examine everything Hung has eaten or touched. No one is to leave. Yes, sir. Seeing them send Yun Hung off to the hospital for tests, I left the Yun ancestral estate somewhat disappointed. Did I overestimate them? Refusing to give up, I wandered around the area for a bit longer, but still found nothing. It's got to be hidden somewhere else. But my little birds had been watching for a while now, and the Yun family patriarch hadn't gone anywhere else. Where else could they be hiding it? I left the Yun family and headed for a few other households. First was the Shun family nearby, also a great house with centuries of heritage, though whether they had any connection to Shinwan-san, I couldn't say. I started from the outer areas. Not only did the detector fail to react, there wasn't even a hidden chamber where anything could be stored. I combed through the Shun residence inside and out twice. Nothing. Still not willing to give up, I hit up several other households, checking one by one. Same result. No vault, and not a single item with any energy to it. None of these families had anything particularly special going on either. I was starting to think I'd been way too cautious before. Looks like I really did overestimate these families. Just as I was about to head home in disappointment, the light on the spirit detector lit up. My eyes lit up, and I raced off in the direction it indicated. This was the ancestral estate of the Seacone family, the last of the 5 merchant families. I hadn't bothered with the Bai and Mo families. Those two were too simple. They lived in a small courtyard home, guarded by a few elders, with the rest of the family scattered across the country. Once I'd learned about them, I actually had a lot of respect for them. One taught and educated, the other healed the sick. Worthy of admiration. I burrowed underground, traveled over 20 meters, and entered a basement vault. It was packed with antiques and gold bars, along with rows of shelves lined with boxes. There were even 200-year-old ginseng roots, and plenty of other treasures. I didn't touch any of it. I walked straight to one particular shelf. There was a box on it, and I could sense that inside was an animal tooth. Huh, what's this? With a flick of thought, I sent the item into my storage space and wiped away any trace of the box. I checked the spirit detector. No reaction. I channeled my power and vanished from the vault. The Seacone family had no beef with me, so there was no need to clean them out. But this find had my full attention now. I ordered the crow to have the little birds keep watch on these families around the clock. Maybe I could still track down their vaults. I appeared beside my own house and strolled back home. Boss is back. Yeah. I was in a good mood. The trip hadn't been a waste. He Jia and the others were bustling around in the kitchen. Zhengji, you're back. Dinner's almost ready. I'll call you in a bit. All right, no rush. I smiled and stepped into the study, then pulled out the tooth. Ding, special energy detected. Absorbing will grant 1 lottery draw. Absorb. I didn't rush to absorb it. I took a closer look first. The tooth was white as jade, about as thick as a middle finger, and warm and smooth to the touch. Could it be the tooth of a spirit beast? I thought it was a real possibility. After thinking it over, keeping it wouldn't do me any good. A lottery draw was more worthwhile. Absorb. The tooth disappeared. Once again, that massive, ancient will appeared in my mind. After a few tries I was used to it, and with a thought, I set it spinning. Come on, system, give me something good. It's the new year, hit me with a surprise. After a moment, I sent out a mental command. Stop. The wheel slowed down. I locked my eyes on the arrow as it swept past one high-tier zone after another. If you won't give me purple, at least give me gold. But the pointer ended up landing on the yellow zone. I shook my head, disappointed. Ding, congratulations, host. You've drawn product from the tech world, latest AI device times 1. AI. My consciousness dove into the warehouse to check. Inside the warehouse, a massive command center had appeared. Below the giant screen was a row of equipment. No buttons, just screens everywhere. Totally sci-fi. This gear didn't even need electricity. It ran on wind and solar power. Now I was intrigued. I stepped into the farm and generated a new building next to the house, then moved the equipment inside. The moment the device appeared, the instruments started flashing and the screens lit up. Initiating master recognition protocol. At the sound of the mechanical voice, a beam of light scanned me from head to toe. A woman appeared on the screen, dressed in a sharp lady's business suit, a killer figure, and stunningly beautiful. Almost too beautiful to be of this world. She smiled and said, "Please give me a name, master." I looked at her. "From now on, you'll be called Yaoji." Yaoji greets her master. "All right, what can you do?" "Master, I can automatically connect to the world's networks and handle many things for you." I was speechless. There was no internet in this era. That was still a good 10 plus years away. "There's no internet out there yet. I'll come find you when I need it." "Master, I can also help you analyze things. Just put this on, and you can communicate with me through your thoughts." A silver ring appeared on the console. Curious, I picked it up. The design was simple, with a nice pattern. I slid it onto my finger. It felt like a needle prick, and then a sultry voice echoed in my mind. "Master, can you hear me?" "Yeah, I can hear you." "You don't need to speak out loud, master. Just communicate through your thoughts." I glanced at the ring, then back at the screen. "Unless I call your name, don't bother me." "Yes, master. When I want you to analyze something, do I have to explain it bit by bit?" "No need. As long as you call me, I can view things through your retina, analyze automatically, and provide solutions to your satisfaction." I nodded. "Not bad. All right, I'm heading out." Leaving the farm, I looked at the ring on my hand, took it off, and slipped it into my pocket. Mental link. Yaoji. No response. Got it. Only works when I'm wearing it. I put the ring away in the warehouse. Walking around with a ring like this out in public wouldn't exactly be convenient. A few days later, in the manager's office at Yuebin restaurant, Qian Ling sat happily in my lap. Hee, that clingy leech actually went crazy. His family shipped him overseas for treatment. He won't be bothering us anymore. I gave her a little pinch. His family's been around forever. They can't even cure something like that. You think an old family lineage means they're all powerful? They've got deeper roots, sure, but they're not gods. They don't know everything. Qian Ling shot me a look, then smiled. "Oh, by the way, remember that Wang Xiaoqiang guy you beat up? His family's about to be in big trouble." "What happened?" "Those guys shuffling supplies around before New Year got way too rowdy. Caught the attention of the higher-ups. They've finished investigating and are ready to move in and clean house any day now." I lit a cigarette. That's actually good news. The price of supplies should come down a bit after this. Money makes the world go round. It probably won't stay quiet for long. Someone else will pop up sooner or later. Knock, knock, knock. Qian Ling got up and perched on the desk. "Come in." Suizhu pushed the door open. "Manager, Yuechi is downstairs having dinner with her classmates." "That girl's here? I'll go check on her." Qian Ling smiled. "You hang out for a bit. I should get going too. I'll come back in a few days." I stubbed out my cigarette and stood up. After leaving the restaurant, I found a quiet spot to reappear, then rode my bike to the guest house. Director Qin. I headed upstairs. "Jia, everything okay at work?" "All good," she replied, standing up and following me into the office to make tea. I sat down and picked up the phone. "Old son, the higher-ups are about to crack down on some people. Keep an eye out. Supplies within the state plan should start flowing again." I hung up as Jia set the tea down. "Who's getting cracked down on?" I smiled. "The guy who got beat up last time. Some folks have been getting too cocky lately." "Good. Saves us the trouble later. Anyone who dares mess with me is already 6 feet under. Look at you, big shot." "All right, I'm getting back to work. Holler if you need anything." "Go on." I picked up the newspaper and started flipping through it. In March, the higher-ups had passed a major institutional reform plan, streamlining overlapping departments on a huge scale. If the top brass was doing this, the lower levels sure weren't getting spared. The steel mill was going through reforms too, cutting staff across many departments. Logistics didn't escape, and the procurement department was first on the chopping block. There'd been way too many people to begin with, each employee only handling a tiny amount of purchasing per month. I'd been fed up with it for a while. I took the chance to cut 2/3 of them, reassigning them to the workshops for production work. Some of the disgruntled ones just quit outright to go into business for themselves. They had supply connections and wanted to strike out on their own. I handed the small cafeteria's supply operation straight over to Chen Dajuan. It was so easy for him to move product these days. Now that the higher-ups were cracking down, planned supplies were flowing much more freely. Aside from a batch of game meat, I stopped supplying anything else. Whatever Chen Dajuan and his crew brought in, they delivered. "Boss, we're not making much money these days. Should I let some people go?" I waved him off. "No need. It's going to get busy again soon. Supply shortages would return before long." Money makes the world go round. Once the heat died down, people would come crawling back out. Chen Dajuan didn't quite get it, but that was fine, as long as he followed orders. All right, I'm out. Same as before. Come inspect the place yourself each time. Yes, sir. I waited until I was well away from the little courtyard before reappearing, then biked home. The alley was pretty crowded. Director Chen's back. Director Chen, prices are still going up. Are they ever going to come back down? Yeah, if they keep climbing like this, we won't be able to put food on the table. I smiled. Everyone, just be smart about what you buy. Get what you need. No point stocking up on stuff you don't. Supplies are only going to get more abundant. As for the price hikes, those come from the top. No use asking me. I pushed my bike toward home. Zhang Dan saw me coming back and immediately ran inside to make tea. I stepped in and waved her off. Next time I'll make it myself. It's no trouble. Brother Zhang, let me cook for you. No need. Afu's got it. Go rest up. I'm not tired. Here, let me give you a shoulder rub. She came over and started kneading my shoulders. I couldn't help tilting my head back. Pretty soft. Then I caught myself. Just saying. Don't take it the wrong way. Zhang Dan blushed. It's fine. If you like it, you can lean on me. She gently pulled my head into her chest. Resting against that softness, I asked, have you ever gone to a hospital to check out that thing on your face? Zhang Dan shook her head. There's no cure for this. I'm used to it by now. There's got to be a way someday. It'd be such a shame for someone this pretty to be held back by it. I'm not pretty at all. But inside, she was beaming. I smiled. It's getting late. Head home. I'll call you next time I need a massage. Okay, I'll get going then. Life went on, uneventful as ever. Once a week, I'd visit Lung Yuaning and Qian Ling. The rest of the time, I stayed at the guest house or spent time with Lu Tong. After a while, all this peace started feeling dull. Check-in. Ding, monthly check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you've received Jinx Spell, premium red wine recipe with grape seedlings and 10 wisps of mana. A wave of memories flooded into my head. Once cast, the Jinx Spell would plague the target with bad luck for 3 days. Not bad. After absorbing the memories, I went into the farm to freshen up, then marked off a patch of land based on the wine recipe and planted it all with grapes, tweaking the environment to guarantee premium quality. After breakfast, I stretched out on the lounge chair in the courtyard. Hey Fu, what's the point of living like this every day? Any suggestions? The butler stood beside me. Boss, based on my analysis, things will stay pretty much the same for years to come. Plus, the streets aren't safe. There's bound to be a crackdown down the road. If you really can't stand the quiet, why not live overseas for a few years and come back once things settle down here? Overseas, huh? I lay there mulling it over. With my universal ID, leaving the country wouldn't be an issue. Zhang. I opened my eyes. Zhang Dan was here. I nodded with a smile. Hey, the place is all cleaned up. Come sit down and rest. Today she wore bell-bottoms, little leather shoes, and a fitted t-shirt that showed off her figure perfectly. Hard not to stare. The only thing marring the picture was that red patch on her face. Not going to work today, Zhang? Nope. Taking it easy at home. Afu smiled and headed back to the gatehouse, giving us space. Zhang Dan crouched down. Let me give you a massage. She started working on my legs. Catching a glimpse down her collar, I teased. I'm a young guy in my prime. Aren't you worried I might not hold back and eat you up? Her cheeks flushed. She lowered her head. Whatever you want. Bold of you. I reached out and pinched her cheek, my right hand brushing over the red patch. One day I'll find a way to get rid of this for you. Zhang Dan looked up at me. Okay, I trust you. As long as you don't mind it, that's enough. Once your face is fixed, I'll gobble you up. Her face went scarlet, her eyes brimming with love. She could tell, from start to finish, I'd never once looked down on her for that mark. Well, if you want to now, I can cover it up. Then it wouldn't be perfect. Let's wait a bit. Okay. She nodded happily and bent back down to keep massaging me. I sent my consciousness into the farm to search for anything that might cure it. Nothing turned up, so I dug through my memories for another approach. A few days later, in Du Yunfei's office. Shaoqin, there's an industrial expo in Hong Kong. Most of the major international suppliers will be there. The factory's application to attend has been approved, and you're on the list. I was a little surprised. I get to go too. Du Yunfei nodded. The factory is very pleased with your work lately. It's a good opportunity, and there's not much on your plate. 7 days total. The industrial side of things will be handled by others, so consider it a few days off. But watch yourself out there. Especially don't put the factory in a tough spot. I got what he meant. Technically, someone with no family ties like me wouldn't normally be recommended. Putting me on the list was a show of trust. If I didn't come back, the fallout would be huge. Director, I understand. Thank you for the factory's trust. I'll return on time. He clapped me on the shoulder. Good. We leave Monday. Deputy Director Fong will lead the group. We chatted a bit more. Then I headed back to the guest house and lit a cigarette. Hong Kong had plenty of my favorite starlets. Though it was still early days, most of them were probably still kids. A little trip could be fun. Good chance to recruit some people of my own too. He Jiao pushed the door open. Zheng, let me pour you some tea. Next week, I'm heading to Hong Kong with the factory for an industrial expo. Gone for a week. You and Xiao Ran will be in charge of the guest house. She got excited. Oh, I hear it's amazing over there. I wonder if it's really true. I pulled her into my arms. I'm the one going, not you. Why so worked up? Hee hee, I'm happy for you. Tell us all about it when you get back. Sure, I'll bring you girls presents. She wrapped her arms around me. Zheng, you're not going to skip out on us, are you? I gave her a light smack. You think I'm that kind of guy? Definitely not. Humph, doubting me? You need to be properly punished. I was wrong. I pressed her down on the desk. Realizing your mistake now? Too late. When the rolling mill posted the list of people going to Hong Kong, everyone who saw it was green with envy. Our group sat on the bus, staring wide-eyed at the towering skyscrapers outside. The streets were packed with private cars and buses. Hong Kong ladies in light summer outfits strolled along the sidewalks. Hard not to sneak a few extra glances. Both sides of the road were lined with mixed-use commercial and residential buildings. The exteriors looked worn, but the sheer prosperity of it all left us in awe. Fang Zheng gazed out the window. Hong Kong is one of the 4 Asian tigers. Its economy took off back in the 60s and 70s. We've still got a long way to catch up. I nodded. True, but I believe it won't be long before our country surpasses this place. Well said. Fang Zheng agreed heartily. As long as our people don't lose faith, we'll get there. Having lived 2 lifetimes, this was still my first time in Hong Kong, especially Hong Kong in this era. Looking at the billboards and high-rises everywhere, it felt almost like being back in a modern metropolis. The rolling mill sent 10 people total. We checked into an ordinary 3-star hotel in Central. Central is Hong Kong's administrative heart and also the safest district in the city. The moment I walked into the hotel lobby, I caught the flicker of contempt in the staff's eyes. It didn't sit well with me. Our whole group was decked out in crisp mouse suits, totally out of place next to Hong Kong's colorful, trendy fashion. One look, and you could tell we were from the mainland. But the way the staff looked at me was a little different. They kept sneaking glances and murmuring under their breath. That mainland guy is gorgeous. For real. That outfit doesn't look tacky on him at all. He's better looking than a movie star. Once we checked in, we all gathered in Fang Zheng's room. Everyone rest up today? Tomorrow we head to the expo. If you go out, do not go alone under any circumstances. Got it, director. We won't wander off. Most people, on their first visit, are curious but don't dare wander around. It's an instinctive caution. I went back to my room. The factory was pretty generous, giving each of us a single room. Unlike government officials, we didn't have anyone to host us. We were on our own. I walked over to the window to check out the street view when I suddenly heard a knock at the door. I opened it to find a decent-looking hotel attendant standing outside. In broken Mandarin, she said, "Sir, may I come in and show you how to use the room facilities?" I caught the flirty look in her eyes and smiled, letting her in. "Thanks for the trouble." "No trouble at all." She looked pleased. "Sir, my name's Sarah. You're totally different from the other mainland guys. Your Mandarin's pretty good. You from the mainland too?" "Nope. There are some mainland guys living near me. I picked it up from hearing them talk." "Sir, let me walk you through the bathroom setup." "Sure." I followed her into the bathroom. "Handsome, want me to give you a demonstration?" she said, already unbuttoning her top. The corner of my mouth curled up as I pinned her against the wall. "How about we demonstrate together?" "You're so bad." An hour later, with a flick of my mind, I activated my divine power, enslavement. A point of light appeared in my sea of consciousness. Enslavement successful. I sat on the couch and lit a cigar, then pulled out a few US bills and handed them to her. "Who's the most capable person at your hotel?" Sarah took the money, grinning. "The new assistant, Owen. He's pretty impressive. Studied abroad." "A foreigner?" "No, he's a Hong Kong local too. Manager's assistant, 25 this year. A lot of the girls here have a thing for him." I nodded. "Is he in tonight?" "Definitely not tonight. But if you want to meet him, I can bring him over." I took another drag on the cigar. "Tomorrow morning, after everyone else has left, bring him to my room. Don't let anyone know." "No problem." Watching her leave, I took another puff. Only people I'd enslaved could I truly trust. That night, I went to the restaurant with everyone for dinner. The moment we walked in, our mouse suits drew every pair of eyes in the place, and people started whispering. These mainlanders have no clue how to blend in. Bunch of clueless country bumpkins. I couldn't be bothered. I picked out some food I liked and found a seat. Fang Zheng sat across from me. "Tomorrow we're heading to the expo. If you don't want to come, just rest at the hotel or take a walk, but don't go too far. The public safety here isn't what it is back home." "Got it. First time here. I'm not about to go wandering off." Everyone's like that their first time. After the expo, we've got 2 free days. You can come sightseeing with us then. Late that night, through my third eye, I saw everyone had gone to sleep. I activated shadow form and slipped out of the hotel. The street punks were kind of a novelty to see. Everything I knew about this place came from movies, and watching these little thugs squatting on street corners with their dragon and tiger tattoos, I almost laughed. Hey pretty boy, wanna have some fun? Get lost. Damn, so stuck up. Watch out you don't get F***ed up. I kept scanning with the detector as I casually looked around. Seeing a few of these punks acting way too cocky, I channeled my magic and cast Bad Luck Curse, a wisp of black energy only I could see wrapped around the three of them. So this is what bad luck looks like. It was my first time using it. Before long, a whole crew of punks had those three surrounded. Wild chicken, you had the balls to steal from the boss. You want to die? Brother dog, I swear we didn't take anything. Still denying it? Beat his ass. The bad luck curse worked that fast. Pretty handy. I spotted a taxi and hopped right in. I lost count of how many cabs I switched during the second half of the night, covering all of Central, but I still didn't find anything giving off energy. I'll check other districts tomorrow. Back at the hotel, I went into my farm space, took a shower, and crashed. The next day, I checked in. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 10,000 Hong Kong dollars and one wisp of magic powered. I stretched. That's it. I washed up, got dressed, and went down to eat. That morning, Owen was at his desk going over documents. When Sarah saw no one was around, she walked over. Assistant Owen, do you have a minute? Sure, what is it? Good news. Come with me for a sec. So mysterious. Owen stood up. At the door of the guest room, he glanced at it. This is one of those mainlanders' rooms. What did you bring me here for? Just come in first. Sarah ushered him inside. This is Owen. You two talk. I'll step out. Only then did Owen catch on, looking at me on the couch. What does this gentleman want with me? I held a glass of red wine. Come sit. He sat down and then froze. He'd just followed my instruction way too easily. The look in his eyes changed. I'm very busy. Please don't waste my time. I smiled. I hear you're capable. I want you to work for me. Work for you. He thought he'd misheard and shook his head with a laugh. Sir, you're not thinking of taking me back to the mainland, are you? He stood up. Excuse me. I took a sip of wine. 100,000 Hong Kong dollars a year in salary. His step faltered. He turned around. That joke isn't funny at all. Thud. A stack of US bills hit the table. His eyes sharpened. As far as I know, the mainland isn't this wealthy. Who exactly are you? Someone who can make you a man above men. He picked up the bills, checked they were real, and took a deep breath. What do you want me to do? Work for me. That's it. That's right. I took another sip of wine and waited for his decision. Seeing how composed I remained, he suspected I was the son of some big mainland family. His blood started running hot. In Hong Kong, without connections, getting ahead was nearly impossible. This might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Boss, I can quit anytime. I smiled with satisfaction and, with a flick of thought, activated divine power, enslavement. Another point of light appeared in my sea of consciousness. A few days later, a new company appeared in Hong Kong, Tianlong Trading Company. I walked down Temple Street in shadow form, vendors lining both sides. I'd been roaming different districts every night, but still hadn't come across anything with energy. Plenty of lowlifes, sure, but I hadn't touched them. If I'd come alone, I'd have sent them to their next life already. But this trip I was here with people from the factory, and I just wanted a safe round trip. Suddenly the spirit detector's red light started flashing. I was thrilled, finally a hit. Following the direction indicator, I walked up to a stall. An old man sat on a folding stool, a pile of old ancient tomes laid out in front of him. The complete Maoshan talismans, universal shifting technique, turning stone to gold. I was speechless. A gourd was tossed carelessly to the side, its skin pitch black. All the energy sources I'd found before were jade pieces. This was the first time I'd come across something like this. I studied it for a while, but couldn't figure out anything special about it, except that it looked pretty old. Nobody was paying attention, so with a flick of my mind, the gourd vanished, leaving a $100 bill pressed against the spot where it had been. The vendor rubbed his eyes, picked up the bill and examined it, then quickly stuffed it into his pocket. Could it have been an immortal passing by? I heard him mumbling to himself and chuckled, then continued deeper into the market. After making a full loop without finding anything else, I switched cars and headed back to the hotel. I'd been using shadow shift to get around these past few days, staying extra cautious. When I got back to my room, the hair I'd wedged in the door was still there. No one had been inside. I sat down and took out the gourd. Ding, high-level energy detected. Absorb. Huh, high level again. I popped open the gourd and tipped it over. Empty inside. Let's absorb it. The mysterious wheel appeared in my mind's eye. Start. After doing this a few times, I wasn't as excited anymore. I closed my eyes. A few minutes later, I took a deep breath. Stop. I opened my eyes and saw the needle sweep past gold and land on purple. I felt a rush of excitement. Jackpot. Ding, congratulations, host. You've drawn One spirit turtle hatchling, an eternal life form of the universe. Holy shit. I looked at the farm and saw a hideous little turtle the size of a baby's hand appear. With a thought, I stepped into the farm. Picking it up, I stared at it skeptically. This? It's ugly as hell. The patterns on its shell were a chaotic mess, no aesthetic value whatsoever. It looked at me with a dopey expression, its four little legs kicking wildly. Ding, the spirit turtle is the most mysterious eternal life form in the universe. Countless races have searched for one for eons without success. Immortal lifespan, but extremely easy to kill. I scratch my head. This ugly? If anyone saw it, they'd probably just slap it dead. System, does it really have an unlimited lifespan? Ding, correct. A contract can only be formed the moment it reaches maturity. Host must protect it well. Contract only at maturity? So when does it mature? Ding, the spirit turtle requires 10,000 years to reach maturity. As long as it has water, it can live indefinitely. 10 now. I wanted to slap the system across the face. You son of a bitch, do you know how long 10,000 years is? I don't even know if I'll live to see that day. Even with the farm's tenfold acceleration, that's still 1,000 years in the outside world. By the time it matures, I'll be long dead. I want a different reward. Even a spell would be better than this crap. I waited, but the system played dead again. I could only sigh in resignation. I set up a big fish tank inside the farmhouse, filled it with water, and dropped the spirit turtle inside. I also set up an automatic water refill command. Guess I better hope I live for 1,000 years. I left the farm and poured myself a glass of red wine. No more high-level regions for lotteries. All I get is useless junk. I downed it in one gulp. Thud. There was a figure collapsed behind the door. I set my glass down, went over, and opened it. A woman was slumped on the floor, reeking of alcohol. I helped her up and brushed aside her disheveled hair. My eyes lit up. Well, Bridget Lynn. She looked at me with drunken, hazy eyes and giggled. Hee, want a drink with me? I shut the door. Miss Lynn, are you sure you're in the right room? She stumbled toward the wine on the table. Don't all you men love it when a woman's drunk? She poured a glass and raised it. Cheers. She downed it and went to pour another. I walked over. You've had enough. No more. I want a drink. Keep me company, will you? She threw her arms around my neck and giggled foolishly. None of you men are any good. Say that again, and I might get upset. Hee, and what are you going to do about it? She even reached up and stroked my face. The corners of my mouth curled up. Seducing me now, huh? Don't blame me for what happens next. I pushed her onto the bed and pounced. She'd been one of my favorite actresses back in the day, especially her portrayal of Dongfang Booby, which left a deep impression on me. Never thought she'd deliver herself right to my door. Didn't consider this a little compensation from the system. Enjoy at your leisure. I paused. Damn, that's more like it. Then I went right back to business. Bridget Lynn frowned as she opened her eyes. She froze when she took in her surroundings, then shot up in bed. Lifting the covers and seeing herself naked, the memories of last night came flooding back. I was just walking in with breakfast. You're up. Her face turned ice cold. Get out. I set the breakfast on the table. This is my room. Where am I supposed to go? I was drunk last night. Let's pretend nothing happened, or I'll call the cops. Personally, I preferred your performance last night. I smirked and gripped her chin. You wouldn't want the media finding out, would you? Her face flushed with anger. What do you want? How about you keep me company for another day? She looked like she wanted to kill me. How can you be so shameless? I gave the mattress a few slaps. Talking back? Sounds like someone needs another lesson. She struggled. You bastard, I'll kill you. Still running your mouth? Guess I really do need to teach you properly today. I activated divine power, enslavement. Bridget Lynn nestled into my chest. You're terrible. You're lucky it was me. If someone else had picked you up drunk, you'd really be in trouble. Being picked up by you is just as bad. I lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. What happened last night? She shook her head. I was in a bad mood. Drank a little too much. No more drinking from now on. Okay. She realized her heart was already full of me. She hadn't really been angry earlier, either. She looked up at me. I still don't know your name. Qin Zheng. From the mainland. You're from the mainland? Yeah. I fly back the day after tomorrow. Came here with my company. Her face fell. When will you come back? Not sure. When I get the chance, I'll come find you on the mainland. Sure. Eat something first. It's your fault. I don't have any strength left. Carry me to the shower. No problem. That afternoon, Bridget Lynn left the hotel. I took a drag from my cigar and spoke to the system. This time you actually showed some sense. Otherwise, forget about me hunting energy for you anymore. Ding. Host, don't be ungrateful. Countless cosmic powerhouses would kill for a spirit turtle. You lucked into it. Pure dumb luck. I paused. This system seemed way smarter than before. It had never bantered with me like this in the past. So what you're saying is, you're more powerful than these cosmic powerhouses. Otherwise, where would you get all this stuff? Ding. I'm just a product of universal law. All rewards are randomly generated by the rules. Even I don't know what I'll get to. I started thinking it over. So the system wasn't created by some almighty being after all. It was a product of the rules themselves. So you're basically a supreme treasure? Ding. You could put it that way. Host, please work hard to gather more energy so I can grab more treasures for you. We'll see how I feel. I responded casually and dropped the conversation. The next day, I went with Feng Zheng and the others to check out the shopping mall. This time, everyone had ditched their mouse suits. Nobody had much Hong Kong currency, so they just picked out affordable gifts to bring back for family and friends. I had money, but I didn't go overboard either. Just grabbed a few small, meaningful keepsakes. Feng Zheng smiled and asked me, "So what do you think of the malls over here?" I looked around and gave a little smile. "Free." He nodded. "Yeah, free. But compared to how the working class lives on this island, all this prosperity is honestly troubling. Economic development always widens the wealth gap. But if you want everyone to have enough to eat, you've got to go down this road. There's no other way." I shrugged and stayed quiet. In my head I added, "Not unless a savior shows up to provide for all of humanity." Re-eyeing, an alarm suddenly blared. Bang, bang. Gunshots followed right after. I grabbed Feng Zheng. "Get over there, quick." I waved the others behind me to duck behind a pillar. 3 men with backpacks, each gripping a Type 54 pistol. "Everybody get down." One of the robbers fired a shot into the ceiling. "Boss, cops are almost here. Let's bail." "Damn it. Come with me. We're taking out that big-mouth clerk. Nobody's gonna dare cross us again." A few security guards charged in with shotguns. "Freeze." Bang, bang, bang. The robbers opened fire without hesitation. Outside the mall, sirens started wailing. "Shit, fall back." I shielded the group and peeked out. The whole mall had already descended into chaos, people frantically shoving toward the exits. "Xiaoqin, what do we do?" "Take it easy. Running out there now is too dangerous. You'll get trampled." The words had barely left my mouth when I spotted the 3 armed men running straight toward us. "Boss, cops are everywhere outside. We can't get out. Grab hostages." Beads of sweat rolled down Feng Zheng's forehead. My eyes went cold. I hadn't planned to get involved, but these idiots were walking right into it. One of the robbers pointed his gun at us. "Tough luck for you. Get over here, on your knees." 3 throwing knives appeared in my hand in an instant. Feng Zheng's pupils shrank. "Xiaoqin." Whoosh. 3 knives flew as one, and I shot forward like an arrow off the string. AGH. All 3 robbers' gun hands jerked in pain at the same moment. Their weapons hit the floor, and only then did they see the knives buried in their hands. Thud, thud, thud. 3 kicks, and all 3 flew backward, blacking out before they even hit the ground. The whole crew from the steel mill stood there dumbstruck. Director Chen's a total badass. It was the first time any of them had seen me in action. They'd all assumed I'd just tagged along through connections, goofing off instead of working. Now they finally got it. I hadn't come along for fun. I was here to protect them. The other people who'd been hiding nearby were stunned too. Clap, 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 clap. Somebody started applauding, and then the whole crowd broke into excited cheers. That was incredible. So cool. A group of cops came charging up the stairs and saw the 3 unconscious men in the applauding crowd. "What happened here?" "Officer." This handsome fella took the robbers down in one move. The officer in charge holstered his gun. "Cuff him." Then he walked over to me. "Hello, I'm Ho Kaho, Senior Inspector with the Central Serious Crimes Unit. Thanks for stepping in." "Nice to meet you, Inspector Ho." I was just defending myself. Feng Zheng and the others crowded around. "Xiaoqin, thank God you were with us. Otherwise we would have been in real trouble." Ho Kaho caught on. "You folks are from the mainland?" Feng Zheng pulled out his credentials. "We're here for a trade expo." He nodded. "I'll need you to come back to the station to give a statement, if you don't mind." "Inspector, our Director Chen just helped you catch the robbers, and now you're taking him back with you? Doesn't seem quite right." Ho Kaho laughed. "Don't worry. Even taking down suspects has to go through the proper channels. Plus, I'm going to report this up the chain. There'll be a commendation for civic bravery." One of his subordinates came over with an update. "Boss, this guy's the real deal. All 3 suspects have 1 knife wound each in the hand. Every single one missed the arteries. No serious injuries. They just passed out from the pain." Ho Kaho gave me another look. "You mainland folks all this tough?" I chuckled. "Plenty of people way tougher than me." He gave me a thumbs up. Outside the mall, a swarm of reporters was already waiting. Flashbulbs went off non-stop, blinding everyone, though they didn't really affect me. "Inspector Ho, we heard it was a mainlander who took the robbers down. Is that true? There'll be a press conference at the station later. Please make way." Under police escort, we got into the car. Back at Central Police Station, word had spread that a kung fu master had shown up. Plenty of officers found excuses to swing by the Serious Crimes Unit for a peek. "Wow, he's gorgeous. Knows kung fu and he's hot. He'd make an amazing boyfriend." Ho Kaho led me into his office. "Mr. Chen, We owe you big time. Otherwise, the jewelry store would have taken a huge hit. No problem. We're done here after this, right? Yes. I've already sent the report up. There'll definitely be a reward, and we'll issue a commendation notice to the mainland too. I couldn't care less about any of that. Thinking about his position, I sent out a mental command. Divine skill. Enslave. Activate. A point of light appeared in my sea of consciousness, and I got confirmation the enslavement had worked. I'd just been giving it a shot on a whim, didn't expect it to actually take. Hokaho's expression softened. I grabbed a pen, wrote down a number, and handed it to him. Call me if anything comes up. Keep it confidential. He tucked it away fast and jotted down a few numbers for me. This is my home line and my office. Feng Zheng and the others walked out of the station, still shaken thinking back on it. Thank God Xiao Qin was with us. We'd have been done for. Director Qin's throwing knives were unreal. Just a flash of cold light, and the robbers' guns hit the floor. I smiled. Everyone's had a scare today. Let's head back to the hotel. Feng Zheng clutched his chest. Yeah, let's go. My heart really can't take much more. That same day, the story of the mainland official taking down the robbers hit the papers. Knife-throwing hero foils three-man jewelry store heist. Mainland Kung Fu master arrives in Hong Kong. Shala came running into the room with a newspaper. Boss, you're amazing. There's even a photo of you. I took it and glanced through. Their reach really is something. There are reporters swarming outside. If you step out, you'll be more popular than a movie star. I lit a cigarette. I'm heading back tomorrow. Once I'm gone, just quit and come work at the company. If you run into any trouble, you can look up Inspector Ho Kaho at the Central Police Station Serious Crimes Unit. Just tell him you're with me. He'll know what to do. Knock, knock, knock. I shot her a look. Boss, I'll get going. Feng Zheng came in and glanced around the room. I waved the newspaper in my hand. Today's incident made the news. That's exactly what I came to talk to you about. I just got a call from the Hong Kong liaison office. For safety reasons, we're switching to an early flight tomorrow morning. Sure, leaving a day early works for me. You've brought major glory to our steel mill this time. There's bound to be another reward waiting when we get back. I gave a helpless smile. I'd rather this had never happened. If someone had actually gotten hurt, there'd be no way to answer for it back home. That evening, I was drinking red wine in my room when I noticed someone standing at the door, so I went over to open it. Lin Qingxia had just raised her hand to knock. Seeing the door swing open, she stepped quickly inside. How did you know I was here? I did the math on my fingers. I flashed a mischievous grin, scooped her up, and carried her to the bed. I'm flying back first thing tomorrow morning. Wasn't it supposed to be the day after? She wrapped her arms around my neck. Then tonight, I'm really going to give you a workout. Huh, we'll see who taps out first. Before dawn, we boarded the bus arranged by the liaison office, with police escorts front and back. Zhao Siki, the director of the liaison office himself, came to see us off. Comrade Qinzheng, single-handedly you've changed how the people of Hong Kong view the mainland. On behalf of Feng Zheng and the others had never expected a full ministerial-level director to show up in person. They watched me with envy written all over their faces. Director, I just did what needed to be done. Zhao Siki offered a few more words of praise. Then his expression turned serious. We've received intelligence through special channels. Certain organizations may make a move against you. The mainland is safe, but you still need to stay on high alert. Coming after me? I was curious. That's right. A lot of hostile forces haven't given up their designs on us, and people with special skills like yours have always been high on their target list. Someone will fill you in when you get back. I gave a cold laugh. They've got some nerve. Let those moles come. I'll kill every last one of them. Don't take this lightly. Those organizations have endless tricks up their sleeves. You have to stay vigilant at all times. Understood, Director. I agreed out loud, but inwardly, I was actually hoping more of them would come. It'd make the days ahead a lot less boring. The convoy reached the airport without incident. Safe travels. We shook hands with Zhao Siki and said our goodbyes. After boarding, I looked out the window. Only after takeoff did Feng Zheng and the others finally relax. They hadn't overheard that earlier conversation. Outside the Beijing airport, a crowd was waiting. The steel mill leadership had all come, along with several people in uniform. The moment I stepped off the plane and spotted Feng Chaohui and the others, I walked over. Feng Zheng stepped forward. Old Feng, you're all here. Huh. Comrade Qin Zheng won honor for our steel mill. How could we not come? Director Feng, enough with the praise. What matters is that everyone's safe. Du Yunfei clapped me on the shoulder, beaming. He'd originally just pulled a few strings to let me go abroad and see the world, never imagining it would bring him such a huge windfall. Since he'd vouched for me, he'd shared in the spotlight this time around. Little Qin, I really rode your coattails on this one. Director Du trusted me. I'm just glad I didn't embarrass you. Embarrass me? You made me look great. After the pleasantries, Feng Chaohui said, Comrade Qin Zheng, these comrades need to speak with you. We'll wait outside. All right. I'd already noticed those men in uniform. I just hadn't known who they were. I followed them into a small conference room at the airport. Let me introduce myself. I'm Luo Jinsong from the State Security Bureau, and these are my team members. We're here because of what happened in Hong Kong. There are numerous organizations overseas that specialize in hunting down. By the time he finished, I finally understood just how many undercurrents ran through this world. Zhao Siki had been vague earlier, but Luo Jinsong laid it all out. Captain Luo, I understand. I'll protect myself going forward. Comrade Qin Zheng, with your skills, you could join us. You'd be safer that way. I'm used to being my own boss. If I joined you and slipped up, it wouldn't be worth it. Things are fine as they are. Our department doesn't require regular office hours. We'd notify you when there's a special mission, and you'd have the option of whether or not to take part. This world is far less peaceful than it appears on the surface. Join us, and you'll see the world as it really is, and become stronger too. Something stirred in me. Could there really be special powers out there? Seeing me lost in thought, Luo Jinsong handed me a slip of paper. Think it over. Call this number anytime if you're interested. All right. If I change my mind, I'll definitely reach out. I rejoined Feng Chaohui and the others and took the bus back to the steel mill. Seeing the Welcome Home hero banner hanging over the entrance, my face got a little warm. Director, I'm hardly a hero. Of course you are. Without you, the mill would have suffered massive losses. You didn't just save Deputy Director Fong and the others. You saved the mill's key talent. You've earned it. Du Yunfei nodded. Old Feng's right. Little Qin deserves major credit this time. When we got off the bus, the women workers from the guest house and many others were outside to welcome us. Welcome home, Director Qin. He Jia and the others came forward with bouquets. Holding the flowers, I smiled and nodded, though there was a strange feeling stirring inside me. That same day, another commendation ceremony was held in the main hall. Feng Chaohui spoke with genuine emotion and even pulled out the newspaper to read aloud the article about my rescue. That evening, after the welcome banquet, I rode my bike home. I entered the farm space, took a shower, and saw the spirit turtle in the fish tank thriving. No need to feed it. One less thing to worry about. Once I stepped out of the farm, I lit a cigarette. After how have things been at home? All good. Zhangdan comes by every day to tidy up. The folks in the hutong knew you were away on business, so no one came around. Good. I took a deep drag. I want you to head over to the antique street shop and keep Lu Tong safe. I handed him the spirit detector as I spoke. I didn't go over there often, and having Afu guard the house all day was a waste. Stationed at the shop, he might even come across something with energy in it. Lu Tong was bored by herself anyway, so I figured she might as well move into the second floor of the shop. With Afu watching over her, nothing could go wrong. Understood, boss. If I come across anything you're looking for, I'll get my hands on it. I took out several tens of thousands of yuan and some supplies. Buy things quietly. If you can't get something, let me know right away. The key thing is not to draw attention. Got it. Afu tucked everything into his own space, turned, and walked out. I looked out the window. Coming back from bustling Hong Kong, I really did feel a bit out of place. The night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, I did my usual check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving 10 spirit restoration pills and a wisp of mana. I sat up and took out one of the pills, snow white all over, no bigger than a fingertip, giving off a fresh fragrance. This spirit restoration pill could instantly restore all of my mana the moment it went down. Good stuff. I hadn't expected to land a treasure like this. Right now, once my mana ran out, I had to wait until the next day's check-in to refill it, and I didn't even know if I'd get more every day. I stepped into the farm space to freshen up. Zhang Dan had already tidied up the house, and the moment she saw me back, she came trotting over happily. Zhengji, you're back. I smiled and pointed at the gift beside me. Brought this for you. She looked a little bashful as she carefully took out the crystal bottle of perfume and gave it a sniff. It smells amazing. Thank you, Zhengji. As long as you like it. I'm heading to work now. Lu Tong perked up when she heard me. Zhengji, can I go stay at the shop? I gave her nose a light pinch. Of course. Afu will be running the shop from now on. You'll live upstairs. Go to him if anything comes up. Come to think of it, Lu Tong's dad Lu Hai was a real loner. He didn't even come home for the holidays. Her little brother was either at school or over at their grandma's place. Ever since her mom passed, her mom's side of the family had no use for their son-in-law, and that carried over to Lu Tong too. Plain and simple, they favored sons over daughters, all their attention on that grandson who'd made it into college. I never brought this up with Lu Tong. She probably knew, she just didn't want to talk about it. When we got to the shop, Afu greeted us respectfully. Boss, ma'am. Lu Tong's face went red. Just call me by my name. But I said with a smile, keep calling her that. Her heart leapt, and she couldn't hide her grin. Afu set down the luggage and came back downstairs to report. Boss, I combed the area last night. Didn't find what you're looking for. No rush. Take your time. I had a few cups of tea, told Lu Tong I'd come back for dinner, and headed out to take care of business. When I got to the Xiangyang guest house, Lung Yuning threw herself into my arms the second she saw me. I heard you ran into robbers. Are you hurt? I'm fine. Guys like that were no match for me. I gave her a kiss and set the gift on the table. She opened it to find lipstick and cosmetics, and her eyes lit up. She hooked her arm through mine. You'd better make it up to me properly. Let's start right now. Undercurrents had been stirring outside lately. Even the Capital Security Bureau had gotten wind of it and started tracking down unusual signal sources. My case had become their opening to crack down on spies. Foreign powers were bound to pass word along. But none of that had anything to do with me. I'd been busy for a few days since getting back, spent some time with Qian Ling and the others, and then things settled back into their usual rhythm. Over in Hong Kong, at the port warehouse of my Tianlong trading company, Owen watched the workers hauling out grain, oil, and meat, then stepped into the inner warehouse himself and shut the door before calling me. Boss, I'm inside the warehouse. With a flick of my consciousness, I entered the farm storehouse. Piles of pre-packaged grain vanished in an instant, teleported over via the anchor points. Owen watched the food and vegetables appear out of thin air, his eyes filled with shock. Even after seeing it a few times, it still floored him. As for spilling the secret, that thought never even crossed his mind. Boss, that's enough. I'll be in touch once it's all handled. All right, get the overseas company set up as soon as you can. The import-export paperwork needs to be airtight. Don't worry about the tax money. Understood. I hung up and took a sip of tea. The farm space kept growing, and production would only ramp up. Perfect timing to move it through overseas channels. As for putting product into the domestic market, I had no intention of that for now. I didn't want my sudden involvement to alter the course of history's natural development. That wouldn't be a good thing. The phone rang again. It was Qian Ling. That leech is back again. I laughed. Isn't he afraid of another sudden fit sending him running out into the streets? Those madness pills only lasted 7 days. I'd been keeping an eye on several households during that time, and so far none of them had gone near the vault. Lulan knocked and came in with papers for me to sign. I asked casually, how's Xiaowan doing at school? Doing great. Good. I heard there are a lot of foreign students there. Make sure she doesn't get sweet-talked into going abroad. Lulan laughed. She mentioned that when she came home. Said those people give off a strong smell, so she always steers clear of them. They just happen to be a little better looking. A lot of them have body odor. Can't compare to our own people. I tossed the documents aside and pulled her into my arms. I was cycling around the streets, watching the crowds lining up to snatch up goods, and I couldn't help feeling a bit helpless. The scarcer things got, the more people rushed to grab them. The more they grabbed, the scarcer things got. It would be years before this situation changed. I got to Antique Street and parked my bike right at the shop door before heading in. Lu Tong stood up happily, and A Fu greeted me respectfully. I put my arm around Lu Tong, and we headed upstairs, sitting down at the tea table while she started brewing tea. Anything new the past few days? A couple days back, someone brought an item to the state-run store to sell. They offered him 10 yuan. The seller had barely stepped out the door before someone bought it off him for 100. Word got around, and now the state store basically has no business. She poured me a cup. Honestly, it was always kind of like this before, but this time a lot of people saw it happen, and the price difference was 10 times over. Everyone's got a beef with the state store now. I took a sip. That's a pretty embarrassing slap in the face. Nobody called security. They did, but the guy was long gone by then. Nobody claimed to know him, so security couldn't do anything. She went on. A Fu says some of the stalls lately have been putting out freshly unearthed pieces. Has to be grave robbers active again. Grave robbers, Tafuzi, as they called them. They'd been lying low, not just because of the crackdowns, but because antiques weren't worth much either. When people can't even feed themselves, who's buying antiques? Now that prices had climbed and the trade was picking back up, these guys were naturally crawling out of the woodwork. They'd be running wild for decades to come. In some remote mountain villages, entire towns would end up in on it. I was sipping my tea when I noticed a middle-aged man on the street and gave him a second look. He had a layer of dark energy about him, exactly like the misfortune I cast on people. Lu Tong followed my gaze. That guy does the same work as my dad, middleman deals on the street. The two of them used to team up sometimes. I nodded. This guy's about to have some bad luck. Bad luck? Like getting beat up by a client? She asked curiously. Being a middleman, you dealt with all kinds. Getting roughed up wasn't unusual. I set down my cup and smiled. This guy's got misfortune wrapped all around him. His heavenly granary and earthly vault are darkened. He's got a lawsuit coming. Without that misfortune, it might not have amounted to much. Now though, hard to say. Lu Tong looked surprised. Zhengji, you can see misfortune too? First time today. The words were barely out of my mouth when another middle-aged man stepped out of a rickshaw, this one with even thicker misfortune clinging to him. One look and I knew he was bad news. Since that was the case, I might as well help him along. I formed a hand seal and cast the misfortune technique. The moment he got off the rickshaw, he struck up a conversation with the first guy, and the two of them climbed into a rickshaw together and left. No sooner had they gone than plainclothes officers on the street tailed after them. Lu Tong clapped a hand over her mouth. Oh, those men are following them. I laughed. The guy who just got out of the rickshaw is in serious trouble. Now both of them are going down together. With that, I drained my tea in one gulp and pulled Lu Tong toward the bedroom. Enough about them. I haven't seen you in days. Let me give you a thorough inspection. I've been a good girl. What's there to inspect? I grinned wickedly and tackled her onto the bed. Outside a courtyard house on Hohai Street, two rickshaws pulled to a stop. This is the place. Go on in. Zhang Xiaozue sized it up and stepped through the gate. A woman came out to greet them. Zhang Xiaozue smiled and asked, "Nice place. How much are you asking?" 20,000. 20,000? Zhang Xiaozue froze. Not because it was too much, but because it was way too cheap. He glanced around and lowered his voice. There's something wrong with this house, isn't there? You've got the wrong idea. My husband and I are going overseas to join family, and we want to sell fast. Ask anyone you like. The place is clean. Zhang Xiaozue breathed a sigh of relief. Easy enough, then. I'll go line up a buyer right now. 3 days tops. I'll bring someone by to see it. Wonderful, wonderful. The words had barely left his mouth when a group of men burst through the gate. Everybody down on the ground. The next day, while Lu Tong was out buying groceries, she overheard people talking. Zhang Xiaozue got picked up. Yesterday afternoon, a whole crew stormed his house and cleaned him out. What did he do? Heard it was that department that raided him. Everyone around instantly clammed up. Lu Tong remembered what I'd said the day before, finished her shopping, and turned right around to head home. Deputy Logistics Director Sun Lang sat in my office. Director, more folks have been coming around lately trying to negotiate supply deals. But your reputation gets around. They're all a lot more restrained now, real polite. I looked over the monthly report. Ever since I beat up Wang Xiaoqiang before the new year, plenty of people had been waiting to see his father Wang Weian come after me. Instead, no trouble came, and after the holiday, the whole family got hauled in by the authorities, which put the fear of God into another batch of them. The upper brass knew the real story. The little guys didn't get it and just figured I played dirty. Beat the guy up, made him pay damages, and still got him locked away. My reputation as the untouchable logistics director at the steel mill was cemented, and everyone gave me a wide berth. Otherwise, they'd lose money, get sent to labor camp, and maybe even eat a bullet. I put down the report. If the price is right, do the deal. Just keep monthly costs under control. Sun Lang nodded. I took a sip of tea and added, I'm planning to resign at year-end. I'll do what I can to have you take over my position. Resign? He was taken aback. Director, everyone thinks you've got a bright future ahead. Why quit all of a sudden? I looked bored. One less title, one less set of strings attached. That's a real shame. Why don't you think it over some more? There's still over half a year. We'll decide when the time comes. You really should think it through. With your abilities, you'd have way more room to move if you went the government route. I waved him off. Beat it, you're giving me a headache. Heh, all right, I'll head out. You give it some serious thought. The moment he left, the phone in my head started ringing. I transferred another big batch of supplies over to Owen's side. That 10-to-1 time ratio was seriously overpowered right now. A lot of the crops could be harvested in under a month, so even if the Hong Kong operation scaled up several times over, I could still keep it supplied. Xiao Ran came in to tidy up. Zhengji, our guest house isn't handing out treasury bonds this month, is it? Of course we are. Huh? We get them too. Her little face scrunched up. 10 yuan in treasury bonds each, as a bonus. Her frown flipped into a grin. I knew Zhengji was the best. I'll go tell everyone right now. I took a sip of tea. A few years down the road, cashing in treasury bonds would make a fortune for a whole crop of people. When the time came, I'd have my crew handle it. Free money, why not? A group of young men were squatting outside the steel mill. Damn it, they promised us jobs. How long's it been and still nothing? They're just walking all over us because we've got no connections. We should go file a complaint with the authorities. Complain to who exactly? Then what do? Just sit around waiting. Standing by the roadside was a haggard-looking woman holding a little girl by the hand. Mama, I'm hungry. The woman almost broke into tears. Mom'll buy Yaya something to eat in a bit. The little girl nodded obediently. The woman saw me riding out on my bike, and her eyes lit up for a split second before dimming. She turned away with her daughter in her arms, trying not to let me see her. I noticed that familiar back and stopped. I thought for a moment, but couldn't place her, and was about to move on when she glanced back, and it hit me instantly. Shen Lihua. It was her, one of the female sent-down youths who'd been with Feng Ning back when I was in the mountains. The one who'd also given me her first time. You've got the wrong person. She didn't want me to see how far she'd fallen. Besides, she'd aged, while I still looked so young. I frowned and looked her over, sensing what was going on in her head. I wheeled my bike over toward her. Her face was gaunt and worn, her hands covered in calluses. The little girl in her arms was looking up at me curiously. I understood in my heart, but I kept a joking smile on my face. It's only been a few years, and now you're pretending not to know me? Shen Lihua's eyes welled up. She wiped at them quickly. No, I smiled and pinched her daughter's little cheek. Is this your daughter? Yes. Yaya, say hello to Uncle Chin. Hi, Uncle Chin. I pulled out a handful of white rabbit candies. Yaya's such a good girl. Uncle's got some candy for you. The little girl's eyes lit up. She stuck her finger in her mouth and looked up at her mom. Shen Lihua smiled and nodded. What do you say to Uncle? Thank you, Uncle Chin. Yaya reached for the candy, but her hands were too small to hold it all. Laughing, I tucked the pieces into her pocket for her. Mama, you have some too. She dutifully unwrapped a piece and handed it to her mother first. Mama doesn't want any. Yaya, you eat it. The little girl licked the candy and said, once I eat candy, I won't be hungry anymore. Shen Lihua fought hard to hold back her tears. I pretended not to notice and asked with a smile, you here to see someone? I came to see a neighbor from my old compound. I know this area well. It's been a while. Let's grab a bite and catch up. No need. I'll head home once I find them. I could see how uncomfortable she was. I set down my bike and gestured toward a nearby alley. Let's talk over there. There were plenty of people watching, and it was awkward here. Shen Lihua didn't refuse this time and followed with her daughter in her arms. I lit a cigarette and looked at how stiffly she was standing. You running into some kind of trouble? Her tears broke loose all at once. She wiped them away and shook her head. It's nothing. I pulled an envelope out of my bag. Put this in your pocket. Tears streamed down her face. She wanted to refuse, but thinking of how things were at home, she just couldn't get the words out. Thank you. I'll pay you back, I promise. I waved it off. Pay me back for what? If you're ever in trouble, just come find me. At those words, memories of their time together came flooding back, and she couldn't hold it in any longer. She broke down crying. Yaya saw her mom crying and used her little hands to wipe away the tears. I sighed and handed her a tissue without offering any words of comfort. It was clear she'd been holding it in for far too long. A few years back on that mountain, she'd been a bright, beautiful young woman. Now she was worn down to this. She wiped her tears and started telling me what had happened to her. After returning to the city, she'd been set up on a blind date and gotten married. Her husband worked at the warehouse of a motor factory, and life had been okay at first. But then he and some co-workers started stealing and reselling stuff from the warehouse. When it all blew up, he got arrested. With the household income gone and a criminal case attached to the family, she couldn't take over his position at the factory either, and the factory took back their housing. Her parents cut ties with her, and her in-laws called her and her daughter jinxes and wanted nothing to do with them. If the neighborhood committee hadn't found them a place to stay, they'd have been out on the street. I took a deep drag on my cigarette and said, go home today and pack up. Tomorrow, report to the guest house at the steel mill. Once you're on the payroll, I'll have someone take you to enroll Yaya in the factory kindergarten. She looked at me in disbelief. I can really work at the guest house. If I say you can, you can. Just show up tomorrow. I'll take care of everything. Qinzheng, thank you. She reached out excitedly, then pulled her hand back. Don't read too much into it. Take Yaya to get something to eat. I'm heading out. I tossed the cigarette butt and got on my bike. Get home safe. She held her daughter tight and watched me ride away. As I pedaled, I couldn't help thinking back a few years. She'd been so full of life back then. Only 27, right at the age when a woman is at her most captivating. Now life had beaten her down like this. It didn't sit right with me. When I got home, I called the office and got her job squared away. Zhang Dan set a cup of tea in front of me. What's wrong, Zhang? Nothing. Just ran into an old friend today. She's had a rough few years. She sat down beside me. Now that she's run into you, things are bound to turn around. I stroked her cheek. That mouth of yours is getting sweeter by the day. She nestled into my arms obediently, like a little kitten. Looking at the red patch on her face, I couldn't resist channeling some of my power to see if it would do anything. She felt a warm, soothing energy wrap around her face and was so startled she nearly sat up. Don't move. My eyes lit up. The red mark on her face was starting to fade. But when I kept channeling, nothing more happened. My guess was I could only heal it a little each day. What is it, Zhang? See for yourself. I handed her the mirror. She looked and her expression turned to disbelief. The color's lighter. Yeah, I got the sudden urge to try, and it actually worked. I'll treat you once a day from now on. Might clear up pretty fast. Staring at her reflection, she couldn't hold back her tears. She'd fantasized about that birthmark disappearing more times than she could count, and now it was actually happening. She set down the mirror and threw herself into my arms. Thank you, Zhang. It's not all gone yet. If it stops working later, don't hold it against me. She shook her head. Never. Meanwhile, Shen Lihua took her daughter into a small restaurant, ordered a plate of braised pork and 2 bowls of rice, and watched her daughter eat with heartache in her eyes. But a peace of mind she hadn't felt in ages. The envelope held 300 yuan and a stack of ration coupons. She'd been shocked when she first saw it. Later she asked around at the stalls outside the steel mill and learned that I was now the head of logistics and director of the guest house. That's when she finally let herself relax. "Mommy, I'm so full." She dabbed at the corner of her eye and carefully packed the leftover pork and rice into a lunchbox. "Mommy will heat this up for you tonight." "Okay." The braised pork smelled so good. Yaya hasn't had it in forever. "From now on, Mommy will make it for you often." They went back to their place, a tiny gatehouse room in a courtyard compound, only a few square meters. Aside from a bed and a small wooden table, there was nothing else in the room. Officer Wong from the neighborhood committee came by. "Shen Lihua, are you in?" "I'm here. These are the divorce papers. The committee got everything processed." "Hold on to them." She took them, and a complicated feeling washed over her. Her husband's crime was serious. He was set to be executed next month. He didn't want the child to grow up carrying the stigma, so he'd initiated the divorce himself. "Thank you, Officer Wong. This is about all the committee can do for you." "I understand." "Oh, and I found a job. I start tomorrow. Once things settle, I'll find a new place." "Good that you found work. Don't rush about the housing. Stay put and wait until you get your first paycheck." Early the next morning, I signed in. Ding, sign-in successful. "Congratulations, host. You have received Spirit Restoration Pills times 10, Spiritual Power times 1 Wisp. Another bottle. That made 3 now." I was pleased. After washing up and eating breakfast, I left food out for Big Wong and Little Wong, then biked over to work. He Jia and the others took Shin Lihua under their wing, helped her drop her daughter off at the factory kindergarten, got her settled, and brought her to the office together. "You'll be working with us from now on. Just ask if there's anything you don't understand." Xiaoren asked curiously. "Lihua, how do you and Zheng know each other?" "A few years back, I was a sent-down youth working at a forestry station. Qin Zheng lived not far from our outpost. That's how we met." He Jia nodded. "So that's how?" "I was sent down to the village next to Zheng's. Guess we were all pretty close by." "Really? Is that how you two met too?" He Jia smiled. I came upstairs and saw them all there. Everything's arranged." Shen Lihua stood up and nodded gratefully. "Lihua, come with me for a sec. You all carry on." She followed me into the office next door. "Qinzheng, thank you. If it weren't for you, my daughter and I really wouldn't have made it." She took out the envelope. "This is too much. I kept 20 yuan. I'll pay you back once I get my paycheck." I waved her off. "It's yours. Keep it. With our history, talking about paying it back is too formal." She tugged at the hem of her shirt. "Meeting you was the luckiest thing that ever happened to me. Back on the mountain, if you hadn't been there to keep me company, I probably would have lost my mind. You've had it hard these past few years. Don't worry, things will get better bit by bit." I reached out and gently touched her worn face. If you don't mind me being like this, you can have me now." Her cheeks turned red. I gave her a light pat. "Don't get ahead of yourself. Go get to work." "Okay." After that, I treated Zhang Dan once every day. A week went by, and all that remained on her face was a red spot about the size of a fingernail. That last bit won't come off for now, but honestly, it looks kind of cute. She looked in the mirror happily. "It's more than good enough already." Then she turned to me. "Shouldn't you be eating me up by now?" "Wow, someone's eager." She flushed deep red and buried herself in my arms, playing coy. "That's not it." "Huh. Well, this is one request I've got to grant." I scooped her up and headed straight for the bedroom. Meanwhile, Shen Lihua rented a place near the steel mill, and he Jia and Xiao Ran went along to help her move. Seeing the bare-bones furniture in the little gatehouse, both of them felt a pang. "Lihua, this is really sparse." There wasn't much I could do at the time. Just having a roof over our heads was enough for me. Yaya was over the moon. "Mommy, come on, let's take our stuff to the new place." They didn't have much, just 2 small bundles. While packing, Shen Lihua spotted the jade pipe wrapped inside the clothes and carefully tucked it away. "All right, let's go." I lit a cigarette. Zhang Dan leaned against me, looking a little worried. "People say a white tiger brings bad luck. If it bothers you, I'll come clean the house when you're not home." "Why would it bother me? I love it." I gave her a kiss. "Don't think that way anymore." She nodded happily. "From now on, I'll do whatever you say." "That's more like it." I hadn't expected her to be gifted too. That unique physical sensation, so different from anyone else's, kept lingering in my mind. Meanwhile, in an overseas villa, a group of masked figures sat around a conference room. At the head of the table, a blonde, blue-eyed middle-aged man spoke up. "The new assassination list is finalized. Take your pick." The masked figures flipped through the files. "There are actually targets inside Dragon Nation? Are the higher-ups sending in troops?" Everyone shook their heads. In recent years, every operative sent to Dragon Nation had come back a failure, if they came back at all. Nobody wanted those targets anymore. The other targets were quickly claimed. Only Dragon Nations remained. The middle-aged man took a puff of his cigar. The higher-ups have decided. Whoever completes the Dragon Nation mission will be rewarded with an energy crystal. At the words, energy crystal, the room fell dead silent. A masked figure at the end of the table spoke up. I'll give it a shot. The others looked at him and shook their heads. Good luck. In the Shadow Base's main hall, the masked leader announced the target. One member pulled an exaggerated face. God, is today April Fool's Day? Phil, quit spreading your nonsense. Dragon Nation isn't some den of tigers. Fine, I know I'm not strong enough. I won't compete with you all. The leader cut in bluntly. Phil, you're from Dragon Nation. This one's on you. He shrugged. But I've been gone a long time. I don't have any family left there. I'd be flagged for inspection instantly. Don't worry. You'll go back as an overseas Chinese. Just buy the others a few days. Complete the mission and the credit is all yours. In that case, no problem. Everyone go prepare. We start setting things up in 3 days. Phil returned to his place and hurried into the bathroom. He lifted a floor tile to reveal a palm-sized device hidden underneath. Turning the faucet on full blast, he used the rushing water to mask the beep-beep of the device. Bam! The bathroom door was kicked open. The leader stood outside with his men. Meanwhile, in a conference room of Dragon Nation's special department, we just got word. The Overseas Shadow Organization has taken a contract on Comrade Xinjiang. Only half the intel came through. Our inside man is likely dead. Luo Jinsong slammed his fist on the table. Those bastards. Now's not the time for anger. We don't know what identities they'll use to slip in. Wiping every one of them out is the only real comfort we can give our fallen comrades. I walked into the guest house office with a smile on my face. Shen Lihua came in to make tea. I moved into my new place yesterday. It's close to work. The commute is so much easier now. That's good. Just let me know if you need any help. She set the tea down and pulled something wrapped in cloth out of her pocket. This was left behind by Yaya's father. He said it might be an antique. I don't know anything about it, but it looks pretty. It's for you. I opened it up, a jade pipe. Ding, special energy detected. Absorb. Hearing the voice in my head, I felt a rush of excitement. I turned it over in my hands and nodded with a smile. I really like it. Thank you. Seeing me accept it, she looked at me happily. As long as you like it, I'll get back to work. Go on. And don't be stingy with those skincare products I gave you. I use them all the time. The calluses on my hands are even fading. She held up her hand to show me. I took a look and pinched her cheek. Go on. She turned and walked out, beaming. Lately, life had felt like a dream to her. She'd thought her world would be nothing but darkness. But the man she'd secretly held in her heart had appeared, like a prince from a fairy tale, and pulled her out of it. I took out the pipe and studied it. It felt good in my hand. Absorb. The pipe vanished, and a massive wheel appeared in my mind. Start. I stayed calm. High-tier zones didn't always mean good rewards. Wherever it landed was fine by me. I lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Stop. The pointer slowly came to rest on the white zone. Ding, congratulations, host. You've drawn the Apocalypse World Special Talent. Danger Sense. A surge of energy poured into my mind. Danger Sense could automatically detect any hostility or threat within a 500-meter radius. My eyes lit up. Now that's a good one. Guess you really can't judge by tier alone. White was the lowest tier, but this ability was ridiculously useful for me. Even better than Spirit Turtle. What good was a long lifespan if you were already dead? Just then, a wave of hostility flared up in my mind. My eyes went cold. I stood up and walked out of the office, following the guidance in my head toward the guest room department. Along the way, people greeted me, and I responded with a smile. Passing by a guest room, I saw a maid cleaning inside. When she saw me, she flashed a sweet smile. Good morning, Director. I kept my gentle smile in place. Just taking a walk. Carry on. Once I was clear, I dropped the smile. Making sure no one was around, I activated Shadow Meld and vanished. I hid inside her shadow and watched. The maid peeked out to confirm I was gone, and her sweet smile instantly disappeared. Acting all high and mighty. Once I get someone to spill on you, you're done. I stroked my chin, mulling this woman over. I couldn't remember having any beef with her at all, but she was clearly out to get me. I left the guest room, found a spot to reappear, and strolled back toward the office building. My mind was completely on her. Something came up. I'm heading out. Keep an eye on things. Hee-ja nodded. Sure. Stay safe out there. Don't worry. I smiled, went back to my room to grab a bag, rode off on my bike, found a secluded spot, and activated Shadow Meld again. I slipped back to the guest house and slid into Chun-Li's shadow. I needed to find out whether this was a personal grudge or if her whole family was after me. After work, Chun-Li rode off with her co-workers, chatting and laughing. Every other sentence was praise about me. When she got home to the courtyard tenement, neighbors greeted her and asked whether the guest house had handed out the government bonds yet. She answered each one, then walked through her door and called out, "I'm home." The person who opened the door called her sister-in-law, and everything clicked. It was Wang Ming, Lu Chuanyan's suitor. Chun-Li warmly offered to stew some meat for him, telling her husband Wang Chong to go buy a roast chicken so the brothers could have a drink together. Wang Ming grinned. "I already brought some with me. Sis, how's the guest house been lately?" Chun-Li washed her hands. "Pretty good, though I haven't heard anything bad about Qin Zheng. That guy's definitely hiding something. The guest house is full of pretty women. You think he can resist sneaking a taste?" Wang Chong chimed in from the side. "You two don't even have any dealings with him. Why are you so fixated on him?" Chun-Li's face went stern. "If he's not a good man, I'll report him for sure. Otherwise, how could you feel comfortable with me working there?" Wang Ming echoed her. "Sis is right. We've got to fight against bad people. Can't let them run around scot-free." Hidden in the shadows, I was a little speechless. If I hadn't just gotten this ability today, I never would have imagined that a small fry I didn't even bother to notice had been secretly investigating me all along. I formed a hand seal and cast bad luck curse on Wang Ming. Watching a layer of misfortune settle over him, I channeled my power and vanished. Even if they turned the guest house upside down, they wouldn't find anything on me. Everyone connected to me was one of my own. Who would ever talk? I found a spot to reappear and biked home. The moment I entered the alley, I felt several waves of hostility. These people were just jealous of me. They posed no threat. Otherwise, I would have sent them off to be reincarnated long ago. After gaining this ability today, I'd sensed plenty of hostility at the rolling mill too, which only strengthened my resolve to quit. Back home, Zhongli cheerfully poured tea. "Zhang, have some tea." I smiled and took it, sat down, and took a sip. She said she'd go get dinner started, and I waved her off. Tapping my fingers on the armrest, I used my mind to dial a phone. "It's me, Chun-Li from the guest house. Her whole family already has jobs, and the district still assigned her one. That's not right. With so many people out there waiting for a job, if word got out, there'd be an uproar. Fix it on your end." The next day at noon, the guest house staff were all eating in the cafeteria. Two district officials walked in and called Chun-Li outside. Everyone looked at her, wondering what was going on. I walked in from outside. "What's happening?" Chun-Li quickly said. "Director, they just showed up looking for me. I don't know what they want." One of the officials spoke up. "Director Qin, due to an earlier clerical error, a staff member entered the wrong information during worker assignments. Comrade Chun-Li doesn't actually qualify under the placement policy." Chun-Li got worked up. "What do you mean I don't qualify? You people notified me yourselves." The cafeteria immediately buzzed with gossip. "Chun-Li's been working here more than half a year, and now you're saying it was a mistake." I feigned surprise. Comrade Chun-Li is a very capable worker. Suddenly telling us she doesn't qualify puts us in a really awkward spot. "Director Qin, Chun-Li's whole family already has jobs. This is deeply unfair to families that don't have a single worker." Chun-Li shouted. "Everyone in my family has a job. Why can't I? I'm going to sue you. Sue us if you want. As of now, we're declaring your position void and adding you to the no reassignment list. You can't do this." She turned to me. "Director, please, plead my case for me." I put on an angry face. "How can you handle things this way? Chun-Li is a rolling mill employee now. You can't just void it because you say so." Hearing this, the hostility Chun-Li had felt toward me instantly vanished, replaced by gratitude. She probably figured she'd been misled by her brother-in-law. How could such a good cadre possibly be a bad person? Just then, someone from the Rolling Mills HR department walked in. "Director Qin, the factory got a call from the district and is taking it seriously. We've decided to terminate Chun-Li. Otherwise, if word gets out, no one comes out looking good." I looked troubled. Isn't there another way? She's been working for so long. Firing her outright is just too harsh. But the district officials said, "Director Qin, we've made our announcement. The rest is up to your factory." With that, they left. Chun-Li grabbed my hand emotionally. "Director, please help me. They're bullying me." The HR guy shook his head. "Keeping you on would be a slap in the face to all the other comrades without jobs. Besides, this was the district's mistake to begin with. The factory has no choice but to let you go." A few waitresses stepped up to comfort her. I made a real effort on her behalf, but in the end had to give up helplessly. "Comrade Chun-Li, this is how it has to be for now. Go home and wait for news." Seeing me fight for her, she was overcome with guilt to think she'd wanted to report me. "Thank you, Director. I'll head home and talk it over with my family. Don't dwell on it. There'll be other chances down the road. Take care getting home." I had someone escort her to pack up her things and turn back to my office. Lucky for her, she hadn't actually done anything yet. Otherwise, it wouldn't have ended with just losing her job. As for that Wang Ming, his days ahead were going to be quite the spectacle. Perfect little entertainment for me. I kicked my feet up on the desk and happily lit a cigarette. He Jiao walked in. What was that all about? Chun-Li, her husband, and their whole family all have jobs. The district canceled her placement, and the factory just let her go. The district really dropped the ball. If they checked properly from the start, none of this would have happened. So embarrassing. Tell me about it. I smiled, but didn't tell her the truth. Meanwhile, Wang Ming hobbled out of the hospital on crutches, his brother Wang Chong supporting him and grumbling. You're a grown man breaking your leg falling off a bike. Unbelievable. Wang Ming had just finished saying. I ran right into two groups of guys brawling, when he missed a step and tumbled straight down the stairs. People from the hospital came running out to look. Wang Chong rushed over to find his brother's injured leg wedged between the railings. Unconscious, the leg snapped clean. The crowd shook their heads. This guy has the worst luck. That leg's done for. When Chun-Li heard her brother-in-law was hurt and rushed to the hospital, the sight of Wang Ming's condition made her clap a hand over her mouth in horror. On my end, I noticed more plainclothes officers around the streets and near my residence. After getting home, I used shadow form to slip over and check it out, catching only a snippet. All clear for now. Stay on high alert. I made a lap, but didn't hear anything specific. Still, I could tell. These people were here to protect me. Back in my study, I couldn't quite figure it out. Has someone actually come to the mainland to assassinate me? I'd only made one move over in Hong Kong. How did these people zero in on me? Talk about having nothing better to do. For the next stretch of time, I stopped wandering around, sticking to a simple routine, home to work and back. Meanwhile, in a hotel room in the capital, a group was plotting. A middle-aged Chinese man swirled his red wine and said, the organization paid a steep price this time. We pulled 3 combat squads that had been embedded in the Dragon Nation from other factions. If we fail this time, the assassination mission gets called off for good. Someone asked, if the organization is having the islanders do the job, why did they send us over? The traitor from before leaked intel, and we can't be sure if the whole plan got compromised, so we're going along with it and using it to our advantage. So after the islanders make their move, won't we get exposed? There's definitely a risk. That's why we're flying out tomorrow, to make them think they misread the situation. Once they pull back, the odds of the assassination succeeding go way up. The next morning I woke up, stretched, and lay there for a bit before mentally checking in with the system. Ding. Monthly check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you've received disguise technique, 5 bottles of spirit-restoring pills, and 10 wisps of manna. A stream of memories flooded my mind, and a gentle wave of energy wrapped around my body. The disguise technique. Let me use mana to alter my body shape and appearance, undetectable by any instrument. Nice. I took out the pills and looked them over. 10 per bottle, and combined with what I already had, I now had 8 bottles. I stepped into the farm space, freshened up, and stood in front of the mirror. Picturing Butler Alfred in my head, I channeled my mana. My body wobbled a few times like dough, and my appearance and build completely changed. I looked exactly like Alfred. Another thought, and I morphed into Lung Yuaning. I reached out to touch, and quickly switched back. Damn, this isn't disguise, this is straight-up shape-shifting. I could turn into anyone I could picture, though I was limited to human forms. Otherwise, it really would have been full-on shape-shifting. I stepped out of the space, ate a quick breakfast, grabbed my bag, and headed out. Zhang Dan walked over with a smile. Off to work, Zhang? Yeah, have fun on your own. Okay, be safe. I biked out of the alley and noticed the plainclothes officer from before was gone. I didn't spot any on my way to work either, which put me in a good mood. Looks like it's been handled. I headed upstairs. Shen Lihua was tidying up the office and greeted me with a smile. After recovering these past few weeks, her face had regained its glow. Is Yaya settling in at kindergarten? Yeah, she has a blast every day. She poured tea and set it down. Lulan knocked and came in. Zhang, here's last month's report. Shen Lihua said goodbye and headed off to work. I looked over the report and signed it. Lulan took it. The guest house is holding another 2,000 yuan in treasury bonds this month. If we never distribute them to the workers, won't the steel mill have something to say? The plant had quotas to fill, but our guest house had never passed them down to employees. I took a sip of tea. How much have we saved up now? 16,000. I did some quick math based on the head count. From now on, add 30 yuan in treasury bonds to everyone's monthly paycheck as a bonus, and give out a full month's worth in bonds during major holidays. Lulan nodded with a smile. Sounds good. I doubt you'll find another guest house like ours in all of Beijing. Just focus on our end. Don't worry about the rest. Right? Everyone admires you anyway. I thought of Chun-Li and chuckled. Whether or not they admired me didn't matter, as long as nobody had it out for me. The phone rang. Lulan stepped out to answer it, and came back saying, Zhang, Director Du wants to see you. I put the thought aside, got up, and headed out. If Du Yunfei was calling me in, it had to be about procurement. Nothing else came to mind. People greeted me along the way, and I nodded back with a smile. I went upstairs to his office. The door was open, so I knocked. Come in and have a seat. Du Yunfei got up to pour tea. I called you in because there's going to be a reshuffle at the plant. I'm on the fence about something and wanted to talk it through with you. I sat down on the couch. What could possibly stump you? He handed me a cigarette. The old boss had a talk with me. Two options. 1. Get promoted to plant director. 2. Take a post at the local government. What's there to think about? Go with local government, obviously. The steel mill's fine, but there's a ceiling. Government is where you can really shine. He took a deep drag. That's what I'm thinking too. It's just, I've never worked in local government. I'm not sure what I'm walking into. I nodded. I got where he was coming from. After years in industry, suddenly running a local operation would rattle anyone. I took a puff. Your concern's fair, totally different system. Did they say where and what role? Head of the industry department in North Province. Come on, what's there to hesitate about? That's a perfect fit. You can ease into the local scene, and by the time you get reassigned later, you'll already know the ropes. I smiled. It's clearly a transition role. They're giving you time to adjust. Don't waste the opportunity. He was still worried. A whole province's industry is way more complex than our plant, and I don't know North Province at all. Any chance you'd come with me? That's when it hit me why he'd really called me in. He wanted me to go with him. I waved him off. Nah, I'm planning to resign at the end of the year. Thinking about running a small business, taking it easy. He froze. Resign? Why the hell would you resign? You think running a small business is that easy? Facing the barrage of questions, I just smiled. I believe the policies are going to keep opening up, so I want to get ahead of the curve. He looked at me helplessly. Man, at your age, this far along, so many people have their eyes on you. Quitting now would be such a waste. I need to keep a low profile going forward. Some things are just hard to explain. He stared at me. Is it dangerous? I took a deep drag and said to Du Yunfei, I'm not afraid of danger. It's just a hassle. There were plainclothes officers all over my route for a while there. I don't want to be a burden on anyone. Du Yunfei stubbed out his cigarette. In that case, I won't try to talk you out of it. I'll probably head out by the end of the year. If you've got someone to recommend, get the appointment locked in before you go. Old Sun'll do fine. You know him well. Let him handle the guest house on the side. I wouldn't trust anyone else with it. Done. I'll give Old Foam and the others a heads up. He looked at me. But we've got a deal. If I run into trouble in North Province, you can't ignore my calls. No problem. Reach out anytime, and I'll get it sorted. Huh. Then I can relax. Meanwhile, on the other end, Luo Jinsong was sitting in his office, stewing. Captain, the targets have flown out. Looks like we misjudged this one. Did you check everyone they were in contact with? Yeah, all clean. Luo Jinsong furrowed his brow. Something still feels off. Are the night watch shifts set up? Yeah, we've got a team on covert standby. Good. Near Fanyuan Alley, the watchman listened intently for any sound. Around midnight, figures started slipping out from all over Beijing, all headed toward Fanyuan Alley. They expertly dodged the patrolling security officers along the way. I was sleeping soundly in bed when alarm bells suddenly went off in my head. I opened my eyes and sensed over 50 waves of killing intent a few hundred meters away. My face turned cold. Someone actually had the guts to come after me. They're asking to die. I threw on my clothes and used shadow shift to dash out. But when I spotted the plainclothes officers hidden nearby protecting me, I stopped and slipped back into the courtyard. A few dozen men had gathered at the mouth of the alley. A short guy murmured a few orders, waved his hand, and the whole group silently drew their weapons and charged into the alley. The commotion tipped off the plainclothes officers. They chambered rounds and took aim at the assassins. Freeze. Everybody down on the ground. The short one was quick on his feet. He ducked into the crowd in a flash. It's a trap. Open fire. Rat-tat-tat. The vicious gunfire jolted the entire alley awake. Residents scrambled for cover in terror. Next door, Zhang Dan bolted upright. Sure to. Sis, I'm right here. There's shooting in the alley. Don't go out. Zhang Dan threw on her clothes. Listening to the gunfire and explosions outside, she was worried sick. Brother Zhang is still home. What if something happens to him? Relax, sis. Brother Zhang will be fine. I stood in the courtyard, listening to the firefight outside. Throw the grenades. Blow them to hell. Boom. The blast rattled the windows. I hadn't expected these assassins to come so well equipped. I quickly activated Shadow Shift to go invisible. But when I saw the plainclothes officers starting to take casualties, my expression turned even colder. No, if I stayed hidden, those 10+ officers protecting me wouldn't stand a chance. I stepped back into the courtyard, dropped my invisibility, kicked off the ground, and leapt straight onto the roof. Several throwing knives materialized in my hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I sprinted along the courtyard wall, both hands hurling knives nonstop. Target spotted. Take him out. Whoosh, h. The knives seemed to have eyes of their own, striking each assassin in the throat or limbs. The pressure on the plainclothes officers eased instantly. The assassins in the alley sprayed bullets at me. Not one hit its mark, and the officers picked them off cleanly instead. I bounded across the rooftops. With every step, my mind flagged any danger, and I always landed in the safest spot. The knives never ran out. Every throw found its target. My blood was on fire. Damn, this was a rush. It also showed me just how powerful my danger perception really was. This head-on combat had me hooked. In the middle of the chaos, I flicked a thought and pulled one of the assassins into my farm space. Swish, swish. 4 cold flashes shot out. The last assassin took blades to all 4 limbs and collapsed, howling. I dropped lightly to the ground. The captured assassin's memories flooded into my mind. Turned out these guys were enemy sleeper agents, and there were even some Japs mixed in. Japs. The plainclothes officers helped each other out into the open. The way they looked at me had completely changed. They'd only heard I was tough. None of them had seen it firsthand. But they'd just watched this whole fight play out. I was a god of death, plain and simple. The assassins on the ground were either dead from knife strikes or crippled and unable to fight back. Public security vehicles rolled in, and officers poured into the alley with guns raised. The sight of bodies everywhere sent chills through every one of them. I turned to a few of the plainclothes guys. I'm going to lay low for a bit. You handle this. Got it. I didn't lock the door. I patted Big Wong and Second Wong on the head, went back inside, and brewed a pot of tea. I replayed the whole adrenaline-soaked scene in my head. Thinking of the Japs, murderous intent surged up in me. Sons of bitches. Those bastards deserve to die. All I wanted was to live the easy life, and they had the nerve to come knocking at my door. Right then I had the urge to wipe that country off the map. Out in the alley, they started clearing bodies and bullet holes. The residents didn't dare come out, afraid of being caught up in it by mistake. Luo Jinsong arrived with his team, seeing the state of his own men. Then looking at the dozens of assassin corpses, he clapped a few of them on the shoulder with a grave expression. Captain, it was Comrade Qin Zheng who stepped in. Otherwise, not one of us would have made it. Luo Jinsong paused. Where is he? Back home. You men did well. Your brothers didn't die for nothing. Go get your wounds treated first. Yes, sir. I watched a few of them come into the courtyard. I poured out several cups of tea. Luo Jinsong and the others came in and sat down. For the first time, my face showed guilt. This is my fault. I dragged them into it. No. Protecting the people's safety is our duty. Every man who signs up is prepared to give his life at any moment. Luo Jinsong stood and gave me a bow. Thank you for stepping in. Without you, they wouldn't have made it out alive. The enemy had rolled in with over 50 men and heavy firepower. 10+ officers didn't stand a chance. He was even more furious inside. So many operatives had been hiding right here in the capital, and they hadn't uncovered them. That was on his people. I quickly steadied him. If it weren't for me, none of this would have happened. Don't blame yourself. Sooner or later, we'll dig every one of those rats out. He looked at me. This place isn't safe anymore. You need to move. I understood, and I didn't push back. Fine. Let me quit the steel mill first, then we'll set it up. Otherwise, there's no way to keep it under wraps. You're quitting? I nodded. I'll switch places after I quit. Then it won't be easy to find me. They threw this many sleeper agents at you today. They won't be able to pull off a second hit anytime soon. There's no need to quit. I shook my head. I don't want to be more trouble for you. I'll be careful. I can look after myself. I looked at him. Last time you said I could pick and choose missions. Was that for real? Luo Jinsong lit up. Of course it's real. But it's too late today. I'll come by tomorrow and go over it with you in person. All right. I'll be waiting at home tomorrow. The bodies were loaded onto trucks. Some people hauled buckets and scrubbed away the bloodstains. Others pried bullets out of the walls. Everyone worked in silence, clearly experienced. By daybreak, everything looked exactly as it had before. Zhang Dan and Shirtu snuck a peek outside. Seeing everything was calm, they hurried over to my little courtyard. Brother Zhang, are you okay? I was sitting inside drinking tea. I'm fine. Slept great last night. Shirtu looked tense. Brother Zhang, what actually happened last night? I waved him off. That's above our pay grade. Us regular folks stay out of it. I turned to Zhang Dan. I've got some things to take care of today. Take the day off. Sure. Zhang Dan didn't press it, just pulled her little brother along and left. Everyone in the alley came out, whispering about what had happened the night before. But looking at the walls, not a single bullet hole. No one could tell whether last night had been real. Gunfire, explosions, and yet not a trace on the ground. The next day, a jeep drove into the alley and pulled up outside my courtyard. Luo Jinsong stepped out with a man and a woman. I got up and went out. Big Wong, Second Wong, go play somewhere else. Woof, woof. Luo Jinsong brought the two of them inside. Comrade Xinzheng, this is Comrade Su Zhe and Comrade Luo Tang from the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau. Hearing that department name piqued my interest. Nice to meet you. Please, have a seat. Luo Jinsong didn't sit down. They'll brief you on the confidentiality regulations next. I shouldn't be here for that. I'll wait outside. The moment he stepped out, Su Zhe opened his bag and pulled out a document. Comrade Xinzheng, I'm Su Zhe from the Liaison Division of the Special Affairs Bureau. This is Liaison Officer Luo Tang. Here's the paperwork on your compensation and duties. I took the document and started flipping through it. Luo Tang was sizing me up, another person her age, clearly curious how someone so young could be this capable. Sent down to Amling in my teens. Had I run into some kind of master out there? The document read, the Special Affairs Bureau was a newly split-off department, created for easier management and secrecy, specifically to handle special incidents and thorny problems. Based on my abilities, I was being offered a level 5 retainer position. Retainers were ranked in 6 levels, level 1 the highest, level 6 the lowest. I could choose whether or not to accept assignments. Completing missions earned points, which could be exchanged for money and positions. A level 5 retainer got 200 yuan a month in base pay, plus stipends, roughly equivalent to a deputy department head level benefits package. I get a firearms permit and a sidearm, my own liaison officer, and I wouldn't have to clock in anywhere. Total freedom. Even if I traveled all over the country, nobody would say a word. If a mission came up and they couldn't reach me, it would just be treated as a pass. The duty was simple, loyalty. As long as I stayed loyal to the country. Once I finished reading, I found myself curious about what abilities the other retainers might have. No problem here. Suze smiled. Great. Just sign here. From here on out, Comrade Luo Tang will be your liaison officer, answering only to you. I glanced at Luo Tang. We were about the same age, and she had a sharp, spirited air about her. Kind of reminded me of Bridget Lin's Dongfang Booby. I nodded. All right. I picked up the pen and signed. Luo Tang produced 2 ID booklets. Retainer Chin, here's your work ID and firearms permit. Then she took out a pistol and a box of ammunition. For more ammo, just contact me. Any usage needs to be documented. I'll organize the reports and file them with the Bureau. Without that kind of oversight, things could get messy. I picked up the pistol and looked it over. Not much use to me. Honestly, take it or leave it. Still, I pocketed it. It could be intimidating when it needed to be. The work ID even had a photo, Special Affairs Bureau, Level 5 Retainer, Qin Zheng. I tucked the IDs away. Suze stood up. Retainer Qin, my part's done. I'll head out. Liaison Officer Luo will take it from here. I turned to Luo Tang, who was still seated. Something else. She slid a card across to me. My contact number. I also need to brief you on the benefits for the other retainer levels. That piqued my interest. Actually, yeah, I've been wondering about that. Luo Tang pulled out another document. Given your clearance level, right now you're only authorized to know about level 3 and level 4 retainers. Level 4 gets major general level benefits, and they rank up by earning mission points. Level 3 gets lieutenant general level benefits, but reaching that tier requires more than just completing missions. You'd need to make significant contributions and earn approval from the upper leadership. That's because they have unrestricted travel privileges within the country and temporary authority to take over local jurisdictions. Now I got why she was explaining all this. It was motivation. Want those privileges? Get out there and take missions. I took a sip of tea. So among the retainers, there are people with special abilities? Luo Tang nodded. That's correct. The fact that she just came out and confirmed it meant I'd definitely get to meet some down the road. Points matter. The specifics are above my pay grade. I can only access higher tier information once your rank goes up. I set my cup down. I see. Got it. If there's nothing else, I'll head out. Contact me anytime. A flicker of intent, and my divine ability, enslave, activated. A shimmering point of light appeared in my sea of consciousness. Enslavement successful. Sure. I'll walk you out. Luo Tang didn't notice a thing. She followed me out, waved goodbye to Luo Jinsong and the others. Once she was gone, I turned back inside, put the tea set away in my farm space, cleaned it there, then took it back out. Wonder what abilities the other retainers have. I stretched, grabbed my bag, and headed out. Big King and Second King came bounding over, nuzzling me with their heads. I laughed and gave them each a pat, then put down some food. Guard the house. Eat when you're hungry. Woof, woof. The 2 dogs pawed at me affectionately. I wheeled my bike out. Director Qin, what happened last night? That was terrifying. I brushed it off. I don't know either. Just don't talk about it. If word gets around, they'll haul us in for questioning. Won't say a thing. The folks in the Hutong all agreed to keep quiet. They weren't stupid. Whatever went down last night had clearly been big. I strolled into the office like nothing had happened. Director. Morning, Director. Up on the 2nd floor, I found Xiao ran alone in the office. Where's he, Jia and the others? Zhengji, they went to inspect the guest rooms. I nodded. All right, carry on. 2 months flew by. There were no more assassination attempts, and I didn't receive a single mission. I'd figured joining the Special Affairs Bureau would keep me busy. Turns out it was pretty laid back. Check-in. Ding. Monthly check-in complete. Congratulations, host, you've received Vocal Mimicry, Spirit Detector ×1. Mana times 10 wisps. Another one. I grinned as a rush of memories poured into my mind. Vocal mimicry would let me imitate other people's voices, paired perfectly with disguise skills. I stepped into the farm space to freshen up, then pulled out the spirit detector, identical to the last one. Sitting in the room, I turned it over in my hand and thought it through. I'll keep this one on me. Might find something. Objects with energy weren't necessarily just jade. Could be all kinds of things. No point in keeping them all staked out on Antique Street. Zhang Dan walked in beaming. Jingji. I put the detector away, smiled, pulled her into my arms, and gave her a kiss. I'm moving before the end of the year. Want to move in with me? Zhang Dan looked at me, delighted. You'd really let me live with you? After finishing my tea, I figured the time was about right. I set out dinner for Big King and Second King, then headed out. Luo Tang pulled up, right on cue in the Jeep. I locked the door and got in. Who's this senior level retainer you mentioned? I asked. A level 3 retainer. His name's Mu Qing. Everyone calls him Elder Mu. I don't know much beyond that. How many other retainers are going on this one? Just you. Plus Action Team 3 as backup. I laughed. So basically they're babysitting me, letting me tag along to see how it's done. Luo Tang smiled. You could put it that way. The Jeep drove all the way to a construction site in the East District. Public security officers had cordoned off the perimeter, and armed soldiers stood guard at the entrance. Yu Jiang was there too. When he saw me getting out, he jogged over. What are you doing here? Detachment leader, you busy day? I've got nothing on you. I clapped him on the shoulder. Old you handle security. I'm going in to take a look. A beautiful woman led me through the security cordon, and the soldiers even saluted us. Yu Jiang stood there dumbfounded. He Su, the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, handed him a cigarette and asked, Old you, who the hell is that? Yu Jiang only said it was his former superior, and he Su knew better than to press further. I followed Luo Tang inside and saw a dozen or so action team members in mouse suits standing around a deep pit. Consultant Qin, this is Zhao Yi, leader of Team 3. Zhao Yi saluted. Greetings, Consultant Qin. Elder Mu has already gone down. We're standing guard up here. I was a little curious. Is it safe for Elder Mu to go down alone? He insisted no one accompany him. I nodded and asked Zhao Yi what was down there. He didn't hold back. There'd been a cave-in at the construction site that morning. No workers had been in this area, so there were no casualties. Later, someone heard a monstrous roar from below and got scared enough to report it. Subterranean creatures? I looked at him. Zhao Yi nodded. Long-sealed underground spaces can produce mutated creatures, spawned by prolonged exposure to underground energy. Some ancient tombs have guardian beasts kept alive for centuries or even millennia through special ancient techniques, and they're incredibly destructive. My eyes lit up. I hadn't expected such things to actually exist. I handed him a cigarette. Roar. A terrifying roar erupted from underground. It didn't sound like any beast I could name. On alert. Zhao Yi's expression turned grim. Everyone drew their weapons and locked eyes on the pit's opening. I stood off to the side smoking. Through the ground, I could see a figure in the depths fighting a creature 7 or 8 meters long. In thermal imaging, I could only make out its silhouette. It moved on 4 legs, resembling a lizard but far too big. I saw Mu Qin get knocked flying, and my eyes narrowed. Thankfully, he landed and immediately counterattacked. I stroked my chin. Wonder if he can handle it. Thinking about myself, I honestly wasn't sure either. I'd never gone up against something like that, and didn't know if I could take it down. Suddenly, a peculiar surge of energy erupted. With a muffled boom, the creature collapsed motionless to the ground. That energy felt different from the mana in my body. Mu Qin leapt back up to the surface, his clothes in tatters. Zhao Yi hurried over. Elder Mu, are you alright? He waved him off. I'm fine. Haul the mutated creature back, process it, then let the archaeology team in. I watched a middle-aged man escort him away, my mind turning it over. I'd sensed a special kind of energy inside him. Not much, but different from my mana. Interesting. Zhao Yi had his men bring the thing up. Sure enough, it was a massive lizard covered in black scales. Luo Tang said, Consultant Qin, we're done here. Let's head back. On the way out, I waved goodbye to Yu Jiang. In the car, Luo Tang said, this counts as an assist mission, 20 points. I'll log it when we get back. Does this kind of thing happen often? Not really. Maybe a dozen times a year. Not bad then. Back home, I watched Luo Tang drive off, then walked into the courtyard. No one around. I activated shadow transformation and vanished. After circulating my mana for a few minutes, I was back at the construction site. The action team had just loaded the mutated creature into a sealed cargo truck. I phased straight through the ground. Below were stone pillars and walls. Definitely an ancient tomb. Signs of Mu Qing's fight remained on the ground, along with a pool of black liquid. Heading deeper, my spirit detector lit up. My spirits rose. Following its signal, I found a coffin. The energy source inside was a bead the size of a peanut. With a flick of thought, I stored it in my farm's warehouse. I had no interest in antiques, and there was nothing else of energetic value, so I left. Back home, I took out the bead. Ding! Special energy detected. Absorb. Looked like jade but wasn't, more like a stone. Could this be what mutated that lizard? Absorb. The massive wheel appeared in my mind. Begin. The pointer slowly came to rest in the blue zone. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've drawn Micro Defense Simulator x1, a product of a sci-tech world. A palm-sized device materialized in the farm space. Its function: maximum protection diameter of 10 square kilometers, adjustable range, real-time defense against all incoming attacks. It could also project simulated environments to fool outsiders and any electronic surveillance. If I'd had this during that assassin attack the other day, they wouldn't have made a single ripple. I placed my hand on the screen. A beam of light scanned across it, completing the binding. From now on, activation just required a touch and a mental command to set the range. I didn't need it for now, so I stored it away. Another half-month or so flew by. I got no new missions, spending my days at home or at the office. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Rewards: spirit-restoring pills ×10, mana ×1 wisp. Feeling the mana circulating through my body, I opened the study window. A flock of little birds landed on the sill. Master, they're all friends, I called over. I chuckled and patted one on the head, scooping out a handful of rice grains to feed them. Then I grabbed one, formed a hand seal, and inscribed a rune into its mind. A tiny bird head light appeared in my sea of consciousness. I already had several hundred of these light points. My mana was abundant now. Even if I drained it, I could pop a pill and top off instantly in an emergency. Within minutes, I'd contracted over 20 birds. Off you go now, once you've eaten your fill. The little birds fluttered away chirping. A crow landed on the tree. Master, that woman you had me watch, something's happened. Her grandfather collapsed and got rushed to the hospital. She's crying right now. Keep watching her. Yes, sir. I turned it over in my head. Could I use this? But I didn't have any life-saving medicine. Even if I went, I couldn't save the man. Then again, if I did have something, I could use it to trade for that necklace. Why not play the mystic? I stroked my chin. Given her state of mind, it just might work. But what if it doesn't? I'm not about to babysit her. Got it. I remembered I knew disguise techniques. Change my appearance. If it didn't work, she'd never find me anyway. With a thought, I transformed into an old man with long hair and a white beard. I checked myself in the mirror, satisfied. Then I ducked into the farm space and changed into a long robe before heading out. Outside the emergency room hallway at 3rd Hospital, Dong Chi-Chi sat covering her face, sobbing quietly. I glanced around. No one, and stepped out of concealment. The heavens have unpredictable storms. Man has misfortunes that strike overnight. Reading your face, I can see your kin will suffer no lasting harm this time. She looked up, saw an old man with the bearing of an immortal sage, and stood up nervously. You, what do you mean? I stroked my beard, using voice mimicry to sound like an elderly master. Young lady, you lost your father and mother in childhood, and any man who marries you meets disaster. Anyone who so much as dates you invites calamity. Am I wrong? She forgot to wipe her tears and shrank back. How do you know? I gave a mysterious smile. You were destined for a happy family. It's only because you came into contact with something you shouldn't have that your fate was rewritten. If this isn't resolved, your grandfather may not be so lucky next time. She clasped her hands together. How do I fix it? Take off the necklace around your neck. The moment she heard necklace, she instinctively reached up to shield it. What are you trying to do? That's the source of your bad luck, ma'am. Frightened, she pulled the necklace out. Is that really the reason? My grandma passed this down to me. The pendant was an animal tooth that looked like a black gemstone. I took it from her. Ding! Special energy detected. Absorb. I watched the wisps of black mist occasionally seeping from the tooth and shook my head. Turns out I'd stumbled onto it by accident. That black mist was pure misfortune, laced with other malignant energies. Useless to me. My internal magic expelled it instantly. Seeing me shake my head, she got nervous. Well, what is it? This pendant is constantly giving off bad luck and misfortune. You've been wearing it nonstop, so it's all seeped into your body. No wonder you can't catch a break. Really? Then what should I do? If you're willing to part with it, give it to me. Within 3 years, all the bad luck on you will fade. She stared at the pendant, reluctant. Isn't there another way? This is the only thing my grandma left me. I handed it back to her. Your fate with it has run its course. You're on your own now. Just as she reached out to take it, my words made her pull back. Her face twisted with indecision. I shook my head, set the necklace on the chair, and turned to face shift out of there. The thing wasn't going anywhere as long as it was still on her. I'd just come back and grab it once she'd finished dooming herself. Wait, she cried out. I'll do it. I flicked my sleeve, activated my shadow shift, and vanished. Her eyes went wide, scanning everywhere. She stared at the spot where I'd disappeared for a long moment, confirmed the ground was solid, and her face went pale. I actually drove off an immortal. What am I going to do? She turned toward the chair, and her expression changed again. She rushed over to check. The necklace was gone. Instantly, her face lit up. So the old immortal wasn't mad after all. She pressed her palms together and started bowing repeatedly. The ER door opened, and the doctor stepped out. She hurried over. "How's my grandpa? He's out of danger. He'll wake up shortly." Thank God. Now she was even more convinced of what I told her. Thinking about her bad luck fading within 3 years, she almost felt excited. I watched the whole thing from the shadows, the corner of my mouth curling up. Then I channeled my magic and disappeared. Back home, I saw Zhang Dan tidying up in the yard. I rematerialized by the river and strolled back. "Zhang, you're back. It's pretty hot out. Don't worry about the cleaning." She wiped the sweat from her brow. "I'll head inside as soon as I'm done. Go on in and cool off." "All right. Just a quick tidy is fine." I went inside, brewed a cup of tea in the study, took out the necklace, and studied it. What kind of tooth is this? Carrying misfortune like that. Whatever. Absorb it. The tooth vanished, and that massive wheel appeared in my mind again. Start. After a few minutes of spinning, I called stop. The needle slowed down and landed in the gold zone. "Please don't be another useless piece of junk." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You've drawn Spirit Realm's special race talent, Sonar Imaging Dot." Before I could even react, a gentle energy flowed into my mind. I felt my brain being enhanced, followed by my hearing. Images floated into my head. First my house, then spreading outward. Big King and Second King, Zhang Dan, the birds in the trees, the bugs and ants in the soil, the neighbors in the big compound next door. Every single one appeared. Not their actual faces, but outlines, recognizable to anyone who knew them. It was like I had a god's eye view. Everything within a 500-meter radius was mapped inside my head. I could see what everyone was doing, and even hushed whispers came through crystal clear. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. As long as it was within 500 meters of me, no sound could escape my ears. My brain had been upgraded into something like a processor, effortlessly processing everything and feeding it to me. I glanced back. Zhang Dan was still cleaning. With a single thought, I vanished. I passed through the wall to the neighboring courtyard, entered a house in the back, and went straight down through the floor. 1 meter below was a corridor. About 10 meters in, there was a sealed door. I passed through it into a hidden chamber. Inside sat 30 sealed wooden crates. I could sense the gold and antiques inside and swept them all into my storage. 30 crates total, 10 of them gold bars, the rest antiques, paintings, and calligraphy. I returned to the study, picked up my teacup, took a sip, and couldn't hide the grin on my face. As long as there were cracks underground for sound waves to travel through, I could generate an image of the underground structure. This talent was insane. Weren't all the treasures buried beneath basically mine now? Sure, anything completely sealed off was beyond my reach, but not everything is hidden that well. Just as I was thinking that, the phone rang. I got up to answer. "Who's this?" "Xiaoqin, my departure's been moved up." I perked up. "Did they give you a specific date?" "The handover has to be done by the end of next month at the latest." "Got it. I'll turn in my resignation letter today." "You sure you've thought this through?" "Made up my mind a while ago." I hung up and headed back to the study. Time to start figuring out the housing situation. Sending my consciousness into the storage, I checked. 2,000 square meters had been signed in for a storefront, 800 square meters for a residence. Decent size, but where should I generate it? Building area can be consolidated. I'd already asked the system about that. 800 square meters was plenty for me. System, can I pay extra to upgrade to a house with a big garden? Ding, the square footage from check-in refers to building area only, not the total property size. I scratched my head and it clicked. You mean an 800 square meter house doesn't mean the property is 800 square meters? Got it. With a mental command, I placed the house right behind my storefront on Antique Street. An invisible wave of energy swept across the capital. On the empty lot behind Tingzheng Pavilion, a traditional-style courtyard house materialized out of thin air. The image of the property appeared in my mind. The front courtyard had rooms and a garden, and behind the house was another large garden, fair-sized, all enclosed by walls, with the little river of Antique Street just outside. Water, electricity, and heating were fully installed. Every room was designed as a 2-story layout, fully furnished, decor and all. I fell in love with it at first sight and moved right in. 15 rooms total, more than enough for me. I picked up a pen, wrote out a resignation letter, tucked it in my bag, and headed out. "Xiao Dan, something's come up at work. I need to head over there." "Okay." I gave her cheek a pinch. "I've got the new place all set up. Pack your things. Once Stone gets back tonight, we're moving." Zhang Dan's eyes lit up. "We're moving today?" "Yep, today." "Yes," she beamed with excitement. I smiled, wheeled my bike out, and headed out of the yard. At the steel mill, in Du Yunfei's office, he brewed a cup of tea and set it down. There's a problem with the Industrial Bureau chief up in North Province. I need to get there ASAP. Any delay, and things could go sideways. I set down my resignation letter. Leaving early works for me. If anything comes up down the road, just give me a call. Sure. I already squared it with old phone. Little son's taking over for you. You two can handle the handoff. News of my resignation blew up across the factory. Everyone had been betting on when this young logistics director would get bumped up to deputy plant manager, then plant manager. And here I was, just walking out the door. Half of them couldn't even wrap their heads around it. The guest house staff were especially anxious, worried a new guy would leave their future hanging. I didn't pay any of the gossip any mind. By that point, I'd already moved into the new place. The setting here was a huge upgrade. Open space out front, plenty of room to park. Step through the courtyard gate and you had the gatehouse and a few storage rooms on one side, plus the east and west wings and the main house. 15 rooms in all, every one of them 2 stories. The wings had a living room, bedroom, and bathroom on the ground floor, with 2 en-suite bedrooms upstairs. The 5 rooms of the main house were also 2-story. A grand hall, side parlor, study, and lounge downstairs, with 3 bedrooms upstairs much larger than the ones in the wings, plus a tea room and a rec room. The front courtyard had a little garden, nice spot to sit and sip tea. But the back was where things really opened up. A 30-moo garden with rockeries, pavilions, ponds, and rare flowers and plants, all laid out beautifully. More than I could take in at once. I sat in the back garden pavilion sipping tea, picturing Zhang Dan and Lu Tong tidying up the place. It was a great spot, but with this many rooms, cleaning would eat up all their time, especially the huge garden. It'd take a whole crew working every day just to keep up. If I dumped it all on Zhang Dan and the others, they'd never get a minute's rest. I got up, left the pavilion, and headed toward the front courtyard. Out the front gate, I left Big Wong and the others to guard the place, and made my way to the shop out front. Afu jumped to his feet. "Boss, you're here." I sat down. Find a few quick, capable women. Hire them to keep the house in order, especially that garden out back. Needs daily upkeep. Easy to find people these days. I'll go take care of it now. Bring 1 back each day, 7 total. Don't bring them all in at once. I'll bring the first one now. I sat in the room, tuning into what was going on around me. Ever since I'd gotten this sonic imaging ability, I'd gotten used to listening in on my surroundings, especially at night. Catch something interesting, get a little entertainment out of it. That constant awareness of what was happening around me was addictive, and slowly filling in the gaps in my not-so-great sense of security. Before long, Afu came back with a woman in her 30s. "Boss, this is Lu Guixiang. She lives just down the alley. Real hard worker. Takes on jobs from the neighborhood committee all the time." Then Afu sent me a mental message. "Boss, she's still a virgin. Bad family background back in the day kept her from getting married, and by the time things eased up, her parents were old and sickly, so no one wanted to take her on." Lu Guixiang looked a little nervous, watching me stiffly. I gave her a look over. Neat, pretty, and even under those loose clothes, I could tell she had a good figure. Afu really got me. I smiled warmly. "Sister Lu, I live out back. The house needs cleaning. If you're up for it, it's 50 yuan a month. Whatever I eat, you eat. And you can take a portion home for your folks." Hearing wages that high plus meals, she nodded eagerly. I'll do it. Thank you, boss. I'll keep the whole place spotless." I pulled out 50 yuan. "I pay in advance. Take it. Let me show you around." The moment she took the money, I triggered a thought. Divine skill. Enslavement. Activated. A point of light appeared in my sea of consciousness, and I got the confirmation that the enslavement had taken hold. Only then did I feel comfortable bringing her home. Over the next few days, Afu brought back a woman every day, some widowed, some single. Without exception, every one of them met the mark in looks and figure. A week later, my place was buzzing. 7 housekeepers handled the work, and Zhang Dan and the others didn't have to grind away all day anymore. After breakfast, I went to the study to brew some tea and pulled out a compact little device, the micro-defense simulator I'd won in a lottery drawing. I placed my hand on it to activate it, and a graphic popped up in my mind. I marked out the house and back garden, then set up a virtual projection in the air. From the outside, you'd see fake people going about their business in the courtyard, but whatever was actually happening inside would be completely invisible. I tucked the device away on a bookshelf where no one could easily bump into it. Once that was done, I mentally linked with the system to check in. Ding, monthly check-in complete. Congratulations, host, you have received Spirit Attachment Technique, Premium Healing Pill Recipe, Mana times 10 wisps. Memories poured into my head. The Spirit Attachment Technique had me lit up. All I needed was an ornament, say a stone lion, and I could cast the technique to bring it to life and attack a target. Especially devastating against evil spirits. And it wasn't just stone lions. Any carved figure of a creature would work. As long as I had enough mana, I could even activate a dragon statue and unleash a divine dragon on my enemies. Single use, disposable. The premium healing pill worked fast on both internal and external injuries, replenishing chi and restoring vitality, a real lifesaver. Finally, a proper medicinal pill in my arsenal. The primary ingredient was wild ginseng aged 100 years or more, plus other rare herbs. I looked over the recipe, then checked the farm storehouse. Good thing I'd scored a haul off those Japanese back in the day, or I wouldn't have had enough to work with. I fed the recipe into the farm system, and the herbs got sorted and processed automatically. Yu Xingji came in with a plate of fruit. Boss, have some fruit. I pulled my mind back and nodded with a smile. Sure. Send some over to the shop too. Already done. I caught a glimpse down her collar and couldn't help reaching over for a little squeeze. BOSS. Ha, go on, get back to work. She shot me a coy look and turned away, cheeks flushed. I watched her walk off with a smile. This woman was in her 30s. Her husband had died in an accident right after they'd gotten married. No kids, never remarried, spent all her time looking after her in-laws. After her father-in-law passed, it was just her and her mother-in-law scraping by. She was gorgeous, with this natural sultry air, and paired with her age, she had a pull over men that was something else. Ring, ring, ring. The phone went off again. I picked up. Who's this? Xiaoqin, it's me. Well, hey, Professor Chen. What can I do for you today? I called the steel mill and only then found out you'd quit. Had to work them for a while just to get your number. Ah, my bad. Forgot to leave it with you last time. Xiaoqin, why the sudden resignation? You thinking of jumping into business too? More or less. Answering the call from up top, you know? You're still too young. I steered away from the subject. Professor Chen, there's a reason you're calling, right? Right. Almost forgot the main thing. I'm taking a few students with the Archaeology Bureau to do some field work on the Mongolian grasslands. I was going to ask if you wanted to tag along. Now that you've quit your job, this is perfect timing. The trip will take about a month or so. I'll get you a 300 yuan stipend approved. Consider it a chance to clear your head. We'll have soldiers with us too. I could tell he genuinely wanted me to get out for a bit. Sure, I've actually never been out there. I'll come along and broaden my horizons. Forget the stipend though. Glad you're in. The stipend's yours, you've earned it. We leave in 3 days, on the 9 a.m. train. Meet us at the station. Got it, see you then. I hung up with a smile. A trip to the grasslands sounded great. Sitting around the house all day was getting old. Ring, ring, ring. The phone went off again. Who's this? Consultant Qin, there's an assignment out to the grasslands, about a month and a half. Are you in? I paused. I'd just agreed to go with Chun Shu Yuan, and now this assignment lands in my lap. Do you know who I'd be going with? With the Capital Archaeology Bureau. They've got a dig planned, and there are 2 senior professors on the team. Higher-ups decided to send a consultant along for security. That got a chuckle out of me. Turns out it was the same trip. Professor Chen Shuyuan from the Capital University Archaeology Department already reached out. He invited me to come along, and I said yes. Does he know your position? I don't think so. We knew each other from before. He heard I'd quit, so he invited me along for the trip. I see. Then that makes things easy. I'll report back to the bureau. I hung up and popped a grape into my mouth. Wonder if there'll be any of those things in the tomb this time. At lunch, I brought up the trip to Mongolia. Zhang Dan smiled. It'll be good for you to get out. Otherwise, you're always cooped up at home. We're afraid you'll start losing it. I pinched her cheek. I'm not going to lose it. And if I ever do, I'll just take it out on you girls. You're the worst. Zhang Dan blushed furiously. Lu Tong laughed softly. The sky is blue, the plains are vast, the wind bends the grass and reveals cattle and sheep. It must be beautiful out there. Once traveling gets easier, I'll take you both out there. This time I'm just scouting ahead. Yay. After lunch, I wandered out to the pavilion in the courtyard. Lu Guoxiang came in carrying a lunch pail. Boss. I nodded. Your parents doing all right? They're doing great. They're eating well now, and their spirits are up. She was beaming. Working here was the best thing that had ever happened to her. She ate better every day than most people did on New Year's, and the pay was excellent on top of that. Good to hear. Go get some rest. Okay, just holler if you need anything. I stretched out on the bench and closed my eyes. When Big King and Second King saw me resting, they curled up nearby to stand guard. Check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward. Spirit restoration pills times 10, mana times 1 wisp dot. Not bad. The more, the merrier. Pleased, I stashed the pills in my storage with the rest. I'd already stockpiled 15 bottles, 150 pills total. Zheng, all your bags are ready. All right, I'm heading out. If anything comes up, go find Ah Fu. Got it. Stay safe on the road. Yeah, once you get there, don't go wandering off on your own. I laughed and kissed each of them on the forehead. I'm off. I grabbed a backpack nearly as tall as I was and headed out. Military-grade gear Luo Tang had sent over. Ah Fu was standing by the roadside. Boss, safe travels. Thanks. I climbed into the waiting pedicab. Train station. You got it. The driver pushed off with a hard stomp on the pedal. At the train station, Chun Shuyuan and 3 of his students were already there. A middle-aged man walked up. Old Chun, just the 4 of you? Chun Shuyuan stepped forward with a smile. Oldly, you got here early. One more's on the way. Should be here any minute. I got out of the pedicab. Professor Chen, sorry I'm late. Huh, you're not late at all. Xiao Qin, let me introduce you. This is Professor Li Chongshan from the Archaeology Bureau. Just call him Elderly. Old Li, this is Qin Zheng, an excellent young man. Nice to meet you, Elderly. Li Chongshan nodded with a smile. Sharp-looking young man. Then he waved everyone toward the station. I glanced over Chun Shuyuan's students, a middle-aged man and a young couple who were clearly still in school. Lu Hai wasn't among them. I'd been half wondering whether I'd run into Lu Tong's brother, Lu Hai. Good. This saved me the trouble. If I had, I would have felt obligated to look after him. The archaeology team had 12 people, 9 men, 3 women. One of the women was strikingly pretty, which honestly surprised me. Fieldwork usually meant rough conditions. Going 10 days, half a month without a shower wasn't unusual. The prettier a woman was, the more she tended to guard her appearance. But here was one who clearly didn't shy away from the grit. The archaeology team had booked sleeper cars. Everyone boarded and split up between 3 compartments. I tossed my bag onto the bunk. Professor Chen, where exactly are we headed? Chun Shuyuan sat down on the bunk. Sarala Banner. The train gets in tomorrow afternoon. Someone will pick us up from there. The female student asked, are we going out in the wild or into town? Out in the wild, but not far from where the herders graze their flocks. That's great, being near the herders. I hear they eat mutton every day out there. My taste buds are in for a treat. I pulled out my tea leaves, borrowed a mug from Chun Shuyuan, and headed out for hot water. There was a water attendant in the corridor reading a newspaper. Comrade, some hot water please. Pour it yourself. I didn't bother reacting to his attitude. I filled both mugs and brought them back. Chun Shuyuan took his. Oldly wants to go over the plan. You guys get some rest. If anything comes up, I'm next door. Sure thing. I sat on the bunk and sipped my tea. It was obvious from the way the archaeology crew looked at me. The words connections higher were written all over their faces. Well, if they didn't think much of me, I wasn't about to waste my energy trying to win them over. I sent my consciousness into the farm space. My top-grade healing pills were coming out perfectly now. I bottled them up in the vials I'd bought ahead of time. 100-year ginseng root yielded 100 pills. I did the math. A flawless 100-year wild ginseng root, like the one I'd use, could sell for anywhere from tens of thousands to over 100 grand these days. Mine was in perfect condition, easily worth 120,000. Add in the supporting ingredients, and the 100 pills were worth roughly 140,000. That's 1,400 apiece. In this day and age, a single pill was worth 2 or 3 years of the average person's salary. Who could afford that? And that's just today's prices. 10 years from now, a 100-year ginseng root will go for over $1 million, and one pill will run you 10 or 20 grand. Hope the effects live up to the investment. I glanced at the ginseng and medicinal herbs growing in the farm and felt reassured. I still had plenty of raw materials on hand. Once these ran out, I'd have no shortage of premium goods anyway. Hearing a commotion from the next car over, I set down my mug and stepped out, walking through the sleeper section into the adjoining car. Unlike the sleeper car, this one was in complete chaos. Has anyone seen my child? A woman was crying out. Please, someone help me. I just dozed off for a moment and he was gone. Some passengers ran off to fetch the conductor. I walked over. Comrade, when did you fall asleep? How long were you out? The woman grabbed my hand like it was her last lifeline. Sir, please, I only dozed off for maybe 15 minutes. Please, you've got to help me find my child. Calm down. You can't find anything holding on to me like this. I pulled my hand back and glanced around. The train hadn't stopped, which meant the kid was still on board. I headed toward the front of the train. I'd just come from the back, so the kid definitely wasn't that way. Had to be up ahead. I pictured the layout of the forward cars in my head, sidestepped past the railway cop, and kept moving. 2 cars up, I spotted something. A middle-aged man carrying a burlap sack was crouched by the door at the car connector, waiting for the next stop to get off. I leaned against the wall and lit a cigarette, quietly scanning the area to figure out how many accomplices he had. 1, 2. 2 nearby. No telling if there were more in other cars. I watched the railway cops working their way through the passengers and gave one of them a subtle wave. Boss, over there. The younger cop nudged his mentor, who looked over at me. Go check it out. Once I saw the cop heading over, I stubbed out my cigarette and brought down a chop with the edge of my hand. The crouching guy dropped instantly. Everyone around jumped. Hey, what the hell are you doing? One accomplice sprang up, hand reaching for his waist. I didn't give him the chance. I grabbed his collar and struck him at the neck. The other one pulled a knife and lunged. I planted a kick square in his chest. The force sent him rolling, eyes rolled back, out cold. The railway cop ran up and started to draw his gun. Freeze. I pointed at the sack on the floor. There's a missing kid in there. These three are working together. A kid. The cop froze for a second. The senior officer signaled his junior to stand guard, then went over and opened the sack. Sure enough, a sleeping child was inside. He scooped the kid up right away. There really is a child in here. Only then did the crowd catch on. This young comrade is something else. Never would have guessed these guys were traffickers. How'd he know the kid was in the sack? I saw him just standing there smoking. Guess he'd figured it out early. In the dining car, the conductor gripped my hand and thanked me over and over. If it weren't for you, I honestly don't know how we'd have faced the boy's mother. The senior cop asked from beside him, "How do you know there was a child in that sack?" I smiled. Traffickers who snatch a kid are going to want off the train fast, so I focused on people near the doors. Ah, that makes sense. Your instincts are sharp. If you'd been wrong, though, that could have been trouble. Good thing I wasn't. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Comrade, at least leave us your work unit or address. We'd like to file a commendation. I waved him off. Not necessary. Anyone would have done the same. Still, we'd like to have it on record. The old cop's eyes had a searching look now. I gave him a helpless smile. 1 minute you're praising me, the next you're interrogating me. Gotta hand it to you. You've got sharp instincts. I handed over my ID. The moment he saw the cover, his face straightened. He flipped it open, glanced inside, and immediately snapped to a salute. Sir. Everyone else was stunned. How could a superior officer be this young? But they could tell this was no joke, and one by one they saluted too. I returned the salute. At ease. Keep it to yourselves. I'm heading back. Take care, sir. I felt a little smug inside. Never expected to get called sir like that. Back at the steel mill, I'd only been a deputy division-level supervisor, several rungs below this title. Joining the Special Affairs Bureau really was the right call. Back in my compartment, everyone else was reading. I grabbed my tea mug, stepped out to refill it, and came back to keep drinking. I'm immune to poisons, so I wasn't worried about that. It's just the idea that grosses me out. What if someone slipped something in? Would have been perfect if I'd run into something with special energy back there. Around noon, everyone headed to the dining car for lunch. After you, sir. Chun Shuyuan and the others watched in astonishment. Even the ones who'd previously looked down on me now had nothing but shock in their eyes. I've got it, thanks. Chun Shuyuan sat down and looked at me curiously. Xiaoqin, didn't you resign? How'd you suddenly become a superior officer? Li Chongshan looked equally baffled. Yeah, I never heard about a new officer this young being appointed. I kept eating. It's just a nominal title. These guys didn't know the actual rank. They thought I was some big shot. Sounded nice, so I didn't correct them. Chun Shuyuan cracked up. You've got some nerve, kid. Li Chongshan laughed too. Young guys, everyone's got a little vanity. The rest of the archaeology team didn't know what they were laughing about, but they sure were curious about me. Good looking to start with, and now I had this air of mystery. Even Hu Wei, the team's beauty, started paying attention. The rest of the trip was uneventful, and by the next day we'd safely arrived in Tatar City, Mongolia province. 2 trucks and a jeep were waiting outside the station. The moment Li Chongshan and the others stepped off, the local archaeology bureau folks swarmed them, chatting warmly. I looked around, breathed in the cool breeze, and felt refreshed head to toe. It was way cooler here than in the capital. The sun was just as hot, but the second you stepped into the shade, a crisp breeze rolled through. Once they wrapped up, I followed the group out and climbed into a truck. The road grew more remote, and the vast grasslands opened up before us. The grass bent low under the wind, and you could just make out flocks of sheep hidden in it. When the wind bends the grass low, the cattle and sheep appear. That line came to life right in front of my eyes. Everyone gazed out at the plains and started singing cheerfully. Comrade Qinzheng, have you been here before? I turned. It was Hu Wei, the prettiest one on the team. Oh no, first time. It's beautiful out here. I actually spent time in the countryside here, back in the day. That caught my interest. You did rural service? Hu Wei smiled. That's surprising. It was over 10 years ago. Never thought I'd get to come back and see it again. It feels really good. They up to the mountains, down to the countryside movement had started back in the 50s. She was in her early 30s, so the timing lined up. Back then it was voluntary. She'd gone, which meant she'd chosen to. That took guts. Don't underestimate us women. She pointed at a yurt. When we went, we lived with the herders and worked alongside them. We talked for a bit, then fell silent. The truck engine was too loud. You had to practically shout, and the road kept getting bumpier. Not exactly the place for a chat. The truck rumbled on for over 3 hours before we finally spotted a cluster of tents, with armed soldiers standing guard. Chun Shuyuan climbed out of the jeep, hunched over. Man, I'm really getting old. Li Chongshan chuckled. Never mind you. Even the young folks had a rough trip getting out here. Professor Li, Professor Chun, the tents are all set up. Why don't you rest for a bit? We've got a lamb on the spit. We're throwing a welcome dinner for you tonight. Sounds good. We could definitely use a break. 4 or 5 people to attend. The local archaeology bureau had already sorted out the assignments. I didn't mind the rough conditions. I dropped off my bags and wandered around outside. We were still a few miles from where the archaeology team was actually working. Someone was roasting lamb by the campfire, and the smell drifted through the air, drawing everyone out of their tents to take a look. You'd never see this back in the capital. A captain walked up to me and saluted. Guan Yu, commander of the Sharp Blade Company, reporting for duty. Awaiting your orders, sir. I returned the salute. At ease. You know who I am. My superiors briefed me before I came. I'm to follow your orders, sir. I nodded. All right. Stick to your plan going forward. I'll take over if anything unusual comes up. Yes, sir. I've reserved a private tent for you. Would you like me to grab your bag? Hearing I had my own tent, I smiled and nodded. Sure. It's just one bag. Take it over for me. Yes, sir. Hu Wei caught the whole exchange, and the way she looked at me completely changed. She'd figured out I wasn't just some guy on a temporary assignment. The other team members noticed too. If even a military officer was showing me this much respect, this young guy clearly had some serious background. Li Chongshan took a sip of tea. Old Chun, this young Qin isn't your average kid. Chun Shuyuan smiled. He used to be the logistics director at the rolling mill. Quit out of nowhere a while back. I figured he was going into business, but looks like there's more to the story. Logistics director that young. The kid's clearly got skills. You bet. Old Lu from the Heilongjiang Archaeology Bureau went on a dig up in the Anling Range a few years back. Qin was doing a stint of rural reassignment then, guarding the mountain all by himself. Chun Shuyuan started telling the story. Just then, I spotted a girl on horseback herding sheep, cracking her whip with real flair. I gave her more than a passing glance, mostly because she was pretty easy on the eyes. Hu Wei came over. What are you looking at? Nothing. Just taking in the scenery. The girl was pretty far off. She couldn't see me, but my eyesight had no trouble picking her out. I watched as she rode toward us, and suddenly I felt like getting on a horse myself. Whoa. She reined in her horse just outside the camp. The soldier on watch called out. Aruna, bringing us more sheep? Humph. You just got one and you're already asking for more. You guys are shameless. Huh. Well, your sheep are just that good. I looked her over. Her tanned arms were bare, but her loose clothing hid her figure. Hu Wei glanced at me. What are you staring at? Oh, checking out the girl, huh? I'm just curious. Why would they let a woman go out herding on her own? Sometimes there's 2 or 3 of them. Don't underestimate these girls. See the rifle hanging off her saddle? Aruna hung around outside the camp for a bit. She spotted the good-looking young guy inside and couldn't help sneaking a few glances herself before riding off to find her flock. That night we all sat around the campfire, tearing into big chunks of roasted lamb. I sipped on some liquor with Chun Shuyuan and the others, chowing down on the lamb. Pure bliss. The temperature swing out here was huge. The moment the sun went down, it cooled right off. After we'd had our fill, everyone sat outside chatting and stargazing. I took a sip of my drink and stared up at the stars, thinking. A while back I'd absorbed the memories of a Japanese Taoist and picked up a star reading technique. By studying how the stars lined up, I could figure out where treasures were buried. Right now, the stars were telling me there was something valuable not far from here. Looks like that's the spot the archaeology team's after. I wondered whether there might be anything with energy inside. All right, I'll head over tonight and scout it out. Clear the dangers ahead of time so we don't run into problems later. I got up and went back to my tent, leaning against my pack and listening to the sounds outside. In the next tent over, 3 female team members were bunking with Yang Nuo, the female student. So what's the deal with that Qingjin guy? No idea. He's kind of mysterious. Hu Wei, you talked to him today, get anything? Hard to ask really. We just chatted about the grasslands. Hu Wei, you've been single forever. Do a little digging. Maybe he's single too. Could be something there. Yeah, you're gorgeous. He's got to be interested. Cut it out. There's a real age gap between us. Shame. If Hu Wei were a few years younger, you'd totally have a shot. I listened until everyone had fallen asleep. Only the soldiers on watch were still up, guarding the camp. I activated my shadow cloak technique and vanished, channeling my power. In an instant, I appeared several kilometers away. I looked up at the stars and stretched out my senses. Slowly, an image of an underground chamber formed in my mind. I found the point closest to the surface and dropped straight through the ground. The tomb passageway was pitch black, but that didn't bother me. To my eyes, it was as bright as day. I moved along the tomb wall, sweeping inward, watching for any signal from my spirit detector. No idea how old these traps are, but they still work. I muttered to myself as I disabled one. When I saw the red light flashing on the detector, my heart jumped. I hurried toward where it was pointing, destroying every trap I sensed along the way. In shadow cloak form, I left no footprints. When the archaeology team came through, they'd just assumed the traps had failed with age. No suspicion. Nearing the main burial chamber, I saw several giant centipedes several meters long, with dozens more 1 to 2 meter ones crawling around them in swarms. One look and I knew. More creatures mutated by an energy source. They were all stationed outside the tomb door, clearly guardian beasts. I stroked my chin. Wonder if my powers can handle this. I raised my hand, channeled my power, and formed a needle-shaped spell. The energy pulse woke the sleeping centipedes, and they let out a horrible screeching sound like metal grinding on metal. Whoosh, a needle shot straight into the biggest one. Its massive body stiffened, and then it was dead. Hey, it works. Now I had confidence. I fired needle after needle, and in no time, every last centipede was dead. This time I'd handled it with ease. Back when Old Moo had faced this kind of thing, it had taken him serious effort, and even then he'd had to pull out some special energy to finish it. Looks like my power is stronger than what Old Moo's got inside him. Comparing us head to head, I was way stronger. If I let a little of this show, would they bump me up to a Tier 3 consultant too? I smirked and pushed the thought aside. I gathered up all the corpses on the ground and dumped them into my farm space to dispose of them. No sense leaving them for the archaeology team to find and report. Once that was done, I stepped through the tomb door and got my first look at the main chamber. A coffin sat right in the center, surrounded by a ring of pottery jars, with piles of gold ingots and burial artifacts heaped alongside. With this many burial offerings, whoever's buried here has got to be somebody important. The energy source was inside the coffin. With a flick of my mind, I sensed what was in there. The corpse was clad in golden armor, now just a skeleton, with a jade pendant hanging at its waist. A single thought, and I stashed the pendant straight into my farm's warehouse. Looks like I should tag along with archaeology teams more often. Feeling pretty pleased with myself, I casually disabled all the remaining traps around me. No tomb guardian beasts either. Then I turned and headed out. A few seconds later, I was back in my tent, pulling out the jade pendant. Ding, high-level energy detected. Absorb. High-level energy again. Not bad. A flick of my mind and I absorbed it directly. That massive, ancient-looking wheel appeared in my head again. Let's see what I get this time. Start. The wheel spun faster and faster until all I could see was a blur of rainbow light. Stop. The pointer slid to a gradual halt, finally landing on the gold zone. Gold again. Ding, congratulations, host. You've won. One fully automated humanoid android production line from a sci-fi world. Come again. I stepped into my farm space and saw a massive piece of equipment sitting in the warehouse. 1 kilometer long, 1 kilometer wide, and 100 meters tall. That's huge. Good thing my warehouse was as big as the farm itself, or I'd have nowhere to put this beast. The specs floated into my mind. Feed raw materials into this line, and it would automatically produce high-grade androids, indistinguishable from real humans. The equipment automatically uploads knowledge and skills, and you can even customize their specialization. Set them to management, for instance, and out comes a management genius. Combat power's a bit on the weaker side, but their bodies are tough as nails. No weapon on this planet could take them down. The production list called for silicone rubber, titanium alloy, copper, aluminum, gold, more than a dozen materials. Toss them in, get androids out. I scratched my head. I didn't know much about this stuff, but even I could tell the materials for a single android had to cost well over 10 million. And these weren't things you could just pick up around here. I'd have to source them overseas. So that overseas money's finally got a use. Just gotta have my guys figure out how to buy this stuff without raising flags. There was one item I'd never heard of, energy stones. You needed them to boot up the machine, and the androids needed them too. With one, an android could work nonstop for 1,000 years. Without one, you could substitute batteries, but they'd need regular charging, and the power consumption was insane. Charge one up and the authorities would probably be on my case, blowing my cover. I looked up at the massive machine and shook my head. I'll just leave it here for now. I'd never even heard of these energy crystals. Whatever. I'll have Owen try to source the materials later. That money's just sitting there anyway. Who knows, maybe I'll stumble across some down the road. The night passed without incident. The next morning, I washed up and handled my business back in the farm space. Everyone else was getting up and starting breakfast. Simple stuff. They carved up the leftover roast lamb from yesterday and simmered it into a porridge. I ate breakfast with the group. Had to, or people would start wondering why I never ate. After I'd had my fill, I found a spot off to the side, sat down, and did my daily check-in. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you've received Grandmaster level painting skills and 1 wisp of mana. A flood of memories rushed into my head, painting and calligraphy techniques from all over the world, though most were from the Dragon Kingdom. Every school, every dynasty's master strokes, all of it. Chun Shuyuan walked over. Xiaoqin, we're heading out to survey the ruins today. Want to come with? Or would you rather look around on your own? Splitting my focus between the memories and him, I stood up. Professor Chun, I don't really know much about that stuff. I'll just wander around the camp. All right, stay safe. Try not to go too far. Don't worry. I watched as Guan Yu and a few soldiers drove off with the archaeology team. Then I headed back to my tent, leaned against my backpack, and kept absorbing the reward. Damn, I'm a grandmaster painter now, just like that. I sensed that only 2 soldiers and 2 local archaeology crew members were left in camp. A flick of thought, and several small birds appeared. Follow the team. Report back if anything happens. Yes, master. I stepped out of the tent, stretched, and wandered out of camp. Morning, sir. Yeah, just going for a walk nearby. I headed toward a hill not far off. Once I was well clear of camp, I used shadow shift and vanished. Meanwhile, Chun Shuyuan and the others had found a depression at the ruins. Old Chun, is this a tomb wall? Chun Shuyuan shone his flashlight on it. Sure looks like it. Looks like natural erosion, not a grave robber's tunnel. The team was thrilled. They hadn't expected the tomb to reveal itself so soon after their arrival. They started digging right away and quickly uncovered the entrance, revealing a passageway below. But they didn't rush in. Instead, they lit candles and lowered them down to test the oxygen. Li Chongshan watched for a moment, then nodded. We're good. Let's go. Guan Yu jumped in. Elderly, let me take point with my men. He posted 2 soldiers up top, put 2 more in the rear, and led one down into the passage himself. Captain, we've got something up ahead. Guan Yu stepped up. It was a triggered trap. Chun Shuyuan asked, what is it? There's a trap that's been disabled, but there are no footprints on the ground. The group came forward. The dust on the ground was thick, and sure enough, there wasn't a single footprint. Could it have just deteriorated over time? Maybe. Let's keep moving. Further along, they found more disabled traps, but ran into zero danger. It was starting to feel really strange. Li Chongshan shook his head. There's no sign anyone else came through, so we can rule out grave robbers. Looking at this dust, could someone have sabotaged this tomb right after the burial? Chun Shuyuan couldn't wrap his head around it either. If that were the case, it means someone deliberately wanted this tomb looted. Otherwise, it doesn't add up. There's writing over here. The 2 shone their flashlights on it. That's Jurchen script. Let's check up ahead. Meanwhile, I was in another underground tomb chamber more than 50 miles from camp. I looked around and left, disappointed. There weren't many burial items here, nothing I was looking for, and no mutated creatures either. I returned to a hillside near camp and lay back on the grass, gazing off into the distance. How does this stuff even form? If I knew, I could just make it myself, and then I could spin that till my hand fell off. Hiya, a voice came from the distance. I sat up and saw the shepherd girl from yesterday driving her flock along. I stood up and watched her figure grow closer. Aruna spotted me too and rode over. You're that guy from the camp yesterday. Yeah, I know your name's Aruna. I'm Qin Zheng. She hopped off her horse and looked at me with a smile. Qin Zheng, are you with the archaeology team too? Yeah. How long are you staying? Maybe a few days. Maybe over a month. You want to come herding with me? I've never ridden a horse before. It's easy. I'll teach you. She swung back up into the saddle and stretched out her hand. Come on, I'll pull you up. Since she was being so open about it, I didn't refuse. I grabbed her hand, kicked off the ground, and swung up onto the horse's back. Aruna's eyes lit up. You know Kung Fu. Hold on tight. Let's go. I wrapped my arms around her waist. No problem. Hiya, she shouted happily, and off we galloped across the grasslands. How's it feel? Great. It was my first time really feeling what it was like to ride at full gallop, exhilarating. And even though I had a beautiful girl in my arms, I didn't feel the slightest romantic urge. Aruna glanced back at me. You're the best-looking Han guy I've ever seen. I laughed. And you're the prettiest steppe girl I've ever met. We rode a while longer before she pulled up. The sheep will graze here. Let's get down and rest. Sure. I jumped off and reached up to help her down. I'm not that delicate, she said, and just leapt off on her own. The 2 of us sat down on the grass. I heard you all came from the capital. Is it really nice there? Yeah, there's the Forbidden City, the Great Wall, all kinds of historical sites. But there's nothing like this out there. Herds of cattle and horses, grasslands stretching as far as the eye can see. She gazed out at the flock. I wonder if I'll ever get a chance to see it. I pulled out a handful of candy. Here, that's a lot. She unwrapped a milk candy happily and popped it in her mouth. So sweet. You herd alone every day? My mom and dad have other things to do. They only come out with me when they can't manage everything. Woof, woof, woof. A dog's bark came from the distance. Aruna sprang to her feet. That's not good. There are wolves. Don't run around. I'm going to drive them off. With that, she vaulted onto her horse, raised her rifle, and charged over, shouting to scare the wolves away. Off in the distance, I could see a pack of wolves herding the sheep, like they were trying to drive them somewhere else before feeding. An image flashed through my mind. 20-some wolves hiding in the tall grass, eyes locked on the sheep being herded their way. That was way too many for her to handle alone. I activated my Qinggong and shot forward. Channeling my energy into my legs, I moved like lightning. Aruna had just fired off a warning shot when she saw a familiar figure blur past her. Her eyes went wide. Throwing knives appeared in my hand. Whip, whip, I hurled them out. A woo. The alpha wolf, seeing its pack cut down, threw its head back and howled. The wolves that had been hiding all charged at me. Whip, whip, knife after knife flew through the air, and one wolf after another dropped. I locked onto the alpha, poured my energy in, and shot forward like an arrow, flicking out 2 more knives. The alpha spun to flee, but was skewered mid-air before it could touch the ground. Seeing their leader dead, the remaining wolves scattered. I threw a few more knives, but didn't bother chasing down the ones that got away. Aruna's eyes were shining. She galloped over, jumped off her horse, and stared at me. Qinzheng, you're the batter of the grasslands. Hearing that made me smile. Batter meant hero or brave warrior, a title reserved for the fiercest of men. Go back to camp and have the soldiers bring a truck out to haul the wolf carcasses back. Everyone at camp is eating well tonight. Got it, I'll go right now. She leapt onto her horse and rode off toward camp. I gathered the bodies together. 12 in total. I could have killed more, but I chose not to. Before long, the rumble of a truck engine came rolling in. When the soldier stopped and saw all those wolves, his awe for me, their young commanding officer, only grew. Chief, what should we do with them? Take them back. All the pelts go to Aruna. Yes, sir. Qinzheng, these are your spoils. I can't take them. They belong to both of us. I wouldn't have run into them if I hadn't come with you. Once they're processed, take a few home. The way Aruna looked at me now, there was no hiding the affection in her eyes. The soldier and I loaded the carcasses onto the truck. Aruna, I'm heading back to take care of a few things. Come by camp after you finish herding to pick up your share. I'll remember. I rode back with the truck. The 2 team members who'd stayed behind at camp were stunned when they saw all the wolves. That many? You must have run into a huge pack. Right as they were saying that, the archaeology team's truck pulled up. Chun Shiyuan hopped out looking thrilled. Xiaoqin, this is a major find. The moment we got there, we spotted the entrance to a burial chamber, and the grave goods inside are all intact. We came back to grab our gear. After this, we're moving everything over there so we can protect and study the site properly. That's great news. Whoa, that's a lot of wolves. Who took them down? The others were floored when they saw the pile in the truck bed. Chief Qin did. I just hauled them back from the grasslands. The way everyone looked at me shifted again. Xiaoqin, you ran into a wolf pack? Yeah. I was watching Aruna herd her flock when the pack came in trying to steal her sheep. Figured I'd take care of it. I made it sound like nothing, but nobody bought that it had been that simple. The soldiers got busy dealing with the carcasses while the rest of us packed up gear and struck the tents. I pitched in too, and within an hour we were all set. Does anyone know where Aruna's family lives? Chief, I do. Good. Take the pelts and a few of the wolves to her place. Tell her they're today's spoils. Yes, sir. I climbed into a vehicle with the others and rode out to the dig site. When Li Chongshan and the rest heard I'd killed more than a dozen wolves, they went on praising me for a while. Hu Wei's expression shifted through several different looks. Once camp was set up again, people started making lunch. Wolf meat doesn't taste great cooked plain. It's best made into jerky. I showed everyone how to rub the meat with salt and slow roast it. Jerky keeps well and tastes better too. Hu Wei asked, you can cook too? Well enough. Back when I was sent down to the countryside, I lived out in the mountains on my own for a few years. You got sent down? You don't look that old. I gave a slight smile. I was 14 back then. Feels like a lifetime ago. That young. A flicker of sympathy crossed Hu Wei's face. Chun Shiyuan walked over. Xiaoqin, old Lu was right. Coming out on a dig with you is a real treat. It's only day 2 and we've already got this much wolf meat. Nobody's going to be short on protein from here on out. You're too kind, Professor Chen. Just got lucky. That refreshing incense you gave me works wonders. Even out in the field, mosquitoes and bugs aren't a problem. Li Chongshan chimed in from beside him. So that came from Xiaoqin? I was wondering where you got your hands on such good stuff. Watching people carry artifacts from the tomb into the tents, I asked, all this, are we shipping it back? Yeah. Once the dig's finished and everything's cataloged, we'll transport it out. We'd planned on more than a month, but we'll be wrapping up a lot sooner. Aruna drove her flock home. Mama, I'm heading over to the archaeology team's camp. Some soldiers came by today and dropped off 12 wolf pelts and 3 whole wolves. They said they were your spoils. They already delivered them? Aruna said, excited. Mama, I met a batter today. He's amazing. He even knows Qinggong. He killed a whole pack of wolves with just throwing knives. A grassland man stepped out of the tent. Was it a warrior from the camp? No, it was a chieftain about my age. I took him out herding today, and when a wolf pack came to snatch some sheep, he stepped in. He even took out the alpha wolf with a flying dagger. That impressive, huh? Oh right, Aruna, the warrior said their camp has moved. He was worried you wouldn't be able to find them, so he brought the stuff over himself. Moved where? That I don't know. Aruna's eyes filled with disappointment. Seeing her daughter's expression, her mother smiled and said, "Go look around nearby tomorrow. They shouldn't have gone far. Right? I'll go find them tomorrow." That night, I sat outside the tent drinking. Huey came over with a small packet and sat down beside me. "I've got some peanuts here, something to go with your drink." "I've got my own. Save yours." "It's fine, I have more." I tossed a few peanuts into my mouth. Not bad. You make these yourself." "Yeah. What are you looking at?" "The stars." Huey tilted her head up. "The night sky here is way prettier than back in the capital." The others saw the team's beauty chatting with me. Envious as they were, there was nothing they could do about it. Gazing up at the stars, I was quietly running numbers in my head. There was another site about 100 kilometers away, and I planned to check it out tonight. Huey looked at me. "Old Chun mentioned you used to work at the steel mill. Why'd you quit?" "No particular reason. Didn't like it, so I left." "So many people can't even find a job, and there you were, already the head of logistics, and you just walked away." I smiled. "I'm too lazy to be in charge. Doesn't suit me. I'd rather be free like this." After a few drinks, once everyone had retreated to their tents, I got up and said, "Turning in." Huey headed back too. I leaned against my backpack and closed my eyes to rest. The phone in my mind connected. "Boss, I've gone through the list you sent. A lot of it is high-precision raw materials. It'll take some time. No rush. Use the money in my account. Buy as much as you can and stash it in the warehouse." "Yes, sir." I transferred a large batch of supplies through the teleportation point and hung up. I figured this stuff wouldn't come cheap. Good thing teleporting the goods cost nothing. By midnight, when everyone was fast asleep, I channeled my mana to turn invisible and used lightness skills to travel. An hour later, I arrived. Before me was a lake, with plenty of animals drinking along its shore. Shifting into shadow form, I approached a herd of gazelles and, with a thought, stored a few into the farm. I grabbed a few Argali sheep and wild donkeys nearby too, leaving the smaller animals alone. I circled the lake, studying it. Could the thing be in the lake? Let's take a look. I dove straight in, sensing the lake bed, and quickly located a hollow space. Pushing through the silt and stone walls, I entered a tomb passage. I checked this spirit detector. No reaction. I followed the corridor deeper. Images of various creatures flashed through my mind. Crocodiles this huge. Some were over 30 feet long, the smallest around 15. Walking further, I came across a pack of sleeping crocs, with a large pool nearby that must have been their hunting ground. In shadow form, not a single one noticed me. Past the crocodile zone, I walked on until the light on the spirit detector lit up. I quickened my pace. So many corpse beetles. I'd only ever seen them in movies and shows. Never imagined they were real. They swarmed thick as carpet, and just looking at them made my scalp crawl. Through the stone gate lay a burial chamber full of grave goods. On a stone pedestal sat a wooden box, and I sensed a jade fragment inside. With a thought, I stored it away. Looks like the tomb's owner knew it was valuable too. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put it in its own box. The spirit detector went silent. I channeled my mana and turned invisible. The trip in had taken an hour. The trip back took just a few minutes. I left the creatures in the tomb alone. Archaeological teams wouldn't head out that way, and if I cleared them out, it'd only make things easy for grave robbers. Back at the tent, I happily took out the jade fragment. Ding, special energy detected. Absorb. Absorb. The roulette wheel in my mind started spinning. Before it could pick up speed, I shouted, "Stop." The pointer swept past the purple zone and landed on blue. I could only sigh. I'd hoped timing it might work, but no dice. Ding, congratulations, host. You've drawn top-grade spirit artifact from the cultivation world. Folding fan of heaven's judgment. The thunder fan. Sounds like a serious piece just from the name. A folding fan appeared in my hand. Damn, it's heavy. I quickly steadied it. This thing had to weigh over 100 pounds. It looked like wood, but clearly there was more to it than that. Information popped into my head. The Heaven's Judgment Thunder Fan weighed 188 pounds, forged from top-tier spirit materials, boosted spell power by 50%, and could unleash lightning attacks. Its ultimate technique, Heaven's Judgment, could generate a terrifying zone of lightning around the user, with range depending on mana. My eyes lit up. Now that's the good stuff. With a thought, I branded it with my soul mark, instantly forging a bond with the fan. The heaviness vanished in an instant. It felt no different from an ordinary fan in my hand. After binding, I need to nurture it daily with mana. Once it fully recognized me as its master, I could store it in my Danteon. Casting spells through it would cut mana consumption in half. As for Heaven's Judgment, powerful, sure, but at my current level, a single use would drain my Danteon dry. Not something to pull out except in a critical moment. I tapped it. There was a metallic ring. I flicked it open and fanned myself. A wave of cool air washed over me. Hey, just like an AC. After playing with it a while, I lay down to rest. Early the next morning, Everyone got up to wash and pack. I had breakfast, dried wolf meat, congee, steamed buns, and pickled vegetables. Out here in the wild, that was actually pretty decent. After eating, I found a spot to sit and watch the archaeology team gear up and head into the tomb. In my consciousness, I checked in. Ding, check-in complete. Congratulations, host, you've received Grandmaster level driving skills, mana times 1 wisp. A flood of driving knowledge poured into my mind. Cars, motorcycles, yachts, airplanes, any vehicle you could name, plus some repair skills thrown in. Not bad, another Grandmaster level skill. I fanned myself lazily. Hui came over wearing a hat. You want to come down into the tomb with us? I waved her off with a smile. Nah, if I break something I couldn't afford to replace it. I'll just stay up here. Hee, look at you being careful. All right, I'm heading to work. Not long after, Aruna rode up in a beautiful outfit, having followed the wheel tracks to the new campsite. I smiled and went out to greet her. Aruna, you look gorgeous today. As long as you like it. I scratched my head a little awkwardly. These grassland girls were bold and straightforward. When they took a liking to someone, they'd put on their finest clothes. Want to come herding with me? Looking into her hopeful eyes, I nodded. Sure. As we rode out of camp together on one horse, some folks watched with envy, while others just shook their heads. When we reached the foot of the mountain, I asked, "Where's your flock?" My father took them out to graze today. She slid off the horse and looked at me with a smile. Want to see me dance? Sure. I sat down on the grass and watched her dance gracefully, her smile absolutely contagious. With her elegant movements set against that picture-perfect scenery, I couldn't resist wanting to paint the scene. Too bad it wasn't a good time to pull out a brush and paper. I'd just have to lock it away in my memory and paint it later. She stopped and walked slowly toward me. You're my batter. Will you have me? I could read her heart. Aruna, I'll be leaving before long. I won't cling to you. I just want a beautiful memory. I pulled her down onto the grass, holding her close. I'll remember today for the rest of my life. You could come back to the capital with me. She nuzzled against my chest. I wouldn't dare dream of having you. Being with you before you leave is enough for me. If you want to come, you can. Back there, we wouldn't have to worry about your background. She shook her head. I love the grasslands. You can come find me next time you're here. Meanwhile, Chun Xiuyuan and the others had spent all day hauling everything up. A whole pile of gold ingots now sat in front of them. Oldly, we need the garrison to move this out ASAP. Yeah, sitting on this stuff, I can't even sleep right. Gold is small in size, but massive in value. If someone gave in to temptation and swiped a piece, there'd be no way to sort it out. Guan Yu had the radio operator contact the higher-ups. Hui didn't see me around and figured I'd gone off with that grassland girl again. She felt a little jealous. Toward evening, I rode back. Aruna, go home and get some rest. I'm heading off, Zhang. I'll come find you again in a few days. I smiled and waved, grinning all the way back into camp. When everyone saw me return, they all wore that knowing smile only men understand. Chun Xiuyuan waved me over. Xiaoqin, Company Commander Guan got in touch with the garrison. They'll haul the artifacts and gold out tonight. Another week, and we'll wrap up the dig here. Then we'll head into town to rest up for a few days before heading back. Sounds good. I'll grab some gifts to bring home to friends while I'm at it. He chuckled. That grassland girl's a fine one. But taking her home as a wife won't be easy. Know your limits. Got it. Aruna flat out refused to come with me and insisted on staying to tend her flock. I let her be. Honestly, the capital isn't as free and easy as it is out here. At dinner, Hui brought me a plate. I figured you'd be eating in the yurt tonight. Thanks for the trouble, I said with a smile, offering no explanation. That night, a dozen or so army trucks rolled into camp, and the soldiers loaded up the antiques and drove off. For the next week, every evening I went into the grasslands and put the wild wolves under my control to stand guard. With a wolf pack watching over her, Aruna was perfectly safe. Once the excavation was done, word spread that we'd be heading into town to rest for a few days, and everyone was thrilled, especially the women, who hadn't showered in days. Hui got to the point where she wouldn't even come near me, afraid I'd find her gross. Aruna sat on horseback atop a hillside, watching the convoy disappear into the distance. She unrolled a scroll. On it was a painting of a dancing grassland girl, capturing every detail of that day perfectly. Thinking of me, tears rolled down her cheeks. I know you'll come back for me. The Archaeology Bureau put us up in a guest house. Chun Xiuyuan and the others went off to meetings. The rest of us had free time. Hui, fresh from her shower, cheerfully knocked on my door. I'm heading out to do some shopping in town. Want to come? Sure. I need to pick up a few things too. I locked up and headed out with her. The others came along too, and we all walked over to the co-op supply store not far away. Beef jerky, dairy products, finely crafted knives, and silverware. I picked out quite a lot. You're buying a ton. I've got a lot of friends. Might as well stock up. I'm done too. Let's go. Coming out of the store, I kept an eye on the spirit detector in my pack the whole way, but nothing showed up. By nearly noon, I spotted a state-run restaurant not far off. It's not every day we come out here. Let me treat you to some local flavor. It's expensive. Won't cost that much. Come on. I looked over the menu. We'll take 3 pounds of hand-grabbed mutton, an order of fried lamb tail, and a bowl of lamb offal stew. Isn't that too much? Not at all. Grab us a seat. The hand-grabbed mutton came out fast, clear stewed lamb with garlic chive flowers, absolutely delicious. You can only get real, authentic hand-grabbed mutton out here. Hui ate hungrily. Back when I was doing my rural stint out here, the longer I stayed, the more I missed one thing: Chinese cabbage. Nothing but dry rations and meat? Yeah, that gets old fast. I had a good appetite and cleaned my plate, then polished off a few big meat buns. You sure can pack it away. The food's that good. Let's head back. Back at the guest house, I stashed my stuff in storage and brewed a cup of tea. Chun Shuyuan returned from his meeting. Xiaoqin, we've got 3 days off. We'll take the train back together. Tomorrow old Li and I are going to check out some antique shops. You're welcome to tag along if you want. Sure, I'll come broaden my horizons with you. I'll come get you in the morning. I'm getting on in years. Body's not what it used to be. I'll go rest for a bit. I saw him out, then went back and pulled out a small block of wood and a knife, ready to carve, when I heard a knock at the door. I put my things away and went to open it. Hui walked in. I laid down but couldn't sleep, so I came to see what you were up to. I poured her a cup of tea. I was just trying to figure out what to do this afternoon, and here you are. So did you come up with anything? Nope, I said, taking a sip of tea, but I did figure out what to do tonight. What's that? Head out for some roast leg of lamb and grilled mutton. Wanna come? Sure, but tonight's on me. I waved her off. I'm the one who wants to eat, so you can tag along at most. No way I'm letting you pay. You're pretty old school macho. You bet. Stick with me, and you'll eat well and live well. She covered her mouth and laughed. All right then, I'll let you feed me these next few days and see if it's really true. No problem. She took a sip of tea. Are you married? I shook my head. Not old enough yet. Besides, these days it's all about marrying and having kids later. Gotta follow the policy. Hearing not old enough, she felt that pang of disappointment again. There was nearly a 7-year gap between us. What chance did she have? Well, then there's really no rush. By the way, how come you stayed single? After coming back from the countryside, I went straight into the archaeology bureau. I'm on the road all the time, so I just stopped thinking about it. You could find someone in the same field. Then you could work together. I'm too old for all that now. You're not old at all. Right now's when a woman's at her most beautiful. Her cheeks flushed pink. Oh please, you're just flattering me. I reached out and pinched her cheek. You're out in the field all the time, but your skin's still this good. You're really blessed. You should go out less from now on, or that gorgeous skin of yours won't last. She felt the warmth of my hand and nervously tugged at the hem of her shirt. You don't mind that I'm older? I pulled my hand back. Mind what? You're not old at all. You've got to have more confidence. Hui blushed. There's almost a 7-year gap between us. It wouldn't work. With that, she started to stand up. You get some rest. I'll come find you later. I grabbed her, pulled her into my arms, and kissed her right on the lips. Her eyes went wide and she froze for a second, then couldn't help but wrap her arms tightly around me. The door clicked, locked from the inside. Meanwhile, another little drama was playing out in the manager's office at the Shenyang guest house. Lung Yuning stared at the smiling Qian Ling across from her and spoke coldly. You little vixen. What are you doing here? I missed you, of course, my icy beauty. Just came by to see you. Lung Yuning's face stayed cold, but her eyes flickered. That guy from the Yun family isn't hassling you anymore. So now you're back to your old tricks? Yun Hung is still at home recovering. Knocked out 2 front teeth. Now he whistles when he talks. The corner of Lung Yuning's mouth twitched up. I'm busy. Get to the point. Qian Ling got up, walked over, and rested a hand on her shoulder. You know women age fast, right? Want me to set you up with a handsome young guy? Get lost. Lung Yuning slapped her hand away. Heh, always acting like an ice cube. Careful, or you'll die alone. You're not doing any better than me. Qian Ling glanced around. Don't think I don't know you bought this place. I found a spot nearby too. Already got it renovated. I'll be dropping by all the time now. Whatever. Just watch you don't go bankrupt with no customers. Qian Ling covered her mouth and laughed. I've got a strategist advising me, you know. Want to guess who it is? Lung Yuning gritted her teeth. Who? Oops, slip of the tongue. You figured it out yourself. I never said a word, okay? Get out. Yes, ma'am. Qian Ling gave her a goofy salute and walked out laughing. Lung Yuning slammed the table in fury. That sneaky bastard. Meeting up with that little vixen behind my back. Just wait till I see him. He's gonna get it. And that sneaky bastard was, at that very moment, lying in bed. A thought stirred in my mind. Divine power, enslavement, activated. Feedback from a successful enslavement came through, and a new point of light appeared in my sea of consciousness. Hui was sprawled across my chest, still panting softly. You're gonna be the death of me. I gave her a pinch. Can't have that. You're too much of a prize. I've got to enjoy you plenty more times. You're awful. Inside, though, she was melting. She hugged me tighter. Will you come see me? Of course. Come find me at home whenever you're free. I'll introduce you to some new friends. Don't tell anyone about us, okay? I don't want people making fun of me. Relax. Nobody's gonna find out. She traced little circles on my chest with her finger. Just don't say anything, all right? I lit a cigarette. From now on, take on some logistics work. Try not to go out on missions. I'm used to it. Otherwise, I'd be bored stiff sitting at home all day. I pinched her cheek. Wait till your skin's ruined. Then we'll see if you regret it. You're the worst. It won't happen. She snuggled up to me. If I get ugly, will you still want me? Obviously not. The second you turn ugly, you're kicked to the curb. Annoyed, she bit down on my chest. Whoa, were you born in the year of the dog? Biting me now? I'll have to teach you a lesson. Eek, I won't do it again. The two of us dissolved into laughter and playful roughhousing. Her eyes were full of love, and she thought talking to me felt so easy. The age gap didn't feel like anything at all. Little did she know, this 20-something body of mine housed a soul in its 40s. We rested until dark, then got up and got dressed. If you're not feeling well, just wait here and I'll bring back some food. I'm not that delicate. She took a few test steps and looked at me with a smile. As long as I walk slow, I'm fine. Seeing she was okay, I remembered my pills. I pulled out a top-grade healing pill and handed it to her. Take this. You'll recover faster. What is it? She took it curiously, caught the herbal scent, and popped it into her mouth. It wasn't bitter. Before she could even taste it, the pill had dissolved. A healing pill. The main ingredient is 100-year-old ginseng. Great for treating internal and external injuries, and for restoring vitality. 100-year-old ginseng. Her jaw dropped. She was on an archaeological team, so of course she knew what that meant. Just then she felt a warm current flowing through her body. Her shoulders, lower back, knees, and feet all felt toasty and warm. Wow, I feel all warm inside, and my joints feel so warm too. This feels amazing. Those are all the hidden injuries you've accumulated over the years. You're young now, so you don't notice, but once you get older, they'll all come back to haunt you. She happily linked her arm through mine. I feel great now, like nothing's wrong at all. Thank you. I pinched her cheek. No need to thank me. Come on, let's take care of dinner. I'm starving. Once we left the room, she stopped holding my arm, and we walked side by side out of the guest house. I was pretty satisfied with the pill's effect, more than worth its value. We found a barbecue joint on the street. The smell of grilled lamb hit us the moment we walked in, and I couldn't help taking a deep breath. One lamb leg, and a bit of everything else on the grill. I pulled out cash and meat ration coupons as I ordered. Hui watched me with a smile, suddenly finding even the way I paid the bill charming. The other diners glanced our way, then went back to their drinking and eating. Hui was sharing a room with another team member, so she had to head back to her own room to sleep for the night. I gathered up the sheets and bedding, tossed them into my farm space to clean, and then took them out and remade the bed. At that same moment, on the outskirts of Tatar City, a group of soldiers had cordoned off a collapsed area where black mist was visibly seeping out. The commander in charge surveyed the scene. Everyone fall back. Commander, there are still people unconscious inside. We have to get them out now. You think I don't know that? Anyone who gets close passes out. From this far away, there's no way to pull them out. Until we find a solution, I'm not throwing lives away for nothing. Commander, phone call from HQ. I had just lain down when there was a knock at my door. Standing outside were several strangers. I was a little curious. Coming. I threw on my clothes and went to open the door. It was a group of military personnel. Sir, please, there's a phone call for you. I nodded. Where's the phone? Downstairs. The commotion in the hallway had drawn the attention of the archaeology team and other guests, who poked their heads out curiously. Chen Xiuyuan spotted the soldiers and asked, Xiaoqin, what's going on? Professor Chen, I need to take a phone call. You all get some rest. Hui watched me with a worried look, but held herself back from saying anything. Downstairs, soldiers had already secured the area. I picked up the phone. Who is this? Consecrated Qin, we've got an emergency situation. You're the only consecrated in the area. The others won't arrive until tomorrow. If you're willing, all we need is for you to secure the scene and hold out until tomorrow, when a senior consecrated will be there. It was Luo Tang. I got straight to the point. No problem. Keep me posted if anything comes up. Got it. To save time, I'll have the officer picking you up brief you on the situation. I hung up and turned to the officer. Let's move out. Now. Yes, sir. Once we were in the jeep, I said, fill me in. A sinkhole opened up in the outskirts today, out of nowhere. Massive amounts of black gas started pouring out. Some nearby herdsmen went to check it out and collapsed on the spot. The people who went to rescue them, same thing. They reported it to the Public Security Bureau, and when their officers got there, they went down too. The military district got orders to lock the area down. We tried to pull people out and failed. 12 of our soldiers are unconscious. The hospital can't find a thing wrong with them, but their vitals are slowly fading. Doctors say if we don't figure this out, they've got 3 days at most. I listened, turning it over in my head. Could this be another energy artifact? And judging from the situation, this was way worse than the incident at that construction site back in the capital. I tapped my folding fan against my palm. Anything else? That's all for now. How long till we get there? 40 minutes, tops. I kept tapping the fan and closed my eyes to rest. Black gas. Most likely some kind of energy. Couldn't be poison gas, or the hospital would have caught it in the lab work. Out at the outskirts, the perimeter was completely sealed off by stationed troops. Roar. A terrifying howl echoed up from underground. What the hell was that? Commander, you think there's some kind of beast down in that hole? When's the specialist from HQ getting here? Guest house just called. They're already en route. 10 minutes out, max. Lock and load. Level 1 alert. Yes, sir. The synchronized clicks of rounds chambering rang out, and a killing edge instantly hung in the air. Every man was dug in behind cover, eyes locked on the sinkhole. The moon was buried behind clouds, and the site was pitch black. Without orders, nobody dared switch on their headlights. In the distance, headlights flared, and the roar of a Jeep engine approached. He's here. Roar. Another howl ripped up from below. Hearing that sound actually put me at ease. It was pretty much the same as the incident at the Capitol construction site. If that's really all this was, it'd be a cakewalk. The Jeep stopped. I stepped out. Sir, Regimental Commander Wang Baohua, reporting with the full regiment. I returned the salute. Commander Wang, keep your men on alert. I'm going to take a look. Anyone who gets near the black gas passes out. We've got 38 people down and unresponsive. Right? Let me check it out first. I walked over. The second I got a look at the black gas rising from the pit, the red light on my spirit detector started flashing. So there is something here. Staring at the black gas, I ran through my options, raised my folding fan, and condensed a mana silver needle. A streak of white light shot out, hit something, and instantly tore a huge gap in the black gas. That works. A wave of relief hit me. I fired off a few more needles, and every trace of black gas on the ground vanished. The gas clinging to the unconscious victims dissipated right along with it. I let out a full breath. Get them out of there. Yes, sir. Nobody had time to be shocked. They rushed forward to carry the victims out. Roar. Then came the sound of paws pounding the ground. I frowned. From the sound of it, there was a lot down there. Stand guard up here. I'm going down. A few strides brought me to the edge of the pit. Down below, dozens of wolves were gathered, every one of them wreathed in black gas. Mutated wild wolf. Remaining lifespan, 58 years. Mutated wild wolf. Remaining. You've got to be kidding me. Even wolves can mutate now. I swept my fan, and a glowing orb of light dropped down. Boom! A massive explosion. The light curtain washed over the wolf pack below, scattering the black gas, snuffing out every life sign. Dead on the spot. Seeing that a single hit had cleared everything down there, I jumped straight in. Before my feet even touched the ground, I activated Shadow Shift and vanished. I wasn't worried about revealing that I had energy abilities in front of others, but any cards I could keep hidden, I'd keep hidden. I looked at the wolf carcasses on the ground, but didn't touch them. This was a limestone cave, jagged rocks everywhere. Nothing like the tomb I'd been picturing. Following the energy signature, I headed deeper in. Roar, another howl. A low, rumbling growl echoed from further inside. I knew it wasn't over yet. Right on cue, another pack of black gas-shrouded wolves came charging out, eyes burning like coals. Absolutely terrifying to look at. I flung out another mana bomb. Boom! A white flash detonated, engulfing the entire pack. Some were blown clean off their feet. The wave of white light swept through, and every last one of them stopped breathing. That's it. I was almost impressed with myself. My mana reserves were still nearly full, no strain at all. Especially channeling through the spirit tier folding fan, my mana consumption was cut by nearly half. Heh, nothing beats one-shotting your targets. Feels good. Then the space opened up in front of me, and there it was. A massive, pitch-black wolf, chained down by 4 iron chains as thick as tree trunks. On all fours, it stood a solid 4 or 5 meters tall. Mutated Wolf King. Remaining lifespan, 895 years. I froze. I'd never seen a creature with a lifespan that high. But looking at the black gas rolling off it, I hesitated. Would enslaving it cause problems? I scanned the area. Piles of bones on both sides, along with some shattered pieces of armor. Roar! The giant wolf spotted me and howled again. I thought about it and decided against enslaving it. Whether it'd even work aside, if its black gas ended up corrupting my mind, That'd be a nightmare. I condensed a mana silver needle and fired. Whoosh! The giant wolf's body seized up, and a massive burst of black gas erupted from it. Oh, come on. Can't win. So you go biochemical? I channeled my mana and shot forward like lightning. On the chained giant wolf's body, the black gas kept dispersing, and patches of white fur slowly began to show through. Whimper. Seeing it couldn't move anymore, I took a look around, then with a mental command, stored a chunk of or into my inventory. That was the energy source. The giant wolf seemed to sense that its most precious possession was gone. It thrashed desperately, trying to snap the chains, howling even more fiercely. I swept my fan, sending a few more silver needles flying. Whoosh, whoosh. The last of the black gas on the wolf vanished completely, revealing a magnificent white giant wolf. Its eyes even carried a hint of release. The way it looked at me held something almost human, gratitude. Then the white wolf slumped down onto the stone platform and died, chains still locked around its body. I studied it, but didn't undo the chains. Thinking back to that look in its eyes, I was certain it had been thanking me. Guess it knew what it had become. Knew it wasn't right. I checked the spirit detector again. No reaction. I turned and headed back. Everyone above was waiting anxiously. That last howl had made every hair on their body stand up. I leapt back up in a single bound. Wang Baohua hurried over. Sir, how'd it go? Handled. But you'll still need to keep the area locked down until an investigation team gets here from HQ. Yes, sir. He let out a breath. The unconscious ones out here have woken up. The ones at the hospital haven't yet. Right. Take me to the hospital in a bit. First, get me a phone. I need to make a call to the capital. Yes, sir. This way, please. The moment the phone rang, Luo Tang picked up. Retainer Chin, is that you? It's me. Problem solved. Down there was a pack of mutant wolves, plus a 4 or 5 meter tall white giant wolf chained up, all dead. Someone needs to come determine how to handle the aftermath. Luo Tang's eyes lit up. Retainer Chin, are you hurt? I'm fine. Good. I'll report to my superiors and contact you again after they assign a rating. The rating doesn't matter to me. By the way, I had the garrison keep the area sealed off, so send your people over as soon as possible. Yes, sir. After hanging up, I turned to Wang Baohua. Have someone drive me to the hospital. Others will take over from there. Yes, sir. The unconscious patients at the hospital all had a layer of black mist on them, which I easily dispelled with my magic power. Meanwhile, Hui was lying in her room, unable to sleep, listening to the noises out in the hallway. After who knows how long, she heard the door open, slipped out of bed carefully, and went out to check. I poured a glass of water and took a sip. When Hui saw me come back, she hurried inside, closed the door, and nervously asked if I was okay. I smiled and said I was fine, then asked why she was still up. She let out a sigh of relief and said she'd been worried sick. How could she possibly sleep? I told her to hurry back to her room. She gave me a kiss, said she'd come find me tomorrow, and left. I locked the door and went into the farm space to wash up. After that, I took out the ore I'd just obtained. Ding's special energy detected. Absorb. I examined it for a while. It just looked like an ordinary rock, nothing unusual about it. Strange. I said yes, absorb it. The wheel appeared. This trip alone gave me 3 spins. I was in a great mood. The wheel spun, I called stop, and the pointer landed on the red zone. Ding, congratulations, host. You've won, Spirit Realm Special Race Eye Technique. Can view the remaining lifespan of any target. Auto-integrating with Heavenly Eye. A surge of energy flooded into my mind. Just as it was about to wrap around my eyes, a suction force emerged from between my brows and pulled the energy in. A cool sensation spread through my eyes, followed by a wave of enlightenment. Divine ability, Heavenly Eye. Distinguishes loyalty from treachery, good from evil, and can see the remaining lifespan of any target. Seeing someone's lifespan might be useless to others, but not to me. I had the beast taming art, which lets me form contracts with creatures and share lifespans. With this ability, I could handpick targets precisely and never waste a sharing opportunity. I also had the spirit turtle with unlimited lifespan. Once it matured after 1,000 years, I could enslave it and share endless life. I was feeling pretty smug when I glanced at the chair in the room and froze. Wooden chair. Remaining usable lifespan, 8 years. That's when I understood what any target really meant, living or non-living. It worked on everything. Of course, what it showed was the normal usable lifespan. Destructive use would naturally shorten it. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, after washing up, I checked in. Ding, check-in successful. Rewards, Spirit Restoration Pill ×10, Magic Power ×1 Wisp. Another bottle. Happily, I stored it away in my inventory. There was a knock at the door. It was Hui, telling me it was time for breakfast. I looked above her head. Hui. Remaining lifespan, 48 years. Chun Shuyuan and Li Chongshan walked over and asked if I was okay from yesterday. I said I was fine. Chun Shuyuan. Remaining lifespan, 21 years. Li Chongshan. Remaining lifespan, 16 years. Chun Shuyuan said the antique shop didn't open until after 8, so we should grab breakfast first. It was only a little past 6, plenty of time. The food was good, xiaomai dumplings, manta buns, congee, and some pickled sides. Looking at the lifespans floating above everyone's heads, I suddenly felt this ability wasn't so great after all. Strangers didn't matter, but the closer someone was to me, especially my women, the more helpless I felt knowing their lifespan and being unable to change it. Chun Shuyuan mentioned the antique shops here also sold handicrafts, so I could buy some if I liked them. Li Chongshan said the Archaeology Bureau often traveled to different places, and if I was interested, I could have Hu Wei contact him so I could tag along. I agreed. When Hu Wei heard me say yes, she was thrilled. After breakfast, I went back to my room. Hu Wei followed me in. I locked the door behind us and lifted her onto the bed. After getting dressed, we sat down for tea. Hu Wei reminded me not to buy things carelessly. Not everything over there was a genuine antique. I told her I wasn't really into antiques. I'd only buy something if it was special. I asked her if the Archaeology Bureau had any special collections. She thought about it and said they were all just old items. Anything without research value got transferred to museums. I thought to myself, the tomb-related items the Special Affairs Bureau handled all ended up at the Archaeology Bureau. There had to be energy-infused items among them. It just wouldn't look good for me to grab them personally. We set out. On the street, every passerby had a remaining lifespan floating above their head. Strangers didn't show names. Only people whose names I knew displayed them. A worker on the roadside had a countdown coming off his shovel. Snap, it broke. The tire on a three-wheeled cart suddenly went flat. Everything matched up with the lifespan readings. After seeing enough of it, I stopped feeling anything about it. None of it had anything to do with me. At the antique shop, sure enough, there were both antiques and handicrafts, all consigned by locals. I didn't see anything with energy in it. Hu Wei said even if I bought something, I'd have to worry about thieves, so it was better not to bother. Chun Shuyuan said there was one more shop and led the way. On the road, I asked if there were a lot of tomb raiders around. Chun Shuyuan said the vast land and sparse population here made it perfect for their activities. Li Chongshan said these people had special skills and always managed to find things one step ahead of the Archaeology Bureau. I asked if they were divided into schools. He said they split into northern and southern factions along the Yangtze River, but most of the traditional lineages had been lost over time. As we talked, I sensed my spirit detector flashing. There was another antique shop up ahead, right along our route. My heart leapt, and I headed straight for the handicrafts section. There was a dagger on the counter. I asked how much. Hu Wei looked puzzled. I hadn't bought anything at the last place, but here I was asking right away. The owner said it was consigned by a local, 30 yuan. I didn't haggle and just paid. Hu Wei whispered that it was too expensive. The last shop only wanted 20. I told her it was fine, took the dagger, and put it in my bag. Meanwhile, the Special Affairs Bureau team arrived in Tatar City and headed straight for the pit outside the city. Someone reported. Yesterday, Chief Chin dealt with the black mist. They weren't clear on what happened down in the pit, but the roaring had grown frantic for a moment before going silent. They'd also heard a dense pattern of running footsteps down below, as if a lot of things were running. Third-rank retainer Mu Qing jumped straight down to investigate, while the action team slid down along the ropes. The ground was covered in wolf corpses. Mu Qing's face turned grim. There were dozens by the look of it. With his strength, wiping them all out would have been nearly impossible. That young man actually had this level of power? Going further in, there were dozens more wolf corpses. When they reached the corpse pit, a massive white wolf lay sprawled on the opposite side. Mu Qing's expression grew even heavier. After thinking it over, he feigned nonchalance and said, "A white wolf this size is rare." Retainer Chin didn't know when to hold back. If he hadn't killed it, we could have brought it back for research. Yu, leader of the second action team, frowned. There are over 100 wolf corpses back there. Maybe the white wolf was the leader, and killing it was the only option. Mu Qing said those wild wolves could have been taken down with firearms, and there were troops stationed outside anyway. He'd overstepped. He walked a full circle around the white wolf, ran his fingers along the iron chain, but couldn't find any written records. He said the white wolf had clearly been chained there on purpose, but it was a shame it was dead. He ordered the corpse hauled back for study and told them to clear out the corpse pit and bury it. Someone asked what grade this incident should be classified as. Mu Qing waved it off. D grade is enough. Someone pushed back. Wasn't that too low? Mu Qing let out a cold snort. This white wolf has research value. A low grade is meant to send him a message. Don't act on impulse next time. Someone else spoke up, pointing out that neither the white wolf nor the wolf corpses had any wounds, so maybe Attendant Chin hadn't been the one who killed them. Mu Qing turned and started walking back. D grade is generous enough. That's final. At noon, I treated Chun Shuyuan and the others to lunch at a restaurant. They kept praising me for being humble, unlike other young guys who got a little success and started looking down their noses at everyone. I laughed it off and waved, saying it was getting late and they should head back to rest. Hui went home too. Back in my room, I brewed a cup of tea and pulled out the dagger. Ding, special energy detected. Absorb. There was a beautiful gemstone set in it. I figured that was the energy source. I said absorb. The gemstone vanished. Called it. I put the now useless dagger away. The wheel appeared, and I said start. This time I wasn't going to say stop. I wanted to see if it would stop on its own. Second by second, minute by minute, 10 minutes went by, and it was still spinning. I said, so you really won't stop until I say so, huh? Let's see how long this drags on. Ding, host, quit fooling around. If you don't call stop, the energy will run out, and you'll lose the drought. I quickly called stop. No way I was wasting a chance. The pointer slowly settled on the orange zone. Ding, congratulations, host. You've won. Cultivation World Basic Spells, Volume 1. A flood of memories poured in. Fireball, cleansing spell, invisibility, sword flight. For spells at once. Interesting. I formed the hand seal and cast the cleansing spell. A wave of energy swept over me, leaving me as refreshed as if I'd just stepped out of the shower. One cast keeps you dust-free for 3 days. I cast it on the room too. The desk, chair, bed, everything came out spotless, and the bedding even had that warm, sun-dried scent. Nice. Fireball could take out enemies, and invisibility could hide me and the folding fan so no one would see us. But the biggest surprise was sword flight. I didn't have a spirit sword, but I had a top-tier spiritual artifact folding fan, and it worked just the same. I made the seal, and the fan floated up. With the point of my finger, it suddenly expanded to about 6 feet long. I hopped on, worked to keep my balance, and flew it around the room. Just like an immortal, I could actually take to the skies now. After playing around a bit, I dismissed the spell, and the fan shrank back to normal. I picked it up and sighed. You'd better hurry up and finish refining, so I can store you in my Dantian. Otherwise I've got to lug you around forever. But spiritual energy was scarce in this world, and to avoid burning through my pills, I could only channel a trickle of magic power a day to nurture it. Progress was painfully slow. Meanwhile, Li Chongshan got a call from his unit in the capital telling him to catch the train back tomorrow. Didn't matter to me. That evening, I took Hui out to dinner as usual. I told her once I got back, I probably wouldn't be traveling for a while, so I'd stop by her place when I had time. We went back to the room, and it was almost 10 before she went to her own. Elsewhere, Luo Tang got the notice and frowned at the D-grade rating. She asked Director Su whether the incident Attendant Qin had handled was actually more dangerous than the C- Attendant Mu had handled before. Wasn't this grade way too low? Su Zhe shook his head, saying the action team was told Elder Mu had assessed them as ordinary underground creatures, easily dispatched. Luo Tang said, but dozens of people at the scene had fallen unconscious, and even hospitals couldn't do anything. Attendant Qin was the one who resolved that too. Su Zhe sighed. Don't you get it? Attendant Qin is brand new and he's already overshadowing everyone else. Someone's pulling strings against him. Luo Tang was furious. She asked how she was supposed to explain this to Attendant Qin. Su Zhe told her to take it up with the director. Luo Tang carried the file into Director Fang Qixiao's office and laid the grading issue on the table. Fang Qixiao took a sip of tea. We have to respect the senior attendant's judgment. Attendant Qin just joined. Let him build up seniority gradually. Everything he deserves will come in time. Luo Tang asked how she was supposed to explain that. Fang Qixiao said the grade had been decided by the seniors. There was nothing to explain. Luo Tang pressed on. If this bred resentment and Attendant Qin stopped taking missions, or worse, walked out, it would be a huge loss for the Bureau. Fang Qixiao waved her off. You need to understand, the Bureau relies on those seniors for a lot of its work. If he really shows what he's capable of, support will come naturally. But that hasn't happened yet. Luo Tang said she understood and turned to leave. She knew the director was right, but she still planned to tell Qin Zheng and let him decide for himself. The archaeology team took a full day on the train back to the capital. Li Chongshan and Chun Shuyuan both said their goodbyes and made me promise to catch up when I had time. I smiled and waved them off. Just as I was about to hail a rickshaw, I saw Luo Tang pulling up in a jeep. Luo Tang. Remaining lifespan, 59 years. She was in her 20s now, so she'd live to her 80s. I opened the door and got in, saying, "You came all this way to pick me up?" She said she'd come to brief me on how this incident was handled. All right, we'll talk when we get home. I gave her a smile and fanned myself. Whatever she was feeling, I could read it clear as day. The moment I got back to the capital, I could feel the temperature was noticeably warmer. The car pulled up at Tingzheng Pavilion, and when Lu Tong and the others saw I was back, they all stood up, grinning. Brother Zheng, you're back. Yeah, I'm back. Everything good at home. All good. Zhang Dan noticed Luo Tang following me in and gave her a smile and a nod in greeting. I ran a quick scan. Lu Tong had 63 years left, Zhang Dan only 42. I made a mental note. I'd have to find something to help her later. I set my bag down. We're heading upstairs to talk about something. I'll catch up with you all in a bit. Luo Tang and I went up to the second floor, and I sat down at the tea table and started brewing tea. She pulled out the file. The other attendants graded this incident as D-level. You've been awarded 150 points. I poured the tea. That thing at the construction site last time, what grade was that? C-. I had to laugh. If this wasn't textbook workplace politics, I didn't know what was. I went to the director. Luo Tang continued. He said the bureau relies on those senior attendants, and since they haven't seen your true capabilities yet, he has to defer to them. I checked the archives. Under normal circumstances, what you handled this time should have been at least A grade. Based on this alone, you could have been promoted straight to 4th tier attendant. The higher-ups might have even bumped you to 3rd tier, though that would depend on a full review. I took a sip of tea. What's the highest grade incident the bureau has ever handled? The highest one I could find in the records was an S grade. We lost 18 attendants, 2 1st tier, 5 2nd tier, and the rest 3rd tier. Tell me more. It was a few decades back when the island nations on Myoji invaded. They deployed 5 upper rank and 20 mid-rank on Myoji. We wiped out every last one of them, but our losses were devastating. The bureau still hasn't recovered to this day. Elder Mu's faction was the main force in that fight. I sipped my tea and listened, quietly sizing up my own strength. If I used pills to replenish my mana and combined that with the Heavenly Punishment Thunder Fan, wiping out this whole group wouldn't be a problem. By that math, I was already way beyond level 1 retainer status. But this whole situation had really pissed me off. Honestly, I didn't give a damn what rank of retainer I was. My reasons for taking the position were simple. First, to repay them for saving me from that assassination, and second, to use missions as cover for hunting down energy-infused items. Now that they were pulling this crap, the title meant nothing to me. On this trip to the grasslands, I'd stumbled onto another way to track down energy items. From here on out, I could operate solo. No one would ever catch on. Head back to work. If anyone asks, tell them I've got no objections. Luo Tang drew in a deep breath. Why not put on a little demonstration? Show them what you can do. I smiled and shook my head, snapping open my folding fan and waving it lazily. This isn't some circus act. Besides, aren't all those underground creatures proof enough? Once is fine, twice is pushing it, 3 times is too much. Let's just call it done. Understood. I'll head back then. Go on. I finished another cup of tea, then headed downstairs to give Lu Tong and the others their gifts. Zhang Dan looked up eagerly. Was it fun out there? Pretty great. Endless grasslands as far as the eye could see. I even got to ride horses and herd sheep. I told them all about the trip, and the two of them listened with dreamy looks on their faces. I spent the whole day at home with them. The next day, I headed to the Xianyang guest house. Lulan lit up the moment she saw me. Zhengji, you're back. Got in yesterday. Here, brought you a souvenir. She took the delicate wool blanket with obvious delight. It's gorgeous. Then something occurred to her, and she lowered her voice. Zhengji, Manager Lung's been mad at you the past few days. Manager Qian came by and said you were the one who put her up to it. Watch yourself when you go in. I couldn't help laughing. All right, I'll go check on her. Lung Yuaning was sitting in her chair, lost in thought. Her eyes lit up when she saw me walk in. Then she remembered, and her face went cold again. Well, if it isn't the little vixen's advisor. What brings you to my humble corner? I locked the door behind me. Advisor? Come on. I just got back, brought you a gift. She crossed her arms. Don't try to sweet-talk me. That little vixen told me herself. Oh, you. Can't you see when someone's just trying to drive a wedge between us? Drive a wedge? She eyed me suspiciously. I almost burst out laughing but kept a straight face and nodded solemnly. Obviously, she sees how well you're running things here, so she came over to stir up trouble. Think about it. I treat you this well. Why on earth would I be giving her advice? Then I scooped her up and set her on the desk. If I catch you lying to me, you're going to be sorry. Seeing her raise those tiny fists so adorably, I laughed and kissed her. You're so pretty. There's no way I'd look twice at her. My hands went to work. Lung Yuaning wrapped her arms tightly around me. You jerk. You were gone for over half a month. You've got a lot to make up for today. I grinned wickedly. Just don't cry on me. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qianling burst out laughing after hearing her assistant Suiju's report. Let's see if that Ice Queen beauty falls for it. Manager, Zheng Ji's got a silver tongue. He might just talk his way out of it. Knowing her, it won't be that easy for him to smooth things over. We'll find out when he comes in tomorrow. Leave it to you, manager. In the director's office at the Special Affairs Bureau, Fang Qixiao took a sip of tea. What did Retainer Qin have to say? He just asked about the raiding on the construction site incident, then said he understood. All right, that's that. Go get back to work. Mu Qing rode out to a village on the outskirts of the city and made his way to a farmhouse. A woman in the yard was feeding chickens. She gave him a nod and went back to her work. Mu Qing stepped inside and approached an old man seated on the earth and calm. "Steward, something come up today?" The new recruit at the bureau has some real ability. He used a folding fan to unleash an energy attack and took out over 100 mutated wolves in a single strike, plus an A-class giant white wolf. That white wolf looked like it had been demonized, chained down with 4 iron chains. Because it was restrained, I couldn't get a read on his actual strength. The old man considered for a moment. "Sounds like he's using a Dharma treasure. Do you know who his master is?" "No idea." I gave him a D rating on this mission. He didn't say much when he found out. Stayed pretty calm. Find a chance to talk with him. You know what to do after that. Understood. I sat in Lung Yuaning's office eating lunch. That little vixen actually bought a shop right across the street, just to spite me. I found it funny. Just pretend she's not there. Your location's better. Your business will end up crushing hers. She got smug. Damn right. I'm not scared of her. Exactly. I stayed at the guest house until dusk before heading out. I rode my bike into an alley and vanished in the blink of an eye. When I reappeared, I was in the hidden chamber of a courtyard house. 10 large wooden crates stood sealed with paper strips. The moment I sensed what was inside, my eyes lit up. 500-year-old ginseng roots, packed in wooden boxes, perfectly preserved. 5 crates of precious herbs, bear gallbladder, bezoar, and the like. Of the remaining 5 crates, 2 held ancient books, 3 held gold bars. I stashed everything in my farm's storehouse. Of the 300-year-old ginseng I'd swiped from the Japs earlier, I'd used 1 and still had 2 left. Now I had 5 more on top of that. The other herbs were all useful too. I'd be able to refine another batch of top-grade healing pills soon. I headed back to the alley, riding around to see if I could pick up any other hidden chambers nearby. Outside the Tingzheng Pavilion on Antique Street, a middle-aged man was standing around. He came toward me as I pulled up on my bike. I recognized him as the liaison for Elder Mu, the third-class retainer. I stopped and looked at him. "Retainer Qin, I'm Wang Zhou, Elder Mu's liaison. Something you need?" Seeing that I wasn't inviting him in, he got straight to the point. "Elder Mu would like to invite you to his residence. I'm here to show you the way." I sneered inwardly. They'd just finished trying to keep me down, and now they were sending someone to invite me over? Some nerve. I don't make a habit of associating with strangers. With that, I rode straight into the alley. Wang Zhou's face froze. He'd been with Mu Qing for years and had always been treated with respect wherever he went. This was the first time anyone had brushed him off like that. He climbed into the Jeep parked nearby and drove off. I set my bike aside and walked into the house. "Boss, you're back. Dinner's ready." "Great." I smiled and gave Xingji's cheek a playful pinch. "Haven't seen you in a few days, and you've gotten even prettier." "Oh, stop it." She responded with a shy little sound. I gave her another little pinch and walked into the house with a grin. Mu Qing sat at home, listening to what the liaison had to say. Got it." He rolled 2 walnuts in his hand, and they made a cracking sound. Clearly, he wasn't as calm as he appeared. "Young people, huh? Full of themselves. He needs some seasoning." Wang Zhou asked, "What do you have in mind, Elder Mu?" "That cave on the outskirts needs another cleanup. Tomorrow, arrange for him to assist me." "Yes, sir." The next day, after breakfast, I took a stroll through the front garden, then headed back to the study, brewed some tea, and checked in through the mental link with the system. Ding, check-in successful. "Congratulations, host. You have received spirit restoring pills times 10, mana times 1 wisp." I happily stashed the pills into my inventory. If it had just given me the recipe already, I could brew a whole batch and never have to worry about running out of mana. Ring, ring, ring. I picked up the phone. "Who is it?" "Consultant Qin, it's me. There's a joint assignment on the outskirts." Elder Mu extended the invitation. "Are you in?" "Not interested." "Understood." Luo Tang answered crisply. I hung up and took a sip of tea. If he weren't a government official who'd handled plenty of matters, with an attitude like that, I would have sent him off to his next life a long time ago. Seeing that it was about time, I grabbed my bag and headed out. In the manager's office of Yuebin Restaurant, Qianling looked at me with a bright smile. "Oh, why the long face? Why do you think? Yesterday Yuaning ripped into me and even called me your scheming little sidekick. Just wait till I get back at you." Qianling jumped up and bolted. "Serves you right, for going to her place first instead of mine." I caught her in my arms. "Heh, I'm gonna have you for lunch first." I scooped her up and carried her into the lounge. When Mu Qing heard I'd refused, he tapped his fingers on the desk, thought for a moment, and picked up the phone. Fang Qixiao was reviewing some documents when he answered. "Fang Qixiao speaking." "Xiao Fang, the new guy at the bureau has a real attitude problem. He can't just refuse assignments because of one performance review." Fang Qixiao knew immediately who he was talking about, and said with a smile, "Elder Mu, our policy toward consultants has always been this way. It's not really something I can change. Little Qin has real ability. The place I'm heading to is perfect for him to cut his teeth. Young people need to learn to respect us old-timers, don't you think? You're right, Elder Mu. All I can do is try to have a word with him. All right then. Fang Qixiao hung up and thought it over, then dialed Luo Tang. Comrade Luo Tang, about Elder Mu's invitation for Consultant Qin to assist him. Give it another try. Letting emotions dictate your work is a big taboo. He's still young, with a long road ahead. It's in his interest to build good relationships with the other consultants. I'll give him a call. Good. Fang Qixiao hung up and sat there mulling it over. He'd read the report. Qin Zheng had taken out over 100 feral wolves, plus one giant white wolf. There was no question he had real strength. But just as Mu Qing had said, modern firearms could handle that too. It didn't really showcase his true abilities. Besides, the issue of managing the consultants was something he'd been wrestling with ever since the Special Affairs Bureau was spun off. If anyone could just refuse an assignment, what was the point of the agency even existing? He picked up the phone and dialed another number. Chief, there are some matters at the Bureau I'd like to run by you. Go ahead, over the phone is fine. I feel like our management of the consultants is too loose. Could we add some kind of hard requirement? Say, mandatory participation in at least 3 assignments per year? Assignments they weren't dispatched for wouldn't count. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Xiao Fang, the idea has merit, but that's bound to rub some people the wrong way. It'll make recruiting new members even harder down the line. Yes, I understand. But sometimes when it comes to organizing operations, it really does create problems. If you're going to require participation, there has to be matching incentives. You need to think all that through. Otherwise, how are the consultants who've always cooperated going to feel? Chief, could we release the points exchange list to the lower-ranked consultants? It might boost their motivation. Of course, the top-tier items would still be classified. That, we can do. Yes, sir. He'd just hung up when Luo Tang knocked and came in. Director, Consultant Qin isn't home. Fang Qixiao stood up, pulled out a document, sealed it in an envelope, and stamped it shut. Deliver this to Consultant Qin personally. Yes, sir. Luo Tang took it and left. Classified documents like this were above her clearance. I sat in a chair, smoking. You opened a place right across from Yuaning's. Are you going to be working out of there from now on? Yep. That space is bigger. It'll be ready in a bit, once renovations are done. Qianling looked at me with a grin. Don't worry, I've kept a back door open just for you. Nobody else will see it. I wouldn't be afraid to just walk in the front, either. In that case, I'll have the back door bricked up. I cleared my throat awkwardly. Better keep it. It's more convenient that way. Humph. I bet you're still thinking about that cold beauty. I'm not. Can't you tell how much I like you? Smooth talker. I spent the whole day with Qianling before heading home. When I saw Luo Tang's jeep, I parked and walked into the courtyard. Boss, Assistant Luo, is inside. Got it. Luo Tang stood up. Consultant Qin, the director asked me to deliver this to you. I took the envelope curiously. What is it? My clearance isn't high enough to know. I headed to the study, opened it, and read it carefully. So, points could be exchanged for goods. Processed mutant creature meat had all kinds of uses. Some cured illnesses, some replenished vital energy, some boosted strength. Prices varied based on effect, with the cheapest going for 50 points per pound. Weapons, everyday supplies, you name it, you could trade for it. At the bottom was a note. Higher tier information unlocks after reaching tier 3 consultant status. I stroked my chin. To ordinary people, this processed mutant meat was basically the equivalent of divine elixirs. The strength-boosting kind, with regular consumption, could add up to 100 pounds of raw strength. Sure, you need to eat a lot and build it up slowly, but 100 pounds was already off the charts. The medicinal kind couldn't cure terminal illness, but with regular consumption, it could keep conditions under control, letting the person live like anyone else. So there's even better stuff out there. This is because I turned down the assignment. Now they're dangling a little sweetener to lure me in. Luo Tang stood across from me. The director said building good relationships with the other consultants is important. My guess is Elder Mu called him. I put the document back in the envelope. Do I return this, or keep it here? You can keep it. I casually tossed it into the drawer below, actually stashing it into my inventory. The more this Elder Mu pushes for me to come, the less interested I am. Yesterday, he even sent a liaison over to invite me to dinner at his place. Guy really thinks he's someone important. I paused and asked, did he say when the mission's going down? Where exactly? No time given. The location is on the city outskirts. Got it. You can head back. Just let me know when there's a mission. Tell me where to be. As for participating in this one, forget it. Understood. I'll keep you posted. I nodded, watched her leave, then got up and headed upstairs. I cast Shadow Shift, gave my mana a push, and in the blink of an eye, I was at the place Luo Tang had mentioned. There was a military garrison here. A group of soldiers were doing PT out on the open ground. I walked through the barracks and saw tank barrels aimed at the mountain behind us, along with dugout trenches and sentries on watch. Once I got past the mountain, up ahead was a cave sealed shut by a massive steel gate. An image immediately popped into my head of what was behind it. 3 mutated creatures pacing around the entrance, occasionally slamming against the door. I walked straight through the gate and got a clear look at the 3 things, tigers the size of grown adults, with razor-sharp claws. The door itself was covered in claw marks. Mutant rat, remaining lifespan, 10 years. Mutant rat, remaining lifespan, 13 years. I headed deeper in. Rats were everywhere. Some were even gnawing on the corpses of their own kind, their lifespans varying wildly. The spirit detector started flashing, so I picked up the pace and pushed further in. The mutant rats got denser and denser, until at the very back, a creature bigger than an ox lay resting on the ground. Mutant rat king, remaining lifespan, 285 years. Huh, looks like mutation gives them a serious lifespan boost. I circled around it and sensed a bead inside its belly. That was the energy source. With a flick of my mind, I sent the bead straight into my storage. The Rat King's eyes snapped open. It looked around warily, but found nothing. It let out a hideous screech from its throat, and countless rats came flooding in at once. Squeak, squeak. I watched the Rat King interrogating them like it was running a board meeting, chuckled, then turned around and walked out of the cave. Channeling my mana, I vanished. Those things in the cave, conventional weapons were plenty to wipe them out. Since Command hadn't given the kill order yet, they probably had other plans. Back home, Lutong and Zhang Dan saw me come downstairs. Zhang, come eat first. Sure, let's eat. I wasn't in any rush to hit the lottery draw. Smiling, I sat down for dinner. Not long after I left, though, the mutant rats in the cave went berserk, ramming the iron door like crazy. The garrison quickly reported it, and the Special Affairs Bureau showed up fast. Mu Qing stood with his hands behind his back. What's going on? There wasn't a peep before. Then all of a sudden, they started slamming the door. Well, if they can't wait, then we'll thin them out today. The specially reinforced iron gate slowly cracked open. Mutant rats the size of a man came charging out, and the tactical team opened up with suppressive fire. Mu Qing frowned. This really was out of the ordinary. Normally they'd cull one batch and be done with it. But today it just kept going, with even the smaller rats swarming out. Gunfire and grenade blasts drowned out the squealing. But suddenly, walls of earth rose up from the ground, blocking the bullets. Mu Qing's eyes narrowed. A mutant rat bigger than an ox came charging out, its eyes glinting with cold light. Thwip! An earth spike shot up from the ground and skewered a team member's foot clean through. Fall back. Sweat beaded on Mu Qing's forehead. He'd actually run into an A-class mutant creature. Call for backup. Bring in the artillery. Shells rained down on the rat swarm, killing large numbers of them. But the Rat King kept throwing up wall after wall of earth to block them, its eyes scanning for a chance to break out. Don't stop. Keep firing. Mu Qing shouted. Back at my place. I'd just finished eating when the phone rang. Who is it? Consecrated Qing, we've got a situation. The mutant creatures in the suburbs are rioting. Elder Mu is calling for backup. A lot of the consecrators are already on their way. I paused. My gut told me. It was probably me taking the energy source that pushed it over the edge. All right, come pick me up right now. I hung up and mentally sent the crows outside to go scout. Master, things are wild over there. Shells are dropping like they're free. Tons of rats already blown to bits. But there's one crazy strong one that can conjure earth walls out of nowhere to block everything. Both sides are locked in a stalemate right now. Hearing that no one had died, I relaxed. Have the other scouts keep me posted. I told Zhang Dan I was heading out for a bit, grabbed my folding fan, and walked out. The moment I hit the street, Luo Tang pulled up in his car. I got in. Situation's under control over there. We still haven't figured out what triggered the riot. If there's a nest like that, why not just wipe it out for good? Those things are cunning. When they can't win, they retreat deep into the tunnels. Eventually, we just sealed it up and clear it out periodically. I nodded. Without the energy source, those rats probably wouldn't be mutating anymore. A dozen or so minutes later, gunfire and explosions came into earshot. We entered the base, and a soldier took me to the front lines. Besides Mu Qing, there were 8 other consecrators, all middle-aged. I was the only young one there, and one of them was a woman in her 40s. Mu Qing, remaining lifespan, 72 years. Life form, remaining lifespan, 96 years. Looking at their lifespans, I started to put things together. Mu Qing was already in his 70s and still had another 72 years left. The others all had 40 or 50 years to go. People who carried energy clearly outlived pure martial arts consecrators by a wide margin. So it looks like special energy really does extend your lifespan. The only shame was that I still didn't know where this energy came from. If I could figure it out, wouldn't that mean I could extend my women's lifespans too? The moment I arrived, everyone noticed. I could feel the hostility rolling off Mu Qing, but I couldn't be bothered with him. In the distance, the Rat King had already retreated back behind the iron gate, leaving a field of rat corpses outside. Mu Qing spoke up. Consecrated Qin, you bear the main responsibility for this incident. You'll be the one to draw the Rat King out. We'll coordinate to take it down. I turned to look at him. These things going berserk, was that my doing? Mu Qing shook his head. Today I called you in to handle this with me, and you refused. That's why I got here late. If we'd moved sooner, this riot wouldn't have happened. I let out a cold laugh. Heh, good thing you're not a judge. With a brain like yours, we'd have wrongful convictions on every street corner. Young man, you need to learn too. Learn my ass. My face went cold. You washed up old geezer, really think you're something, don't you? Everyone around us froze. A few of them couldn't quite hide the smirks tugging at their mouths, but most were just shocked. A level 5 consecrator cursing out a level 3 consecrator? Was I trying to end my career? Mu Qing's face went from red to green. He was livid. I took a few steps forward. Piece of trash. Looking at the Rat King poking its head out, I flicked my fan open. A glowing energy sphere shot out. The Rat King didn't even have time to dodge. It took the hit dead on. Boom. A blast of white light exploded outward, engulfing every mutant rat in the vicinity. Everyone just stood there, stunned. Seeing that all the mutant rats were dead, I turned to leave. Instead of wasting time here, why don't you try doing something useful? Several consecrators stared at my back, their eyes full of shock. Mu Qing's face was ugly, his eyes filled with wariness. He hadn't expected me to be this powerful. I'd solved their headache with a casual flick of my wrist, and I hadn't shown him, a senior, even the slightest bit of respect. A little power, and he thinks he owns the place. If a guy like that rises up, where does that leave the rest of us? Meanwhile, over at the Special Affairs Bureau, Director Fang Qixiao's eyes lit up the moment he got the report. You're sure it was just a casual strike? Positive. Elder Mu tried to pin the blame on Consultant Qin and got chewed out for it. Then Qin just flicked his folding fan. One energy ball flew out and wiped out the Rat King along with every mutant rat in the place. Excellent. Fang Qixiao slammed his fist on the desk, thrilled. Finally, another powerhouse consultant had emerged. But his excitement didn't last long. A group of senior consultants was gathered in the room, all bristling with indignation. Fang Qixiao could only smile bitterly to himself. Perhaps there's been some misunderstanding. He's young, you know, just a bit blunt. Mu Qing scoffed. So Director Fang is going to shield him? Fine. Then I quit. In that case, there's no reason for us to stay either. One after another, they pulled out their credentials, ready to resign on the spot. Fang Qixiao swallowed his frustration. He still needed these people. If they all walked out, his job would only get harder. Elder Mu, don't be rash. Tell me, how would you like this resolved? A level 6 consultant spoke up. Someone this arrogant? I say demote him. Agreed. We'll let the expulsion slide since he handled the situation, but he should be knocked down to level 6. Fang Qixiao gave a wry smile. Gentlemen, Consultant Qin just resolved an A-class incident. Demoting instead of promoting him? That's practically driving a powerhouse out the door. If the higher-ups come asking, who's going to take the fall? Mu Qing stepped forward. This incident was C-class at best. The Rat King's energy was already spent, and it had been shot up by gunfire, nowhere near A-class. Right, I was there. The Rat King definitely retreated to its den because it had run out of energy. Fang Qixiao was about to speak when the phone rang. Let me take this. Xiao Fang, everyone gets old eventually. Young people who don't respect their elders need to be put in their place. Let's just call it a wash this time. Merit canceling out fault. Understood, Elder Wu. He hung up and sighed, turning to the group. All right, we'll go with Elder Mu's recommendation. C-class it is. Satisfied smiles spread across the room. Mu Qing, in particular, looked smug. So you've got a stubborn streak, huh? Then I'll hit you where it hurts, your credit. Let's see if you bow your head. If you swallow it, I'll keep pressing. If you don't, you quit and become a nobody, and I've got plenty of ways to deal with you then. Meanwhile, I was sitting in my study, taking out that bead. Ding, special energy detected. Absorb. Absorb. The wheel in my mind started spinning. I didn't wait long before calling stop. The pointer landed on the red zone. Ding, congratulations, host. You've drawn Spirit Realm's special race talent E-replicationed. My eyes lit up. A surge of energy poured into my mind. As if reshaping my brain, and understanding bloomed. Replication could only copy inanimate objects, form without function. The larger the object, the more mana it cost. I rubbed my chin. Form without function. So if I copied an object containing energy, only the appearance would replicate. The energy inside wouldn't transfer. Makes sense, I guess. The phone rang again. I called this late. I picked up the receiver. Consultant Qin, it's me. If you're still up, I've got something I'd like to come report. Come on over. I hung up. It was already 10 o'clock, and Luo Tang still wanted to make the trip. Must be urgent. Did today's situation take another weird turn? Lu Tong came in. Zheng, come to bed already. I pulled her into my arms. Luo Tang has something to discuss. I'll wait up for her. You two go ahead and sleep. All right, we'll head to bed then. She said something to Zhang Dan, and the two of them retired to their room. I took a sip of tea, not bothering to guess what Luo Tang wanted. I'd find out soon enough. I flipped open my folding fan and fanned myself. Big King heard the car pull up outside and ran over to open the door. Luo Tang laughed and patted the dog's head. Good boy, Big King. Woof, woof. She walked into the study. Elder Mu brought a whole group to the director's office and made a scene, even threatened to resign. In the end, the director agreed the Rat King's energy was already spent, so it couldn't be classified A-class. They rated it C. I lit a cigarette. They really should thank their lucky stars they're wrapped in the flag of the state. I took a deep drag. Where does the Special Affairs Bureau keep its spoils? Live specimens and corpses go to a classified RD lab. I don't know the location. Antiquities are taken back by the Archaeology Bureau, studied, then sent to museums. Everything else that doesn't fall into those two categories gets stored in an underground vault. Heavy security. I watched Luo Tang leave, took one last drag, and stubbed the cigarette out. You want to push me around? Then don't blame me for what comes next. Perfect timing too. I'd just gotten a practical new talent. It'd be a shame not to break it in. I activated Shadow Shift and vanished. Back at the Special Affairs Bureau, in the director's office, Fang Qixiao was chain-smoking, torn between anger and helplessness. He could already sense he was about to lose a powerhouse. The fact that I dared to curse Mu Qing to his face made it clear I wasn't the type to swallow insults. What capable person wants to grovel? Knock, knock, knock. Come in. His secretary pushed the door open. Director, two people from the Wu family are here. They're applying to join the Special Affairs Bureau. Their power assessments came in at B class, and they volunteered for level 5 consultant status, saying they'll cooperate unconditionally. Fang Qixiao's face lit up. Excellent. Meanwhile, I had already made it into the underground vault. Watching the blinking dots on the spirit detection meter, I followed its guidance to the energy-containing items, an unidentified animal's tooth, a broken sword, and a chessboard. 3 pieces in total. With a thought, I swept all 3 into my inventory, and 3 identical replicas materialized in their place out of thin air. Even if someone were standing right next to them, they'd never know they'd been swapped. I checked the device, no other energy items. I channeled my mana and disappeared. Next stop, the museum. This place was much bigger, housing hundreds of thousands of antiques and cultural relics. The moment I arrived, the spirit detection meter lit up. I followed the signal and found a jade pendant infused with energy. I copied it, leaving an identical one in its place. Just one? I figured there'd be more. I combed through the entire museum but didn't find a second. 4 items total, not bad. Back home, I sat in my study and looked over my new acquisitions. Ding, multiple energy sources detected. Absorbing them will unlock 1 targeted draw. Absorb. I paused. System, you mean I can combine them into a draw? Ding, correct. Absorbing 10 energy-containing items at once grants 1 targeted draw. Since the host has acquired multiple items at once for the first time, the reward is being previewed early. I stroked my chin. So I need 10 items to unlock a targeted draw. What exactly is a targeted draw? Ding, technology, cultivation, spirit artifacts. You can select a specific category based on your needs, and 1 item will be drawn at random from it. After hearing the system's explanation, everything clicked. I lit up a cigarette, took a deep drag, and started thinking about what I actually needed right now. Cultivation was out. There wasn't a shred of spiritual energy in this world, so even with a cultivation manual, I'd get nowhere. But spells, spirit artifacts, and innate abilities? Those 3 all look pretty solid. The Heavenly Punishment Thunder Fan already had me covered, more than enough firepower. I'd picked up a few spells too, so I was set there for now. As for innate abilities, I smoked, running through my options one by one. Using them one at a time is a waste. I've got 4 draws. Maybe if I save them up, I can score something better. Ding, forgo this opportunity. Future designated draws will require 10 energy-infused items. I thought about it for a second, then gave the order straight up. System, designated draw, teleportation ability. The 4 items vanished in an instant. The wheel in my sea of consciousness transformed, that ancient, weighty aura growing even stronger. I actually felt terrifyingly small in comparison. Without me even giving the command, the wheel started spinning on its own. Still 7 colored sections, but every reward was teleportation related. I was kind of pumped. The wheel slowly came to a stop, the pointer landing on the red zone. Ding, congratulations, host. You've drawn Advanced Cosmic Special Species Ability, Spatial Teleportation. My eyes lit up. A crystal suddenly appeared above my head, and before I could get a good look, It shot into my mind and hovered over my sea of consciousness, glowing softly. Understanding flooded in, spatial teleportation. I could place anchor points at locations I'd been to and instantly travel between them. Up to 9 anchors. Mana costs scaled with distance, and I could erase anchors anytime. With my current stamina and mana pool, as long as I anchored one at home, I could teleport back from over 500 kilometers away, though it'd completely drain me. I rubbed my chin. I had over 500 strands of mana right now, which worked out to roughly 1 strand per kilometer. Looks like from now on I should draw for mana recovery pills or the recipe. Then mana won't be a bottleneck anymore. With a flick of thought, a point of light appeared in my sea of consciousness. Instantly, I knew that was my study. Pretty handy. 8 more anchor slots to go. Just then, footsteps came from outside. Zhao Jia, one of the housekeepers, walked in. The girls took turns living at the house, rotating weekly. Today was her shift. Boss, I woke up and saw the light still on, so I came to check. I smiled and got up to walk over. Zhao Jia was in her mid-20s, with a great figure and looks to match. Right now, she was in a nightgown with her hair loose down her back. Quite the sight. Boss, I'm heading back to my room. You should get some rest too. I smiled and pulled her into my arms. Let's go back together. She nestled obediently against me. From there, everything took its natural course. The next day, I was sitting on the second floor of my shop with Ah Fu standing beside me. Boss, I can travel around and hunt down energy items for you. I can shift my form, so I guarantee no faction will ever detect me. I took a sip of tea and waved him off. No need. A lot of that stuff is in ancient tombs. If you go, you're bound to leave traces. Ah Fu smiled. Boss, watch this. The moment he finished speaking, his body dissolved into a puddle of silver liquid flowing across the floor. Whoa, you can do that. I honestly had no idea what androids were capable of. He reformed into human shape and explained with a grin. Boss, I'm a top-tier android. Only my class can pull this off. Tell me about the android tiers. I had a production line and could upgrade to advanced androids. If they could all do this, I was about to make a killing. Androids come in 4 tiers: basic, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. After I liquefy, even if just 1 drop of me remains, I can regenerate fully using energy, but it's costly. 1 full regeneration eats up 1/10 of my reserves. Without injuries, I can operate for 1,000 years. Can advanced androids do that? No. Their form is fixed once built, and they can't liquefy. I nodded, my mind made up. In that case, I'd have Ah Fu scour the country for items so I wouldn't have to run around myself. He wasn't as fast as me, but searching was time-consuming work anyway. Having someone to share the load was a win. All right. I looked at him. Travel around and search. Report in once a month. Don't worry about anything else. Just focus on finding what I need. Yes, sir. Ah Fu took the order, turned, and headed out. Over at the Special Affairs Bureau, Fang Qixiao stared at Luo Tang, a little surprised. Retainer Qin didn't say anything at all. That's right. Fang Qixiao molded over. Just yesterday, he'd been certain Qin Zheng wouldn't swallow this insult, but the guy hadn't reacted at all. He couldn't get a read on him. Could it be he doesn't want to lose the position? He shook his head. Didn't seem likely. Qin Zheng had become logistics director at the steel plant at a young age and walked away without hesitation. When they first invited him to join the bureau, he turned them down flat. He only agreed in the end because of an assassination attempt. He felt he owed it to the people who'd protected him. He looked up at Luo Tang. Why do you think Retainer Qin is so calm about this? My take. He doesn't give a damn about the title or the credit. Fang Qixiao nodded in agreement. Exactly. Some people are still trying to pressure him and keep him down. Little do they know he doesn't care about any of that. He chuckled. All right, get back to work. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Mu Qing was at home when he got the call from his liaison. He didn't say anything for a long moment. The guy was too calm. So calm it was like throwing a punch into a pile of cotton. Zero satisfaction. Fine. If you can take it, let's see just how long you can hold out. I moved all the shop's furniture into storage. With Ah Fu out hunting items, there was no reason to keep an eye on this place anymore. Heading downstairs, I found Lu Tong and Zhang Dan sitting there reading. They looked up and greeted me with smiles. Jingji, we're closing up shop. Pack your things, we're going home. Okay. Neither of them asked why. They tidied up their books and left through the back door. I stashed the furniture in my farm's storage, locked up, and headed out. Zhang Dan and the others were already waiting for me in the main hall. Jingji, what's going on? I sent Ah Fu out on an errand, so there's no point keeping the shop open. Reading books and enjoying the garden at home isn't half bad either. Oh, that's all it was. We thought something happened. We'll go read in the garden then. I gave Zhang Dan's cheek a light pinch. Go on.